Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Lin Shuking saw a glimmer of hope and applied to participate. At first, she sent her top sales expert to handle things. Nothing happened. Her booth was placed in a remote corner, barely attracting any visitors, let alone potential business deals. Left with no choice, Lin Shuking decided to oversee things personally. Her presence did draw a crowd, but not for business reasons. People gathered to admire her beauty and her reputation as the Ice Queen CEO. Lin Shuking was well aware of the situation. The Chu family had intervened. She felt frustrated, recalling how she unknowingly offended them. Her gaze shifted to a man lounging in the distance. Zheng Fen. It was all because of him. He severely injured the Chu family's eldest son. This newly hired security guard had been nothing but trouble. On his first day, he single-handedly defeated the entire security department. The head of security ended up in the hospital. After that, all the security personnel accepted Zheng Fen as their leader. Now, if she wanted to fire him, the security team would protest. Given the company's current crisis, Lin Shuking held off on firing him. Once the storm passed, she would kick Zheng Fen out. If the security team objected, she would fire them too. She had initially ordered the guards to stop Chu Xiaoshan. It was true. But couldn't Zheng Fen have just detained him? Did he have to beat him so severely? Now she had an unnecessary enemy. Lin Shuking's face darkened. Selling off inventory through the expo was no longer a viable option. She needed another plan. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby. Lin Shuking frowned and looked over. A middle-aged man, overweight and in his 40s, walked toward her. She quickly collected her thoughts and relaxed her expression, instructing someone to bring tea for the visitor. Mr. Yu. Before she could finish greeting him, the man waved dismissively. No need for formalities, Miss Lin. Her heart sank, sensing bad news. Mr. Yu had been one of her company's most reliable partners. In previous meetings, he had always been courteous. But today, his attitude was different. Just as she feared, Mr. Yu spoke in a serious tone. The Chu family has offered me a better deal. I'm sorry, Miss Lin. Lin Shuking's expression stiffened, but she forced a smile. Mr. Yu, we've worked together for a long time. If pricing is an issue, we can negotiate. There's nothing left to discuss, he said with a forced laugh. When reality hits, a thought crossed Yu's mind, and he turned around to leave. He had already boarded the Chu family's ship. If they found out he was still in contact with Lin Shuking, there would be consequences. But before leaving, he left her with a final warning. Out of respect for our years of partnership, I feel obligated to remind you. The Chu family's influence in Magic City runs deep. You can't win against them. Find an opportunity to apologize. In business, we need to learn when to bow our heads. You walked away. Lin Shuking stood frozen in place for a long time. She had already apologized. Despite her cold and ruthless nature, she wasn't unreasonable. The day Chu Xiaoshan was hospitalized, she personally went to apologize. But he refused to forgive her. Unless she agreed to become his girlfriend. That crossed Lin Shuking's bottom line. She would never agree. Speak of the devil. Just as she was thinking about Chu Xiaoshan, he arrived. With his entourage. A familiar face, a different approach. After spending a few days in the hospital, Chu Xiaoshan recovered quickly under expert medical care. But he hadn't changed. Except for one thing. His approach toward Lin Shuking. Before, no matter how hard he tried to please her, no matter how many grand gestures he made, she rejected him without hesitation. She never even spared him a glance. But after he was hospitalized, she was forced to apologize under the Chu family's pressure. That incident showed him the power of influence. Alright. If winning her over nicely didn't work, he wouldn't hesitate to use power and force. Today, he arrived, flaunting his presence, with his lackey, Li Zhao, in tow. He knew Lin Shuking was still holding out. But sooner or later, when she could no longer endure, she would come begging to him. The thought filled him with satisfaction. Beside him, Li Zhao remained silent. Those doomed to destruction always fall into madness first. Chu Xiaoshan was already standing at the edge of a cliff and didn't even realize it. The confrontation. Zhang Fan spotted the two men and immediately tensed up. His eyes locked onto them, his guard raised. Chu Zioshan swaggered up to Lin Chuking's desk. "Chuking, long time no see," he said, casually dropping into the chair across from her. Gone was the bootlicking attitude from before. Back then, he wanted her heart. Now, he wanted her. Lin Chuking's brows knitted together at his demeanor. Suppressing her irritation, she asked, "Young Master Chu, how's your injury?" "Thanks to you, I'm almost fully recovered," he said with a knowing smirk. An awkward silence followed. Finally, Chu Zioshan broke it. "Chuking, these past days haven't been easy for you, have they?" Lin Chuking's expression remained composed. "What do you mean, young Master Chu?" He leaned back leisurely. "My old man adores me. He's never laid a hand on me, not even once. But after I got hospitalized, he was furious. Knowing him, once he makes a decision, he won't change his mind. He won't stop until your company is bankrupt." He stared at her, waiting for a reaction. Lin Chuking met his gaze silently. Cough. Chu Zioshan cleared his throat. "My old man might be stubborn, but he listens to me. If you agree to be my girlfriend." His eyes burned with greed as they trailed over her. Unshaken resolve. Lin Chuking's heart chilled. So this was his true intention. He wanted to crush her company and force her into submission. What did he take her for? If she crumbled at the first sign of difficulty and relied on others for help, then she wouldn't be Lin Chuking. She had built an almost bankrupt company into a billion-dollar empire. Did he really think she'd bow to him just because of some business pressure? She took a deep breath, steadying herself. Expressionless, she said, "We are not a good match. I'm not interested in relationships. Young Master Chu should find someone else. There are plenty of women better suited for you." She despised spoiled rich brats like him. But she remained composed, showing no trace of anger in her words. Chu Zioshan loses his patience. Her indifference infuriated him. No matter how he had approached her, whether with flattery or threats, she always remained the same. Calm. Unmoved. A deep sense of frustration welled up inside him. Slam. He slammed his hand onto the desk and stood up, his expression twisted with rage. "Lin Chuking, I'm not joking. You don't want your company to go bankrupt, do you?" Swish. Before he could take another step, Zhang Fan shot forward in a flash. He positioned himself between them, his gaze ice cold. If Chu Zioshan dared to move any closer, Zhang Fan wouldn't hesitate to strike. Lin Chuking remained unfazed by Chu Zioshan's outburst. Calmly, she said, "Young Master Chu, I have work to do. If you have nothing else to say, please leave." Chu Zioshan glared at her flawless face. He searched her eyes for fear, hesitation. Anything. Nothing. Disappointment twisted into rage. He turned his attention to Zhang Fan, eyes burning with hostility. "So, you're the one who hit me last time?" Zhang Fan didn't respond. He only stared at him, expressionless. Chu Zioshan sneered. "All right, tough guy. You've got guts. Just wait." He wasn't afraid. Strength alone didn't rule this world. Connections. Status. Influence. He would take his time with this one. A humiliating defeat. Chu Zioshan had never suffered such a crushing loss in his life. If he didn't make Zhang Fan suffer a fate worse than death, he wouldn't be worthy of the Chu name. But after the last lesson, he had learned to restrain himself. Now, he only dared to spit harsh words, no longer bold enough to yell or point fingers. Zhang Fan's eyes turned cold when he caught the venomous hatred in Chu Zioshan's gaze. For a moment, he debated whether to strike again and teach this guy a real lesson. Clearly, he needed to stop being soft-hearted. The last time, young Master Zhao didn't take the warning seriously either, despite being put in his place. But considering Lin Chuking's current troubles, Zhang Fan decided to hold back. Beating up the Chu family's young master and facing his revenge was a small matter. He couldn't let it affect Lin Chuking. Without a shred of emotion, he spat out a single word. "Get lost." Chu Zioshan's face turned livid. The fact that Zhang Fan had dared to hit him once already proved he wasn't afraid of consequences. For the first time, Chu Zioshan didn't dare to curse back. Li Zhao, watching from the sidelines, remained silent. Normally, this was the moment where he, as the right-hand man, would step in. "Who gave you the guts to act so arrogant in front of me?" If Zhang Fan got beaten up, Chu Zioshan's revenge would follow, and then they could just call in Big Brother Chu Zhuang to handle things. But this time, Li Zhao hesitated. He had underestimated Zhang Fan's fight first, ask later attitude once before and ended up in the hospital. He wasn't eager for a repeat. Under normal circumstances, things wouldn't be this bad. The only reason Zhang Fan had attacked him before was because he had been furious at Zhu Hao and hadn't slept for 2 days, making him an easy target for venting. Lin Chuking's frustration. Lin Chuking glared at Zhang Fan, her tone sharp. "I already fired you. You're not my employee anymore. My business is none of your concern. She had only fired him verbally. The security team had protested, so she never officially issued the termination notice. And Shengfen? He acted as if nothing had happened. Showing up to work like usual, following her around wherever she went. But you haven't sent out the official notice yet, have you? Shengfen grinned cheekily, shifting his tone in an instant. President Lin, you're outstanding. Naturally, when you're out and about, some small-minded people might target you. It's only right that I stick around to deal with these little nobodies. His words, dripping with sarcasm, were aimed squarely at Chuseoshin. You. Chuseoshin's face alternated between green and white. He pointed at Shengfen, about to unleash a string of curses, but forcibly swallowed them back down. Li Zhao, watching Chuseoshin seethe, knew it was time to step in. Brother Tian, he's just a brute who only knows how to fight. Why waste your energy on him? There are plenty of ways to deal with him. An unexpected arrival just as the standoff dragged on, a voice as smooth as a spring breeze interrupted. Hey, looks like quite the lively scene here. Swish. All eyes snapped toward the source. Zhu Hao strode over confidently, his personal bodyguard Bei Ling following closely behind. Usually, Bei Ling operated in the shadows. But today, with Shengfen present, he had to stay close to Zhu Hao for better protection. Both Li Zhao and Shengfen's eyes narrowed. Shengfen clenched his fists, barely restraining the killing intent surging inside him. He still hadn't gotten over the fact that Zhu Hao had stolen the beautiful landlady he had set his sights on. Why is Zhu Hao here? Was he after his brother's fiancée now? Wishful thinking. Losing one woman was bad enough. He'd die before letting Zhu Hao take another. Chuseoshin, on the other hand, looked visibly nervous. He averted his gaze, his arrogance fading fast. Zhu Hao was his father's close friend. Someone he had dined with countless times as Uncle Zhu. Right now, he felt like a kid caught misbehaving by a strict elder. Zeoshin, what are you up to? Zhu Hao asked casually. And nothing, Uncle Zhu. We were just about to leave. Gone was the cocky, domineering young master. Now, he was like a frightened rat, scurrying away with his lackeys in tow. Chapter 110 Ding. Li Zhao is furious. Emotion value plus 789. As Chuseoshin dragged him away, Li Zhao couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Seriously? Where did all that arrogance go just now? It's just Zhu Hao. He is from a family on the same level as yours. What's there to be afraid of? Despite his words, Li Zhao didn't dare face Zhu Hao either. He dreaded the possibility of being ordered to bring over his sister-in-law again. After all, he knew about Zhu Hao's 4-day arrangement with her. The last thing he wanted was to see his sister-in-law walking stiffly again. He still remembered that day. After she parted ways with Zhu Hao, she returned to the office. The entire afternoon, her brows remained furrowed. Li Zhao's heart shattered at the sight. Damn, that's brutal. If that was just the first time, what would happen after a few more rounds? Even as resentment filled his heart, confusion crept in. Why was Zhu Hao here? His thoughts mirrored Shengfen's. Both assumed Zhu Hao had set his sights on the Ice Queen CEO, Lin Shuking. Li Zhao knew her well. She was cold, distant, and ruthlessly efficient in her work. If there was any way to win her over, it required long-term effort to melt that icy heart. Li Zhao had already mapped out his plan. He would wait until the Chu family pressured her into desperation. Then, at the perfect moment, he would step in and offer her a way out. That would plant the seeds of gratitude and curiosity in her heart. From there, he would slowly break through her defenses and conquer her step by step. The plan was flawless. But today, the moment he saw Zhu Hao, an ominous feeling crept over him. A stir among the crowd. Wow, that's President Zhu from the Zhu group. He already has 7 daughters, yet he looks so young. Yeah, he seems to be in his 30s. He doesn't look much older than me. Not just young, but incredibly handsome too. He's exactly my type. Mature and charming. Too bad he's deeply in love with his wife. What, are you saying that if he wasn't so devoted, you'd try to steal him? Dream on. I've seen his wife before. Her beauty and figure are on par with our CEO's. I can't believe a CEO of such a massive corporation is here at this business expo. Maybe he's looking for business partners? I heard he's restructuring his company and entering the electric vehicle industry. If only he'd collaborate with our company. Inside the store of Kingshan Electronics. A few receptionists whispered excitedly when they saw Zhu Hao arrive. Shengfen's expression darkened. Their admiration for Zhu Hao enraged him. These same people had once sung praises about Zhu Hao, which had led him to misjudge his greatest enemy. The man who killed his father. They had called him uncle without knowing they were pledging loyalty to a murderer. Lin Shuking overheard their conversation. Her gaze shifted toward Zhu Hao, her expression changing slightly. A thought surfaced in her mind. Zhu Hao had acquired the Liu family's electric vehicle company. She had a business partnership with that company. While the Chu family was suppressing her business, she had visited countless partners. Yet, for some reason, she had never reached out to the Liu family. The official explanation had been that the Liu father and son had died in a car accident. Besides, it was just a small company with minimal sales. How had she forgotten that Zhu Hao's group had taken over that business? The Zhu group wasn't like the Liu family. They weren't short on funds. She had also heard rumors that Zhu Hao was expanding his electric vehicle production. And to manufacture EVs, he would need a steady supply of batteries. Something her company had in abundance. But more importantly, the Zhu group was a billion-dollar corporation, just as powerful as the Chu family. She wouldn't have to bow to the Chu family anymore. Excitement surged through her. Her breath quickened. The Chu family had been suffocating her company. Now, she saw a way out. President Zhu, welcome. I apologize for not greeting you sooner. She signaled for the receptionists to prepare tea before personally stepping forward. She led Zhu Hao to a seat on the sofa. Hiding her eagerness, she probed cautiously. President Zhu, I'm surprised you had time to attend this business expo. Just taking a look. Zhu Hao smiled, his expression unreadable. I hope my sudden visit hasn't caused you any trouble. His presence here was no coincidence. After thoroughly researching the electric vehicle market, his intel had revealed that Lin Chuqing would be attending. Wasn't she the CEO of Zhang Fan's company? One of the female leads. Zhu Hao had been looking forward to meeting her. Character, Lin Chuqing. Identity, CEO of Kingshan Electronics, female lead of Urban Guardian of Beauty's Charm, 95, max, 100, strength, 11, average, 10, constitution, 10, average, 10, mental power, 11, average, 10, favorability, 0. Zhu Hao wasn't disappointed. Both in looks and figure, Lin Chuqing surpassed all the female leads he had encountered before. That was before. Now that he had taken the marrow cleansing pill, the difference had mostly evened out. No trouble at all. I ran into a little problem earlier, and President Zhu stepped in to help. After some casual conversation, Zhu Hao sighed and remarked, President Lin, you're still young, yet you managed to turn a nearly bankrupt company into one worth billions. That's truly impressive. You're too kind, President Zhu. I was just playing around in the business world. You are the real role model for my generation. Lin Chuqing felt a bit flattered. That was the truth. She was known as the Ice Queen CEO in Shanghai, but her reputation didn't come close to Zhu Hao's. He had built a billion-dollar empire from scratch, becoming a legend admired by countless entrepreneurs. A thought flashed through Lin Chuqing's mind, and her eyes brightened. President Zhu, not only are you a legend, but I've also heard that your eldest daughter is a business prodigy. Oh, you mean Ming Kong? That girl is completely focused on her career. Ever since she graduated, she's been working tirelessly and hasn't even come home to visit. A trace of sadness slipped into Zhu Hao's voice. Lin Chuqing's expression stiffened. She had intended to make small talk to build rapport before bringing up the topic of collaboration. Now, she had messed up. If only she had mentioned one of Zhu Hao's other daughters instead. While she excelled in business strategy, social skills weren't her strong suit. If the Chu family hadn't pushed her to the brink, she wouldn't have stooped to flattering someone in the first place. She forced a smile and said, maybe she just wants to make a name for herself first. Once she achieves success, she'll return home. You may be right. Zhu Hao smiled meaningfully. No matter how his eldest daughter felt about him, escaping his grasp wasn't an option. After all, he still needed to gather all 7 daughters to summon the dragon. Sensing Zhu Hao's sadness over his daughters not visiting, Lin Chuqing tactfully changed the subject and steered the conversation toward business. Listening to Zhu Hao's insights, she found herself gaining valuable knowledge. Time flew by, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. After meeting the Ice Queen CEO and forming a decent impression of her, Zhu Hao decided to take his leave. However, just as he was about to stand up, he noticed Lin Chuqing hesitating. President Lin, is there something on your mind? He asked. Lin Chuqing bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, but then spoke up. President Zhu, you mentioned that your company is expanding its electric vehicle production. Would you be interested in collaborating with my company? Zhu Hao immediately understood what she was getting at. He had come today just to observe her, not to plan out how to win her over. But now that she had brought up collaboration, his interest was piqued. A partnership? Zhu Hao murmured, raising an eyebrow. His gaze swept the room. Many people were watching them. Lin Chuqing instantly caught on. Zhu Hao hadn't outright rejected her proposal, which meant he was open to the idea. However, since she was currently being targeted by the Chu family, openly agreeing to collaborate would be equivalent to declaring war against them. Even a billion-dollar corporation like the Zhu Group wouldn't take such a risk so easily. President Zhu, perhaps the tea in the main hall isn't to your taste. Would you like to move to my office? I have Da Hong Pao tea for you to enjoy. Well, let's check it out then. Zhu Hao smiled faintly. So, this Ice Queen isn't entirely clueless. Lin Shuking's face lit up with delight. She immediately gestured for Zhu Hao to follow her to the office. Zheng Fan steps in, but Zheng Fan wasn't having any of it. From the moment Zhu Hao arrived, he had been on high alert. Despite Zhu Hao's age, his skills in charming women were unmatched. Take Zhao Wanling, the beautiful landlady. She had only stayed at Zhu Hao's house for a few days before he seduced her completely, making her willingly become his mistress. There was no way Zheng Fan was going to let Zhu Hao steal his brother's fiancée. His sharp gaze locked onto Zhu Hao. The moment Zhu Hao made any improper move toward Lin Shuking, Zheng Fan was ready to strike. But Zhu Hao didn't make any bold advances in public. Still, watching Zhu Hao have such an engaging conversation with the Ice Queen CEO, someone who had barely exchanged words with Zheng Fan before, filled him with rage. The moment he heard Lin Shuking invite Zhu Hao to her office for a private discussion, he immediately stepped forward to intervene. There was no way he would allow a man and a woman to be alone in a room together. His experience with the landlady had left a lasting trauma. Zheng Fan had promised his brother to look after his fiancée. After spending time with Lin Shuking, he had also grown captivated by her beauty and elegance. He couldn't stand by and watch her fall for Zhu Hao's tricks. What's so secret about a business partnership? Why do you need to discuss it privately in your office? Zhu Hao smirked, not even sparing Zheng Fan a glance. He picked up his tea and took a slow sip. He didn't need to say a word. The Ice Queen CEO would speak on his behalf. Lin Shuking's face darkened as she turned to Zheng Fan. What do you mean? Since when do you have a say in this? Didn't you hear me invite President Zhu for tea? Her voice carried a sharp chill. Back then, it was Zheng Fan who had dragged her into trouble with the Chu family. Now, by sheer luck, she had found a way to secure funding. And yet, here he was again, trying to stand in her way. Could he be a spy from the rival company, sent to ruin her business? A flicker of doubt crossed Lin Shuking's mind as she stared at Zheng Fan. Meeting Lin Shuking's suspicious gaze, Zheng Fan's mouth twitched as he explained, "That's not what I meant. Zhu Hao isn't a good person. He hides a dagger behind his smile. I'm afraid that if you're alone with him, he might harm you." Lin Shuking was momentarily stunned. She glanced at Zhu Hao, who was sipping tea calmly, exuding an air of elegance and composure. Then she looked at Zheng Fan, who, despite wearing a neatly pressed security uniform, still appeared somewhat disheveled. Who exactly was the bad guy here? Zhu Hao spoke at that moment, letting out a bitter laugh. "Zhao Fan, I was a good friend of your father, and you used to call me Uncle Zhu. I felt deeply sorry seeing you struggle to move on after your father's accident." Hearing Zhu Hao deliberately bring up how he used to call him uncle, Zheng Fan's eyes burned with anger, and his teeth clenched tightly. "Stop pretending. If you really... Enough already." Before he could finish, Lin Shuking interrupted him. From Zhu Hao's words, she had pieced together the situation. Zhu Hao had known Zheng Fan's father, and the two had once had a good relationship. Zheng Fan had even called Zhu Hao uncle, which meant they were once close. But at some point, Zheng Fan started blaming Zhu Hao for his father's death, leading to their fallout. Lin Shuking didn't know the full truth and had no stance to judge. However, judging by Zhu Hao's demeanor, he hardly seemed like the kind of person who would betray a friend. Watching Zheng Fan cause a scene, damage her company's reputation, and offend Zhu Hao, she had had enough. Right now, Zhu Hao is her honored guest and her hope of breaking free from the Chu family's suppression. "Leave. Now. Immediately. I don't want to see you again." Her voice was ice cold. Zheng Fan fell silent. Eventually, he unclenched his fists and walked off reluctantly. Lin Shuking turned back to Zhu Hao with an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhu. This person was already fired, but he keeps lingering around. I hope he didn't cause you too much trouble." Zhu Hao waved a hand dismissively. "It's not worth fussing over." Lin Shuking led Zhu Hao to a nearby office. As Zhu Hao walked past, Zheng Fan nearly lost control, barely restraining the urge to strike. So damn fake. He knew Zhu Hao's true nature. Watching him put on a refined and gentlemanly act in front of the woman he liked made his blood boil. While Zheng Fan glared at Zhu Hao, Bei Ling was also keeping a close watch on him, ready to act at a moment's notice. She would not allow her master to be harmed in any way. In the end, Zheng Fan did nothing, forced to watch as Zhu Hao and Lin Shuking entered the office. The door shut with a soft click. Zheng Fan's face turned as dark as the bottom of a burnt pot. Ding. Zheng Fan is filled with resentment. Emotion points plus 888, ding. Zheng Fan is seething with rage. Emotion points plus 999. Inside the office, Lin Shuking brewed the Hong Pao tea for Zhu Hao. Serving fine tea was a common tactic among business people. She had learned to prepare quality tea for meetings, hoping it would leave a good impression and help seal deals. Unfortunately, her tea-making skills were barely passable. Of course, Zhu Hao had no intention of taking over and demonstrating his own skills. That would be pointless. In the past, he had showcased his tea-making abilities for other women, guiding them step by step. This had helped him accumulate emotion points. Zhao Wanling had been mesmerized when she saw him making tea and had eagerly asked him for lessons. That had been the first step in winning her over. But making tea for this icy CEO? That would bring him no benefits. He'd just look like a desperate bootlicker. Maybe he could earn a few shocked emotion points. Nah. He already had over 100,000. Not worth it. Sleeping with the protagonist's stepmother or training his daughters would earn far more. Winning over this cold CEO would require a long-term strategy. Mr. Zhu, I sincerely want to collaborate. I'm open to negotiations on the price. After brewing the tea, Lin Shuking looked at Zhu Hao expectantly. I understand your current situation, Miss Lin, but you may not be aware of something. I'm actually a good friend of the Chu family's head, Chu Zhuang. Zhu Hao lifted his teacup and blew on it gently. Lin Shuking frowned. She suddenly recalled how Chu Ziotian had addressed Zhu Hao as Uncle Zhu earlier. That meant Zhu Hao had a close relationship with the Chu family. The Chu family was actively suppressing her company. How could Zhu Hao possibly help her? A bitter feeling welled up inside her. She had been hopeful when Zhu Hao hadn't immediately rejected her request. But now, that hope had been crushed. Zhu Hao sipped his tea in silence, watching Lin Shuking's disappointment grow. When he decided the timing was just right, he chuckled. I said I have a good relationship with the Chu family, but I never said I wouldn't work with you. Chapter 111 Huh? Lin Shuking looked up, confused. At that moment, the usually ice-cold CEO appeared momentarily dazed, looking surprisingly adorable. Then, excitement surged within her. President Zhu, are you saying you're willing to cooperate with me? I initially had no plans to collaborate. Although the conflict between you and that young master of the Chu family is entirely his fault, I chose not to intervene out of respect for Brother Chu. Zhu Hao paused for a moment before continuing, however. I see a reflection of my daughter, Mingkong, in you. That resilience in the face of hardship. I admire that. Of course, his words were just an excuse. He simply wanted to leave a good impression on this ice-cold female CEO. In reality, his focus was solely on benefits and gains. He didn't care who was right or wrong. Lin Shuking's earlier disappointment vanished instantly. She now looked at Zhu Hao with newfound respect. From his words, she picked up on 3 key traits. Even when his friends made mistakes, he refrained from interfering as long as there was something to gain, demonstrating both fairness and loyalty. His willingness to cooperate simply because she reminded him of his daughter revealed a deep sense of paternal love. A man with such integrity and emotion couldn't possibly have harmed Zheng Fan's father, as claimed. Thank you, President Zhu. I truly appreciate your trust. Hope rekindled in Lin Shuking's heart as she expressed her gratitude. I'm happy to collaborate, but I have one condition, Zhu Hao stated. Hearing that he had a condition, Lin Shuking felt a jolt of unease and took a deep breath. Please go ahead, President Zhu. If it's within my power, I'll do it without hesitation. I want to settle the payment for your company's products in advance, but I'll take the goods later. You know my company is heavily invested in electric car production. Since we haven't produced many units yet, our demand for new energy batteries isn't urgent. Zhu Hao paused before adding, and I don't want Brother Chu to know about our collaboration just yet. Lin Shuking was stunned. If she heard correctly, Zhu Hao meant he would pay up front for all her available products but wouldn't take delivery immediately. Wasn't this too generous? It felt like he was outright funding her, yet he wasn't asking for equity. He was simply buying products but leaving them with her. President Zhu, isn't that a bit too much? Lin Shuking hesitated, feeling as if she had stumbled upon an unexpected windfall. Are you unwilling, President Lin? Zhu Hao raised an eyebrow. No. It's not that. Lin Shuking quickly shook her head. This deal was entirely in her favor. Why would she refuse? But if you don't take the goods and just leave them in my company, aren't you worried there might be issues with the products later? She asked. Zhu Hao laughed heartily and replied, if it were anyone else, I might be concerned. But with you, President Lin, I have an inexplicable sense of trust. Lin Shuking felt deeply moved. Ever since taking over the company, she had faced endless skepticism and doubt. This was the first time someone had placed such unconditional trust in her. She nodded firmly. In that case, I accept the collaboration. Please rest assured, President Zhu. I guarantee there won't be a single issue with the products. Zhu Hao naturally appeared to trust her. But in reality, it wasn't about trust. Because in the end, she and her company would both be his. After learning that Lin Chuking's company was developing new battery technology, he realized its immense potential. If she succeeded, it would be groundbreaking. Zhu Hao saw this as his entry point into another industry. His first step toward dominance in the electric vehicle market. He was already expanding his production capacity, and with this ice-cold CEO holding the key to new battery technology, he wouldn't let the opportunity slip away. And then there was the Chu family. His sister-in-law, Yao Xinruai, controlled an electronics company. Zhu Hao wanted that too. For now, he paid without taking the goods. Partly because of Chu Zhuang. But this was temporary. He had already ordered an investigation into the Chu family. Once they were weakened and absorbed into his fold, the concerns would vanish. Meanwhile, playing this role earned him goodwill from Lin Chuking. Why not take advantage of that? A quick glance at the system interface, ding. Lin Chuking feels touched. Emotional value plus 123, the two then discussed the details of their collaboration. Lin Chuking, eager to fund her research, planned to clear out her inventory. Worth 80 million. Zhu Hao agreed immediately. He promised that his company would wire the funds once he returned. He also reminded her to keep their deal confidential. Lin Chuking nodded seriously. She would quietly use the funds for research without publicizing it. Not only that, she would act as though she hadn't secured any funding. So the Chu family wouldn't grow suspicious. Zhu Hao had shown her such trust. Repaying that trust with caution was the least she could do. After finalizing their deal, the two walked out of the office. Outside, Zheng Fan anxiously paced back and forth. He had no idea what was happening inside. Lin Chuking and Zhu Hao were alone in the office, and that made him uneasy. His face was dark with frustration. Several times, he had walked up to the door, tempted to barge in. But he held back, fearing he'd anger Lin Chuking. Over an hour had passed. Just as he couldn't bear it any longer and was about to storm inside, the door finally opened. He immediately looked up. Lin Chuking and Zhu Hao walked out, chatting and laughing. Zheng Fan's heart sank as his eyes darted back and forth between them. Thankfully, Lin Chuking seemed completely normal. Nothing inappropriate had happened. As they reached the exit, Zhu Hao suddenly turned back and said with a hint of emotion, "No need to see me off, President Lin." Zhu Hao extended his hand. "I had a great conversation with you today, President Lin. Although we couldn't collaborate this time, there will be other opportunities." Lin Chuking froze for a moment, staring at the outstretched hand. Once she realized he was asking for a handshake, she hesitated. Despite being in the business world, she had never shaken hands with anyone. She valued her personal space and avoided unnecessary physical contact. Over time, word spread that she never shook hands. Eventually, even those negotiating deals with her stopped trying. Zhu Hao must have been unaware of this exception. When he winked at her, Lin Chuking subtly glanced around and noticed that people were watching them. Clearly, this was a move to prevent their cooperation from reaching the Chu family. Thinking about how Zhu Hao had looked out for her, she knew that openly rejecting him now would embarrass him. Worse, it might even jeopardize their deal. After a moment of deliberation, she smiled and extended her hand. For the first time, she attempted a handshake with a man. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Zhu Hao's eyes. Of course, he knew about her no handshake rule. He had thoroughly investigated these female leads. But so what? Rules were meant to be broken. He had just claimed another first from her. The handshake was also a strategic move. To harvest a fresh wave of emotional value. Their hands barely touched before separating. But in that brief moment, Zhu Hao felt the smooth, cool texture of her delicate fingers. Imagining these soft, icy hands performing delicate handiwork. Now that would be an experience worth trying once she was his. Ding. Lin Chuking feels something unusual. Emotional value plus 234, ding. Zheng Fan is burning with rage. Emotional value plus 876, after the handshake, Zhu Hao turned and left. Two stunned figures remained. For the first time, Lin Chuking had shaken hands with a man. The unfamiliar sensation unsettled her. Meanwhile, Zheng Fan was losing his mind. He had known from the start that Zhu Hao was dangerous, which was why he never wanted him alone with Lin Chuking. And now, look what happened. Just an hour together, and she had already broken her own rule. This was a bad sign. On their first meeting, Zhu Hao had effortlessly convinced her to shake hands. If they kept interacting, who knew what would happen next? Zheng Fan suddenly saw a resemblance between Lin Chuking and the beautiful blonde lady from before. He couldn't let this continue. He had to do something. After a moment of deep thought, he sighed in frustration. He had never stopped investigating Zhu Hao. A man like Zhu Hao, cunning and ruthless, had built an empire from nothing. He had to have done some shady, immoral things along the way. But to his surprise, he found nothing. The Zhu group was squeaky clean. Zhu Hao had never been caught in any wrongdoing. Could Zhu Hao really be a good person? Zhang Fan refused to believe it. His instincts were sharp, and he had been closely observing Zhu Hao. Just now, he had caught a glimpse of triumph in Zhu Hao's eyes. A man like that couldn't possibly be good. The only explanation was that Zhu Hao was too cautious. Just because the investigation found nothing didn't mean he had done nothing. If he couldn't dig into Zhu Hao's company, then what about Zhu Hao himself? But Zhu Hao had a mid-level Dark Force martial artist protecting him. Killing him wasn't an option. A dead end. As for targeting the people around Zhu Hao, Zhang Fan never even considered it. After all, he was the protagonist. His morals and integrity wouldn't allow him to resort to underhanded tactics. Zhu Hao, on the other hand, had no such reservations. No matter what method it took, he would eliminate threats without hesitation. Meanwhile, inside a moving car, Zhu Hao sat in the back seat, resting his head on one hand. He stared out the window as the scenery blurred past. But his mind was already immersed in the system interface. In just a short amount of time, he had harvested over 10,000 emotional points. His total now stood at 150,000. If he didn't use this for a lottery draw now, when would he? He hesitated briefly between a premium and a standard draw. Then, he decided to go for another premium draw. Hopefully, he would hit another jackpot like last time, when he won Bei Ling as his personal bodyguard. As usual, he started with the standard draws and saved the premium one for last. He silently issued the command. Draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a reward. Item, Heaven Powder, colorless, odorless, induces extreme intoxication and obsession. Huh? Was the system messing with him? With his status and power, did he really need something like this to conquer women? Had his lucky streak run out? Even winning a QQ outfit would have been more useful than this. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won 10 free attribute points. It had been a while since he got 10 points at once. Not bad. Not bad at all. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a reward. 2 peak Mingjin assassins, whoosh. A sharp glint flashed in Zhu Hao's eyes. 2 more top-tier assassins at the peak of Mingjin. His forces had grown stronger once again. His intelligence network was already spreading rapidly. At this rate, he would soon have control over all of Magic City. And this was just the beginning. His goal was global dominance. One day, he wanted to reach a point where any disturbance in the world would instantly reach his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a reward. 5 free attribute points. What's going on, little system? This is kind of weak. Keep going. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a reward. Item, Jade Love Bracelet. The next moment, a delicate bracelet, exquisitely carved from jade, appeared in his hand. The name sounded impressive, but in the end, it was just a bracelet. The texture felt smooth, cool, and incredibly refined. Girls would definitely love it. Judging by its craftsmanship and high-quality glass-type jade material, this piece was worth at least tens of millions. It wasn't particularly useful, but still better than that aphrodisiac nonsense from before. The standard draws were done. Zhu Hao straightened up, feeling a surge of anticipation. What could he get from the premium draw this time? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a reward. Special ability, telekinesis. A mysterious sensation washed over him. His eyes locked onto the jade bracelet in his palm. And then, a miracle happened. The bracelet slowly floated up, suspended in midair. No external force held it up. Or rather, there was an invisible force. His newly acquired telekinesis. It felt like an unseen hand lifting the bracelet. Interesting. Zhu Hao smirked. Like teleportation, telekinesis relied on mental energy. He tested it briefly. Lifting the bracelet consumed almost no energy at all. The duration of telekinesis depended on his mental strength, the weight of the object, and the distance. If it were 100-pound rock, he wasn't sure he could move it. But a few dozen pounds? That should be manageable. However, even a single movement would drain his mental energy. Still, this wasn't a useless ability. On the contrary, it had immense potential. Lifting a bracelet was easy enough. But what about a silver needle? A needle was nearly weightless, making it ideal for long-range control over short bursts. Imagine a battle where both sides were fully focused. At the perfect moment, he could use telekinesis to send a needle flying. Game over. Brilliant. He had just gained another life-saving trump card. After awakening his memories. With a fortune worth billions, a stunning wife, 7 breathtaking daughters, and multiple female leads at his feet. Zhu Hao valued his life more than ever. In this chaotic world of mixed novel settings, the more survival skills, the better. He should stock up on silver needles and store them in his personal space, just in case. The draws were complete. Time to distribute his attribute points. 15 points. After some thought, he decided to invest in strength and constitution. His mental power was already sufficient. He allocated 10 points to strength and 5 to constitution. A familiar warmth spread through his body. Zhu Hao felt the surge of power. His constitution improved, making him look even younger. His gaze sharpened as his status panel surfaced. Character, Zhu Hao. Identity, Master of Zhu Corporation. Charm, 93. Strength, 100. Constitution, 61. Mental power, 40. Skills, Close Combat, Grandmaster, Painting, Grandmaster, Calligraphy, God Level, Piano, Grandmaster, Music, Master, Tea Art, God Level, Firearms, Master, 18. Martial Arts, Grandmaster, Assassination, Grandmaster, Items, Desert Eagle, 1 Zisui Pill, a small whip. Special abilities, Personal Storage, 1 cubic meter, Teleportation, Deceptive Kidney Technique, Telekinesis, Emotional Points, 1086, Free Attribute Points, 0. His strength had finally reached 100. Zhu Hao could sense that he was on the brink of a breakthrough. Peak Ming Jin. Just one more point, and he'd step into the realm of Jin. For others, this bottleneck could take years or even decades to surpass. For him, it was just a matter of adding a single stat point. He had already given away 9 Zisui pills. To Su Wanqiu, his 4 daughters, landlady Zhao Wanling, teacher-student duo Ziaking and Wang Zuying, and his adopted daughter Zhu Fengfei. Speaking of that teacher-student combo, should he arrange something for them soon? As the car pulled into Zhu Corporation. Inside the office, Ziaking and Li Yunshu whispered to each other. King, do you really think Uncle Zhu likes young girls? That can't be possible, right? Li Yunshu's cheeks flushed red, her eyes filled with disbelief. Don't believe me? Why don't you test it yourself? Chapter 112. Ziaking was fulfilling her promise to Zhu Hao. Last time, overwhelmed with excitement after receiving a Zisui pill from him, she had agreed to do him a favor. Convincing her new best friend, Li Yunshu. She subtly influenced Li Yunshu's perception of attractiveness, emphasizing how mature men had a unique charm, unlike their mature peers. Older men were more considerate and attentive. Just imagining being with a charming older man felt like pure bliss. For some reason, as Ziaking spoke about a handsome older man, Li Yunshu couldn't help but picture Zhu Hao, her face turning red. Seeing her friend's reaction, Ziaking smirked with satisfaction before delivering her final point. Based on my observations, Uncle Zhu has no resistance to girls like us. Li Yunshu's eyes widened in shock. What do you mean by that? Ziaking's eyes twinkled mischievously. Uncle Zhu has a special fondness for young girls like us. Ah. Li Yunshu gasped in disbelief. And no way. Uncle Zhu has a beloved wife. Her words were hesitant, and her expression changed suddenly as she stared at Ziaking, suspicion flashing in her eyes. Why would she say that? Could it be she and Uncle Zhu were already involved? Noticing Li Yunshu's reaction, Ziaking decided to ease up. She suddenly chuckled. Of course, that's not true. Uncle Zhu adores his daughters. To him, we're just like his own children. Li Yunshu let out a deep breath of relief. That made sense. How could Uncle Zhu possibly be interested in girls like them? But why did she feel a little disappointed? Before, if she had heard rumors about Zhu Hao being interested in younger girls, she would have been immediately on guard. But now, after the times he had saved her like a hero, her feelings toward him had already shifted. Ziaking had noticed this change and had planted the idea in her mind. When the time came, Li Yunshu wouldn't be too shocked to accept it. Leaving Ziaking's office, Li Yunshu's heart was still racing. She hadn't fully calmed down when she suddenly saw Zhu Hao entering the company, heading toward the CEO's office. She had questions for him, so she quickly followed. When they arrived at the office, Bei Ling, his personal bodyguard, opened the door for him. Zhu Hao glanced at Bei Ling. She handled everything for him. Security, errands, even menial tasks. It was about time to hire a proper secretary. A female one, preferably a protagonist. Uncle Zhu. Zhu Hao had just stepped inside when he heard Li Yunshu's urgent voice behind him. As she called out to him, she suddenly noticed another woman standing near the entrance. Her eyes widened in alarm, and she quickly covered her mouth, cautiously glancing at the woman in the combat outfit. Noticing her nervousness, Zhu Hao reassured her, "She's my bodyguard. Don't worry. If you have something to say, come inside." Li Yunshu was stunned. This beautiful woman was his bodyguard? Was she a former Special Forces soldier? Suppressing her curiosity, she followed Zhu Hao into the office. With a soft click, the door closed behind them. Zhu Hao settled into his chair, stretching lazily. What's the matter, Yunshu? Seeing him so relaxed, Li Yunshu recalled what Xiaking had told her. Uncle Zhu is always so kind to me. When he's exhausted from work, I sometimes give him a massage as a thank you. Zhu Hao had helped her so many times, yet she had never repaid him in any tangible way. Bringing him tea or water? Too ordinary. A massage? That seemed reasonable. Just saying she was grateful wasn't enough. If Xiaking can do it, so can I. Summoning her courage, Li Yunshu looked at Zhu Hao. Uncle Zhu, you look a bit tired. Let me give you a massage. Zhu Hao was momentarily surprised. You know how to give massages? Li Yunshu nodded. She wasn't a professional, but she had experience. Her mother often came home sore from work, and Li Yunshu would massage her shoulders to help her relax. Her mother had even praised her skills. Stepping behind Zhu Hao's chair, she gently placed her hands on his shoulders and started to massage him. Zhu Hao let out a satisfied sigh. Why was this little protagonist suddenly offering to give him a massage? Then, a certain face popped into his mind. Xiaking. Back then, she had promised to help him win over Li Yunshu. Had she taken action yet? As Li Yunshu massaged his shoulders, she casually asked questions. Each time Zhu Hao praised her skills, her heart fluttered, and she put in even more effort. Yet, an inexplicable feeling stirred within her. Images of Zhu Hao's charming and mature demeanor surfaced in her mind. Xiaking said Zhu Hao likes young girls. Shaking her head, she quickly dismissed the thought and scolded herself. Li Yunshu, what are you even thinking? This was Uncle Zhu, after all. It was all Xiaking's fault for constantly whispering such things in her ear. Ding. Li Yunshu feels flustered. Emotional value plus 345. Afternoon. Zhu Hao sat in a Mercedes, entering an upscale residential area. The driver was a lively young girl in a JK uniform. His obedient daughter, Zhu Fengfei. She pulled up in front of a standalone villa and quickly hopped out to open the door for him. Dad, we're home. This was Zhu Fengfei's house. Her parents were away on a business trip, so she had specially invited Zhu Hao over. This cunning villainess played her cards well. She was a quick learner and could read his intentions. Most importantly, she understood boundaries. Zhu Hao valued these traits, which was why he had given her his Isui pill, instantly elevating her beauty to rival Li Yunshu's. Though this villa was nowhere near as grand as the Zhu family estate, it was still worth a solid 10 to 20 million. It was clear that Zhu Fengfei came from a well-off family. She led him on a brief tour of the house. The living room was spacious, the kitchen counters were low, the bathroom was spotless, and fresh flowers bloomed on the balcony. Finally, she took him to see her bedroom. Unlike the typical pink, girly aesthetic, her room had a darker, minimalistic style. Black curtains exuded an air of mystery. Girls with this kind of gothic vibe always needed a little discipline. Dad, let's play a game, Zhu Fengfei said, winking playfully. What kind of game? Zhu Hao asked curiously. He soon found out. But before they started, he looked at her seriously. I need your help with something. His main reason for coming here was to enlist her assistance. It was time to put the plan to win over Li Yunshu into motion. Zhu Fengfei was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she realized. This had to be about her lifelong rival, Li Yunshu. Oddly enough, she didn't hate Li Yunshu anymore. If it weren't for her, she never would have found her true love. The idea of becoming sisters with her former enemy was slightly unpleasant. But the thought of having Li Yunshu call her big sister made that displeasure vanish instantly. She actually looked forward to it. And she was more than happy to help Zhu Hao. I don't mind helping, but didn't you tell me not to target Li Yunshu anymore, Dad? She asked with a smirk. If I go against your orders and make trouble for her, won't that backfire? Zhu Fengfei had no grand ambitions. Because of her family background, all she wanted was a powerful figure to rely on. And just in time, Zhu Hao appeared. Similarly, Zhu Hao wanted to bring her under his control. Each had their own motives. A perfect partnership in crime. But over time, Zhu Fengfei's intentions slowly shifted. At first, she simply wanted a strong man to depend on. Now, she was gradually being conquered by him. Wasn't it obvious? She was even considering his plans now, making sure everything was perfect. That's exactly why I need you. To come up with a way, Zhu Hao said. Zhu Fengfei frowned, deep in thought. She couldn't openly provoke Li Yunshu. Then how could Zhu Hao save the damsel in distress? How could she create a breakthrough moment for their relationship? As her mind drifted, an idea suddenly struck her. Excitedly, she said, Dad, I've got it. Here's what we'll do. She eagerly laid out her plan. She would host a class reunion. At the gathering, she would flaunt her status. Not by targeting Li Yunshu directly, but by ensuring that others crushed her confidence. She wouldn't lay a finger on her rival. But she could let others do the dirty work. She'd recruit 2 close allies who despised Li Yunshu, having them subtly insult her and pick her apart. Once Li Yunshu was completely humiliated, that's when Zhu Hao would step in. Before an audience, he'd shield her, shocking everyone. Under the weight of public attention, Li Yunshu would regain her shattered confidence. By then, she'd be emotionally vulnerable, overflowing with gratitude toward Zhu Hao. All he'd need was a little charm, and she would be his. You really are a little mastermind, Zhu Hao chuckled, impressed. Pleased with her plan, he decided to reward her generously. Elsewhere, a sleek Porsche cruised down the boulevard. In the back seat, Yao Xinruai sat in silence. Her gaze drifted past the city lights outside, her eyes distant and unfocused. A heavy melancholy surrounded her. At the wheel, Li Zhao glanced at the rearview mirror from time to time. Seeing his sister-in-law's sorrowful expression, his heart twisted painfully. Her bodyguard had recently been caught up in a gang dispute and was severely injured. Still in the hospital. With no one else to protect her, Chu Zhuang had entrusted her safety to his trusted subordinate, Li Zhao. After 10 years of observation, Chu Zhuang had grown slightly more at ease with his wife, no longer keeping constant tabs on her. Li Zhao now spent his days as a lackey, following Chu Zhuang's useless son, Chu Xiaoshan. And every morning and night, he was responsible for driving his stunning sister-in-law to and from work. Under normal circumstances, escorting such a beautiful woman would be a dream come true. But Li Zhao felt no joy. Because at any moment, Zhu Hao could call in his favor with Yao Xinruai. And when that time came, Li Zhao would have to cover for them. Watching his gorgeous sister-in-law fall into the arms of that scumbag Zhu Hao. It was unbearable. Just like today. He had safely escorted her home. But then, a message from Zhu Hao lit up his phone. Take her to the hotel. Li Zhao's hands clenched into fists. Fury surged through him. If you want to meet her, why not just ask her directly? Why make me deliver her to you? The thought of sending the woman he admired straight into the arms of his enemy suffocated him. Killing a man was one thing. This was psychological torture. Rage boiled inside Li Zhao. He clenched his fists, fighting the urge to kill. But he had to stay calm. His sister was still working for Zhu Hao's company. One wrong move, and she could be in danger. Remembering the words he had said to Yao Xinruai earlier, he felt like dying. Sister-in-law, Zhu Hao messaged me. He wants me to take you to a hotel. Yao Xinruai's expression twisted. Anger, shame, and fear all tangled together. Yet, she merely nodded. Swallowing her bitterness, she gathered her things and prepared to leave. Li Zhao stopped her again, lowering his head so she wouldn't see his distorted expression. Zhu Hao said you should dress up before going. He said it'd be more fun that way. God knows how he managed to say those words. Not only was he delivering her to his enemy, but he also had to tell her to look beautiful before doing so. Was this some kind of sick joke? And Li Zhao was right. Zhu Hao was playing with him. The rising emotional turmoil only amused Zhu Hao further. On the way to the hotel, Li Zhao seethed. His fury wasn't just directed at Zhu Hao but also at his own brother, Chu Zhuang. For the first time, he resented how much trust Chu Zhuang had in him. If his brother hadn't trusted him so much, he wouldn't have been assigned to protect Yao Xinruai. And he wouldn't have to endure this torment. A luxury couple's hotel loomed ahead. The neon sign, glowing with an intimate ambience, made Li Zhao's stomach churn. Just as he and Yao Xinruai arrived, Zhu Hao pulled up in his own car. Their eyes met. Sister-in-law, I'm really sorry for calling you over so late. I hope I didn't disturb you. Zhu Hao's words were polite, but his tone and expression carried zero sincerity. And no. It's fine. Yao Xinruai forced a smile. She had no choice but to comply, praying that Zhu Hao would at least be gentle with her later. Standing to the side, Li Zhao watched his once proud sister-in-law flatter another man, and his heart shattered. She used to be so strong-willed. She had never fawned over anyone. Not even Chu Zhuang. To others, she had always been cold and distant. Yet here she was, putting on a forced smile for Zhu Hao. If Zhu Hao knew what Li Zhao was thinking, he would have chuckled. She's only like this because no one taught her better. But look. Wasn't the lesson sinking in nicely? With a smack, Zhu Hao clapped Li Zhao's shoulder. Good job, Zhao. Here's a little tip for you. Zhu Hao pulled out a crisp 100 yuan bill. Take this and go get yourself some Longjiang pork rice. Experience the romance of a real man. Or maybe a bowl of Liao's snail noodles. Build some resilience. He spoke so smoothly. Was this guy preparing for a speech competition? Li Zhao stared at the money in his hand, his lips twitching. The sheer humiliation burned deeper than if he had received nothing at all. Without the money, at least he could say he was forced into this. But taking it? It made him feel like he had just sold Yao Xinruai off. Ding. Yao Xinruai's resentment surged, emotion value plus 890, ding. Li Zhao's humiliation soared, emotion value plus 987, Zhu Hao waved him off. Alright, that's it. Come pick her up tomorrow. Actually, no, make it in the afternoon. Oh, and if your brother asks anything, cover for us. See you later. With that, Zhu Hao patted Li Zhao's shoulder one last time before turning to Yao Xinruai. Stepping closer, he extended an arm. Yao Xinruai froze. What was he doing? Then, from the corner of her eye, she saw a couple passing by. The woman was clinging happily to her man's arm. Understanding dawned, and her face flushed. Not from embarrassment, but from sheer rage. Was he seriously making her play along? What were they, lovers? But as furious as she was, when Zhu Hao's gaze swept over her, she still instinctively wrapped her arm around his. Zhu Hao smiled. Arm in arm, they walked into the hotel, looking every bit like a couple in love. Behind them, Li Zhao stood alone, gripping the 100 yuan bill as the wind whipped around him. As their figures disappeared into the hotel, his grief erupted into a guttural scream. No. Chapter 113 Another sleepless night. This time, Li Zhao didn't foolishly wait outside the hotel. Instead, he wandered home in a daze. His sister mentioned things about the company, praising Zhu Hao endlessly. Their parents nodded in agreement. Li Zhao felt utterly exhausted. He wanted nothing more than a deep sleep. To forget that his sister-in-law was indulging in passion with Zhu Hao. But the more he tried to forget, the more the images flooded his mind. Tossing and turning, he couldn't sleep. The next morning after a sleepless night, Li Zhao stepped out with dark circles under his eyes, ready to find Chu Zioshan and be his errand boy. As for picking up his sister-in-law for work, forget it. She was probably still asleep. Damn it, Zhu Hao was relentless. Sure, you're strong, but can't you show some restraint? Maybe consider how she feels? Ring, ring, ring. His phone rang. Li Zhao picked it up and saw that it was his big brother, Chu Zhuang. Instantly, he perked up a little. After all, he had the task of covering for his sister-in-law and Zhu Hao. He answered the call. On the other end, Chu Zhuang's deep voice came through. Zhao, have you picked up Xinruai? I'm at the office, but I don't see her. Li Zhao froze. Big brother went to her office? He had almost said he had already dropped her off. Good thing he hadn't. That would have exposed the lie immediately. Now, he needed an excuse. Thinking quickly, he spoke calmly. Big brother, I was just about to tell you. Sister-in-law isn't feeling well today. It's her ankle again. She insisted on working after twisting it a few days ago, and now it's flaring up again. She decided to rest at home today and won't be going to the office. Even as he spoke, Li Zhao felt bitter inside. The last time his sister-in-law left the hotel with Zhu Hao, she definitely looked like she had twisted her ankle. This time, it was probably even worse. Saying it was an ankle injury relapse wasn't even a lie. What? Her ankle injury is acting up again? Is it serious? I'll come over now. Chu Zhuang frowned. He had no real feelings for Yao Xinruai. But since they were married on paper, he had to put on a show in front of others. Li Zhao panicked. If Big Brother went over and saw his wife with Zhu Hao, he might explode on the spot. Most people would be completely flustered at this point. But after his initial shock, Li Zhao quickly calmed down. He had read the novel and knew his big brother's personality. Chu Zhuang wasn't actually worried about his wife. He just wanted to keep up appearances. As long as he convinced him that she wasn't seeking treatment in a public place, he wouldn't insist on coming over. So Li Zhao replied calmly, Big brother, don't worry. Sister-in-law is fine. She just asked me to buy some medicinal oil for her. I told her to go to the hospital, but she said it wasn't serious and that rubbing some medicine on it would be enough. Chu Zhuang's frown relaxed. If it's nothing serious, then I won't go. You don't need to meet up with Zioshan either. Just stay and take care of your sister-in-law. If it gets worse, take her to the hospital and let me know. Call ended. Li Zhao stood there, stunned. He stared at his phone, completely dumbfounded. This big brother. He could cry. Did he really trust him this much? He just handed his wife over to him, completely unworried about being cheated on. If Zhu Hao weren't around, Li Zhao would be overjoyed. He could stick close to his sister-in-law and win her over easily. But now, he wanted to take care of her. But he couldn't even see her. She was probably still in that hotel with Zhu Hao. Damn it. She should have been his. And yet, that bastard Zhu Hao had stolen her away. Meanwhile, after hanging up on Li Zhao, Chu Zhuang called his wife, Yao Xinruai. Beep. Beep. No answer. She was probably too focused on applying medicine. He tried again, several times. Still no answer. It wasn't until the afternoon that she finally picked up. Her voice sounded a little off. Chu Zhuang assumed it was because the medicine hadn't helped. I heard from Zhao that your ankle got worse. How are you? Why didn't you go to the hospital? After dealing with Chu Zhuang, Yao Xinruai turned and glared at Zhu Hao with a mix of resentment and embarrassment. Zhu Hao smirked playfully at her. Ding. Yao Xinruai's shame skyrockets. Emotion value plus 963. That afternoon Li Zhao arrived at the hotel where his sister-in-law and Zhu Hao were staying. He waited outside for over an hour before finally seeing them walk out. As expected, his sister-in-law looked even more exhausted. Ding. Li Zhao's heartbreak intensifies. Emotion value plus 987. Ding. Li Zhao's mental breakdown. Emotion value plus 999. Zhu Hao glanced at Li Zhao's pale face. He decided to speed up his plans with Yao Xinruai. This was just the beginning, and the so-called protagonist was already struggling to hold on. After just 2 days, he figured Yao Xinruai had recovered enough, so he planned to meet up with her again. But then, a message changed his plans. It said Yao Xinruai had gone to his wife's beauty salon. His wife. That stunning stepmother of the protagonist, Su Wanqiu. TSK. This was getting interesting. He instructed Bei Ling to prepare the car and headed for Wanqiu beauty salon. Su Wanqiu had been complaining about wanting a companion. Well, now a comrade had arrived. They could fight for love together. Beauty salon. Li Zhao drove to the address his sister-in-law gave him. As he approached, his eyes were drawn to a figure standing outside the salon. A mature woman, exuding elegance and charm, stood there. She wasn't a young girl, yet her skin was flawless, practically glowing. Dressed in professional attire, her eyes carried an intoxicating allure. She had the poise of a mature woman, yet she was just as stunning, if not more so, than Yao Xinruai. Li Zhao stared too long and almost crashed into a tree. He slammed the brakes just in time. His sister-in-law in the backseat stumbled forward and shot him a cold glare. She despised him. He was supposed to be Chu Zhuang's trusted subordinate, yet he was betraying him for Zhu Hao. Especially since he had even arranged her hotel stays and insisted she dress up for fun. And yet, Chu Zhuang still treated him like family. Traitors like him were the worst. If Chu Zhuang hadn't assigned him, she would have kicked him out long ago. Can you even drive? If not, I'll do it myself next time. Sorry, sister-in-law. Before Li Zhao could explain, Yao Xinruai had already lost interest. She pushed the car door open and stepped out. Bang. She slammed the door shut. Carrying her bag, she walked toward the figure standing at the entrance of the beauty salon. Ever since their last meeting, Su Wanqiu had frequently messaged her, inviting her out for a chat or to visit the salon for skincare treatments. Yao Xinruai had refused every time. The day after that incident, Zhu Hao had threatened her and set a 5-day deadline. He had also revealed that this good friend of hers was trying to introduce women to her husband. How could she dare to meet Su Wanqiu? But after a few days, Su Wanqiu sent another invitation. Yao Xinruai thought about it. Since what happened with Zhu Hao was already unavoidable, and she couldn't escape the 5-day deadline, what was there left to fear? She hadn't seen her good friend in a while and had a lot on her mind that she needed to talk about. She decided to meet today. She didn't resent Su Wanqiu. It was all Zhu Hao's doing. Su Wanqiu had nothing to do with it. She was certain that Su Wanqiu had been tricked by him. How could such a vile scumbag get Su Wanqiu to go along with him so willingly? Even going as far as pulling her into it? Xinruai. Finally, I get to see you. It's so hard to get you to come out. Su Wanqiu greeted her with a warm smile and opened her arms. Seeing her friend so enthusiastic, Yao Xinruai's mood improved. She opened her arms as well. The two women hugged tightly. Both were mature, stunningly beautiful, and well endowed. Almost bouncing off each other. Xinruai, what have you been up to lately? You don't even reply to my messages. Su Wanqiu held her hand as they walked into the beauty salon, her voice tinged with displeasure. In the distance, Li Zhao stood frozen, staring. His sister-in-law actually knew this gorgeous woman? And they seemed pretty close. Watching two breathtaking beauties embrace, his heart almost melted. Then a question popped into his mind. Who was this woman? He didn't recall her being mentioned in the novel. His sister-in-law was always cold and distant, suffering from severe androphobia. She had never been the type to have close friends. The thought flashed through his mind briefly before he snapped back to reality and quickly followed them. No matter who this elegant woman was, she was even more beautiful than most female leads. He couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Li Zhao sped up, trying to catch up with them. Walking beside two gorgeous women like that would be pure bliss. However, just as he reached the entrance of the beauty salon, two security guards stopped him. What's the meaning of this? Li Xiao frowned. Meaning? I should be asking you that. Didn't you see the sign? This is a ladies only beauty salon. What's a man like you doing here? The security guard glared at him. Even they, as security staff, weren't allowed past the outer area of the salon. Late Autumn Beauty Salon catered exclusively to wealthy socialites and heiresses. It was not a place for rough men like them. Who made this ridiculous rule? I'm a customer. Why can't I go in? Late Autumn Beauty Salon only serves female members. No men allowed. The guard's expression remained stern. Li Xiao was beyond frustrated. He watched as the two curvy beauties disappeared into the salon while he was stuck outside. I'm that lady's driver and bodyguard. I need to be inside to ensure her safety. Ha. The two guards exchanged a look before bursting into laughter. Safety? Did this guy even know where he was? This was the personal business of Zhu Hao's wife. A place with top-notch security. No one would dare cause trouble here. Back in the day, they might have worried about random thugs breaking in. But now, Zhu Hao had stationed elite mercenaries in the salon. At this point, even the strongest of protagonists would struggle to make a scene here. Rules are rules. You'll have to wait outside. Or, if you want, you can wait in our designated lounge. The guards refused to budge. Li Xiao was irritated. He had really wanted to take a closer look at that stunning woman. But he wasn't going to give up just yet. His eyes flickered with thought. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a high-end cigarette brand he had previously bought for a villain. He offered some to the guards. Come on, brothers. I was out of line earlier. Have a smoke and take it easy. No smoking on duty. The guards rejected his offer outright. They had all come from elite military backgrounds, handpicked by Zhu Hao for this job. Seeing that Li Xiao at least knew how to show respect, they softened their expressions slightly. They decided to forgive him for staring at their boss's wife and attempting to barge into the salon. Li Xiao awkwardly retracted his hand, stuffing the cigarette box back into his pocket. He seized the moment to casually ask, that woman just now. She's absolutely stunning, even more gorgeous than my sister-in-law. Do you guys know who she is? He intentionally used a knowing tone, trying to bond with them over shared appreciation. But something was off. The guards' expressions suddenly turned cold. One of them spoke icily. That's our boss's wife. Oh. Li Xiao was dumbfounded. He had assumed that, like his sister-in-law, the woman at the entrance was just another customer at the beauty salon. He never expected her to be the owner. No wonder the security guards had been so hostile toward him from the start. Kid, you actually dared to make a move on our boss's wife? You must have a death wish. Get lost. You should be grateful you didn't say anything inappropriate, or you wouldn't just be walking away. The guards radiated killing intent, as if they would beat him up if he didn't leave immediately. My bad. I really didn't know she was your boss's wife. Li Xiao awkwardly apologized. But the guards weren't interested. They just stared him down coldly. Even though Li Xiao had mid-stage Mingjin, internal energy, strength and wasn't afraid of these non-martial artist security guards, he knew it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Since he was in the wrong, he had no choice but to step aside and wait under a tree. Just then, a voice that was all too familiar. A voice he hated to the bone. Rang out. Zhao. Li Xiao's expression changed. He whipped his head around. Sure enough, Zhu Hao was approaching. His face instantly darkened. How had this guy found him here? He had barely arrived with his sister-in-law, and Zhu Hao showed up right after. There was no way this was a coincidence. Are you the devil or something? Big bro, she just had 2 days of rest, her twisted ankle only just healed, and now you're here again? You're not young anymore. Going at it all night, every night. Aren't you afraid your body will give out? Fine, maybe you're not. But can you at least think about my sister-in-law? She's been working with a frown for days, gritting her teeth through the pain. Zhu Hao smiled casually. What a coincidence. Why are you here alone? Your sister-in-law should be inside, right? I'll go in and check on her. Without bothering to acknowledge Li Xiao's ugly expression, Zhu Hao strode toward the beauty salon entrance. Ding. Li Xiao is filled with resentment. Emotion value plus 678, Li Xiao remained expressionless, crossing his arms as he waited for the show to unfold. The salon didn't allow men inside. He wanted to see how Zhu Hao would be stopped by security. But soon, his smug look froze. The same security guards who had been fierce toward him just moments ago were now bowing respectfully to Zhu Hao before opening the door for him. Just like that, Zhu Hao casually strolled into the ladies-only beauty salon. WTF? Li Xiao lost it. Why could Zhu Hao go in while he got stopped? Was this discrimination? There was no doubt that Zhu Hao had come for his sister-in-law. And considering that the boss's wife was with her right now, if that scumbag saw them together, he definitely wouldn't let things slide. Li Zhao had to get in and keep an eye on him. He rushed to the entrance, only to be blocked by the guards again. Their piercing gazes sent a clear warning. Why can he go in, but I can't? So this place bullies customers, huh? Want me to expose you? Li Zhao protested angrily. One of the guards shot him a sideways glance and said flatly, "That's our boss. Of course, he can go in. Who the hell do you think you are?" Chapter 114. What? Li Zhao was dumbfounded. Zhu Hao was their boss? That meant the elegant mature woman from earlier. The one they called the boss's wife. Was actually. He had heard that Zhu Hao had a wife and 7 daughters. But he never expected his wife to be this stunning. He had assumed Zhu Hao was out hunting for women, flirting with the beautiful blonde lady and his sister-in-law. He figured Zhu Hao's wife must not be anything special. Damn it. You already have such a gorgeous wife. How is that not enough? Why are you still threatening his beautiful sister-in-law? Suwankyu, you hit the nail on the head. I really can't take it anymore. The thought of Zhu Hao chasing other women despite having such a beautiful wife filled Li Zhao with outrage. Ding. Li Zhao is indignant. Emotional value plus 666, ding. Li Zhao is furious. Emotional value plus 888, wait a minute. After his emotional outburst, Li Zhao's eyes sharpened. That boss's wife probably had no idea that Zhu Hao was out fooling around. If I expose Zhu Hao's despicable behavior to her. Li Zhao's eyes lit up, eager to act. He could already picture the scene of that beautiful boss's wife turning against Zhu Hao. He could hardly wait to rush over and tell her everything Zhu Hao had done. Seducing and deceiving innocent young women, threatening his sister-in-law, and even making moves on his friend's wife. But the security guards wouldn't let him into the beauty salon. With no other option, Li Zhao stood aside, waiting for the boss's wife and his sister-in-law to come out. Meanwhile, inside the beauty salon, in Suwankyu's office, Yao Xinruai wasn't in the mood for beauty treatments. After fulfilling her agreement with Zhu Hao twice, she felt like those deep massages, inside and out, worked better than any beauty treatment. Though the process was a mix of pain and pleasure. Her best friend wasn't interested in beauty treatments either, which suited Suwankyu just fine. She had invited Yao Xinruai over just to chat. And maybe, just maybe, convince her to become an ally. She had no idea what was up with Zhu Hao, but the man was like a perpetual motion machine. Never tiring. She was struggling to keep up. With all 7 daughters gradually returning home, her desire to recruit an ally had grown even stronger. Even her daughters had overheard the shameful sounds. If all 7 of them were home and she lost control at night, how could she maintain her dignity as a mother? Yao Xinruai was her ideal candidate. She had only married her husband in name, had always kept herself pure, and had a body in her 30s that could use some comforting. She had mentioned it a few times during their online chats, but Yao Xinruai never seemed to take the hint. So, she decided to invite her out in person. After several attempts, today, Yao Xinruai had finally agreed to meet. After seating Yao Xinruai on the couch, Suwankyu ordered her secretary to pour tea and then waved her away. The two of them sipped their afternoon tea and chatted, catching up on what they had been up to recently. When Suwankyu finished sharing, she curiously asked Yao Xinruai, "Xinruai, what about you? You've been looking pretty busy lately." Yao Xinruai stammered, struggling to find the right words. Busy? Yeah, she had been busy running to hotels and booking rooms with Zhu Hao. She wanted to tell her best friend everything Zhu Hao had done. She wanted Suwankyu to see Zhu Hao's true colors. A deceitful, shameless, despicable man. But she didn't want to hurt Suwankyu. She hesitated several times but couldn't bring herself to say it. As they chatted, the distance caused by time apart melted away, and they returned to their old close-knit dynamic. Seeing that the timing was right, Suwankyu tentatively spoke up. "Xinruai, do you remember what I talked to you about online?" "What?" Yao Xinruai was momentarily confused, unable to react. "Oh, come on, you know what I mean. You're not getting any younger. You need to start taking care of your body." Pausing for a moment, Suwankyu continued, "Remember how I used to complain about Zhu Hao? Well, he's been really good to me lately. Ever since our relationship improved, look at my skin and my energy levels. I feel better than ever." Of course, she exaggerated a bit. Being with Zhu Hao had its benefits. But most of the credit went to the cleansing marrow pill. If Suwankyu hadn't mentioned it, Yao Xinruai would have forgotten to ask. When she had first seen her friend at the door, she had almost failed to recognize her. She looked an entire level more beautiful than before. Could it really be because she was playing games with Zuhao every day? Yao Xinruai thought about how her own appearance had improved after just 2 nights with Zuhao. It definitely beat any beauty treatment. But it wasn't as dramatic as Suwanqiu's transformation. Was it because she had only fulfilled the agreement twice? Xinruai. Xinruai. Why did you zone out all of a sudden? Yao Xinruai snapped back to reality. She saw Suwanqiu waving her hand in front of her face. Her best friend was sitting right in front of her. Yet she had been thinking about that woman's husband. She felt ashamed and guilty. She hesitated before asking, "What were you saying?" Suwanqiu felt that her friend was acting a bit strange today. "Xinruai, what do you think of Zuhao?" The moment she heard his name, rage flared within Yao Xinruai. She gritted her teeth and blurted out, "He's a scumbag, a bastard, a complete degenerate." Halfway through, she realized something was wrong. Cursing her best friend's husband right in front of her was beyond awkward. It was all Zuhao's fault. She had developed a reflexive reaction. She quickly tried to cover up her mistake. Wanqiu, I was just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously." Suwanqiu stared at her in shock. She could tell Yao Xinruai wasn't just spouting nonsense. That was raw emotion. "Xinruai, what really happened? Did Zuhao do something to you?" "No. I told you not to overthink it." Yao Xinruai still tried to explain. "You won't tell me? Fine. I'll just ask Zuhao myself." Suwanqiu's expression turned firm as she pulled out her phone, ready to call Zuhao. Yao Xinruai panicked. If Zuhao found out she had been talking behind his back, she was done for. She quickly stopped her and, seeing Suwanqiu staring straight at her, had no choice but to confess. Without holding back, she revealed how Zuhao had threatened her, forced her to fulfill the 5-day agreement, and called her to a hotel room at night. After speaking, Yao Xinruai let out a breath, feeling as if a massive stone had been lifted from her heart. She felt completely relieved. Saying it out loud was a good thing. It would help Suwanqiu see Zuhao's true nature and not be deceived by his appearance. Suwanqiu's expression was quite a sight at that moment. However, it wasn't the reaction Yao Xinruai had expected. She was only slightly surprised by Zuhao's actions, not too shocked or incredulous. Because she had long known the real Zuhao. After hearing everything, she didn't get angry. Instead, she felt a strange sense of relief. Yao Xinruai had androphobia, and persuading her to become an ally had never been easy. But now, things had changed. Zuhao had taken the initiative to hunt, saving her the trouble of making the first move. No wonder he hadn't come home on some nights. He had been with her best friend. A flicker of thought crossed her eyes as Suwanqiu leaned in closer, grabbing her friend's hand. "Xinruai, don't be mad. Isn't this a good thing? Zuhao is taking care of you, both physically and mentally. You won't have to worry about aging or losing your charm, and with him supporting you, you won't just be working for the Chu family for nothing." Yao Xinruai's hand paused as she lifted her teacup, nearly spilling the tea. She looked at Suwanqiu in disbelief. "Wanqiu, aren't you angry that Zuhao is a sinister, shameless man who seduces and threatens his sister-in-law? I've always known what kind of person Zuhao is. Why else would I have complained to you about him before?" Suwanqiu rolled her eyes. "It's just that, back then, he used my family to threaten me, so I couldn't openly say anything." "Then why are you?" Yao Xinruai stammered. She wanted to say, "If you already knew what kind of person Zuhao was, why are you still with him and even living a happy life? And why are you playing matchmaker for him?" Suwanqiu understood what she was thinking and smiled. "Zuhao has changed. Now, he treats me and our daughters very well. It's just that." She paused, her face turning red. "Just what?" Yao Xinruai sensed something juicy and quickly pressed for more details. "It's just. Zuhao is too strong. Every time. I can't handle it." Yao Xinruai had thought Suwanqiu was about to expose some dark secret about Zuhao. But this. Thinking back to the 2 times she had been with Zuhao. True, each time lasted until dawn. He was worse than a beast. A sudden realization hit her, and she stared at Suwanqiu with burning eyes. "I see. You can't handle it alone, so you're trying to drag me into this. Oh, come on, don't say it like that. I'm doing this for your own good. You must feel so lonely, don't you? Hey." Yao Xinruai folded her arms and sneered. Suwanqiu felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze. "Xinruai, stop laughing at me. From now on, we'll be comrades in arms, even closer than best friends." Yao Xinruai's breathing hitched. At the mention of Zuhao, she felt uneasy all over. "Xinruai, don't worry. Even though how Zuhao got you was less than honorable. But now that you're his woman, he won't threaten you anymore. He'll actually treat you really well." Yao Xinruai looked skeptical. Clearly, she didn't believe a word of it. Just as she was about to continue bad-mouthing Zhu Hao and pull Su Wanqiu back to her side, the office door clicked open. Swish, swish. Two pairs of bright eyes turned toward the sound. Zhu Hao stood at the door, smiling at them. What are you two whispering about? Su Wanqiu was a little surprised to see him, but as he approached, she pulled him onto the couch. We were just talking about you. How could you be so heartless? You scared Zenruai half to death. After spending so much time with Zhu Hao, Su Wanqiu had came to understand his personality. As long as you didn't cross his bottom line, he would treat you like a treasured daughter. Her past fear of him had almost completely faded. She gazed at him with a hint of grievance. Yao Zenruai avoided his gaze. Seeing Zhu Hao made her instinctively afraid. She was terrified that if he caught her, he'd pin her down right then and there. Lowering her head, she dared not look at him. Even though she was sitting on a soft, luxurious leather couch, she felt completely uncomfortable. She quickly stood up, ready to leave. Wanqiu, I just remembered I have some work to handle at the company. I'll be going now. Zenruai, what's the rush? Su Wanqiu wanted to set her up with Zhu Hao. How could she let her leave so easily? She reached out to grab her. Yao Zenruai skillfully dodged. It was clear she was determined to go. Su Wanqiu grew anxious. Yao Zenruai was this afraid of Zhu Hao? If she didn't seize this opportunity, it would be even harder to invite her next time. But there was nothing she could do. She couldn't exactly tie her up and keep her here, could she? At that moment, Zhu Hao spoke in a calm, commanding voice. Come back. Just 2 words. Yao Zenruai froze as if someone had pressed her pressure points. Then, under Su Wanqiu's shocked gaze, she hesitated for only a moment before turning around and walking back. Sit. Zhu Hao's voice sounded again. Yao Zenruai obediently sat back in her seat. What? Su Wanqiu had seen plenty of things in her life, but the scene? Unbelievable. She knew her best friend inside and out. Yao Zenruai despised men. So why was she suddenly so obedient to Zhu Hao? Suspicion flickered in her eyes. Did her mysterious husband know some kind of hypnotic technique? Zhu Hao smiled slightly. Of course not. This was simply the result of his training. Alright, now we can have a proper conversation. Su Wanqiu sat back on the couch. Honey, if Zenruai willingly accepts being your woman, you won't threaten her anymore, right? Of course. I'm always kind to my women. Aren't you proof of that? Zhu Hao nodded in agreement, then changed the tone of his voice. But it's obvious that she still resists me. Su Wanqiu grabbed her best friend's hand again. Zenruai, you heard him. As long as you accept Zhu Hao, he won't treat you that way anymore. Yao Zenruai kept her head down and stayed silent. She thought about how she had just ranted in front of Su Wanqiu, bad-mouthing Zhu Hao, calling him despicable, and swearing she would never give in. And yet, now she was sitting here, completely following his orders. How humiliating. She couldn't even lift her head in front of her best friend. It was utterly embarrassing. Enough, Wanqiu. Zenruai feels awkward. Go outside and bring us some fresh tea. I need to have a good talk with her. Su Wanqiu hesitated. Tea? There was already tea here. Then she caught the meaningful look in Zhu Hao's eyes. Her heart started racing. This was an office. Was he planning to do to Yao Zenruai what he had done to her before? Wait. If it was Zenruai instead of her, then it was fine. No problem. This pot is getting cold anyway, I'll go get a fresh one. Su Wanqiu's gaze swept over the two of them before she picked up the teapot and headed for the door. Just as she was about to step out, Zhu Hao called after her. Wait. After you bring the tea, don't forget to come back. I need you here. Su Wanqiu froze. A second ago, she was feeling smug, ready to sit back and watch a show. Now, she wanted to cry. She had just been looking for an ally, someone to share the burden with. She wasn't ready for a full-on battle yet. But Zhu Hao had spoken. She couldn't refuse. Flustered, she mumbled the response, then closed the door behind her. Now, only 2 people remained in the office. The air grew thick with tension. Yao Zenruai didn't know whether to stay or leave. She felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles. Zhu Hao stretched lazily and said, I drove over here, and my shoulders are a little sore. Can you give me a massage? Yao Zenruai's expression shifted. After a moment of hesitation, she clenched her teeth and forced out a smile. Fine. She took a deep breath and stepped toward him. As she moved around the front of the couch to get behind him, her foot caught on something. Losing her balance, she tumbled forward. Straight into Zhu Hao's firm, masculine embrace. Zenruai, when did you become so eager? I didn't know you were this kind of dumpling. Falling right into my arms. Yao Zenruai was stunned. What did he mean, she was eager? She had just dripped Stop twisting the facts. Before she could argue, he silenced her. With a kiss. A while later, Suwankyu returned, carrying the tea set. She hesitated for a moment outside the office door, her cheeks burning. After standing there for a few seconds, she finally knocked. When she got a response, she quickly stepped inside. And, without hesitation, locked the door behind her. Chapter 115, Ding. Suwankyu was overwhelmed with shame, emotion value plus 888, Ding. Yao Xinruai is humiliated beyond belief, emotion value plus 999. As time ticked by, Li Zhao stood outside the beauty salon, waiting impatiently. Zhu Hao must have come to see his sister-in-law, and Li Zhao was worried. But when he realized that Zhu Hao's wife was also with her, he relaxed. If his wife was around, how could Zhu Hao make a move on his sister-in-law? Unless both of them were involved? Li Zhao didn't even dare to entertain that thought. Both his sister-in-law and the salon owner were stunning women with their own pride. There was no way they would fight side by side like that. But why hadn't his sister-in-law come out yet? The sun was already setting. Li Zhao grew restless. Could a beauty treatment really take this long? An uneasy feeling crept up in his chest. He wanted to go inside and check on her. But the security guards at the entrance were eyeing him like hawks. Li Zhao hesitated, then gave up. He started pacing back and forth. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. His sister-in-law was finally coming out of the salon. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, her skin glowing with radiance, and her eyes glistened with a seductive charm. She looked absolutely stunning. Holy SHT. Did a simple beauty treatment have results this good? Wait. Something wasn't right. Li Zhao took a closer look, and the more he examined her, the more familiar she seemed. Then, it hit him. This was the exact same look she had when he saw her leaving a hotel with Zhu Hao before. And there was something else. Her clothes were different from when she went inside. What kind of massage requires a change of clothes afterward? Shouldn't she have changed before? All the clues pointed to one person. Zhu Hao. Li Zhao felt numb. He had thought his sister-in-law would be safe with the salon owner. But she still hadn't escaped Zhu Hao's grasp. Strangely enough, though, she didn't seem as miserable as before. She wasn't frowning or gritting her teeth in pain. For once, she actually looked well-rested. Li Zhao cursed under his breath. Why do I feel happy for her? Just as he was about to walk over, another stunning woman stepped out of the salon. It was the salon owner. Zhu Hao's wife. And to Li Zhao's shock, her expression was identical to his sister-in-law's. Flushed cheeks. Radiant skin. Sparkling, sultry eyes. Li Zhao's steps froze midair. His mind went blank, as if struck by lightning. His pupils widened. His jaw dropped. An unbelievable thought surfaced. The salon owner and his sister-in-law. They were actually together? Li Zhao couldn't believe it. He had assumed they would be safe together. But both of them had fallen into Zhu Hao's trap. No wonder his sister-in-law wasn't frowning anymore. She had someone to share the burden with. Li Zhao was baffled. How did Zhu Hao's wife agree to this? Did she even know that her best friend had been threatened? And more importantly, how did she accept this rice bowl situation? The more he thought about it, the more his brain felt like it was overheating. There was only one explanation. Zhu Hao must have threatened her too. But no way, right? That was his own wife. Would he really go that far? Just how shameless was this guy? Li Zhao felt his blood boiling. Imagining Zhu Hao enjoying the company of two breathtaking beauties at once. It was more painful than death. Ding. Li Zhao is consumed with envy and jealousy, emotion value plus 654, ding. Li Zhao's mental state is collapsing, emotion value plus 852. Meanwhile, Yao Xinruai hurried away, as if escaping from a demonic lair. And to her, it was practically a demonic lair. The mere thought of what had just happened made her blush furiously, her heart racing. So humiliating. Xinruai, slow down. You're walking so fast. Aren't you going to take your bag? Suwankyu followed behind, holding a bag. Although she was also overwhelmed with shame, she had mentally prepared herself, so it wasn't as bad. Yao Xinruai had left in such a hurry that she forgot her bag, and Suwankyu had brought it for her. Yao Xinruai took the bag and kept walking without looking back. Her gaze flickered, too embarrassed to face her best friend. After all, she had just exposed her most humiliating side in front of Suwankyu. It was mortifying. Even though she had also seen her like that before. She shook her head, pushing those thoughts aside. Xinruai, from now on, we're battle partners. Keep in touch. Yao Xinruai stumbled, nearly tripping. Keep in touch? What's there to keep in touch about? She never wanted to see Suwankyu again. Yao Xinruai hurried to the parking lot. Li Zhao stood there, stunned. Watching two gorgeous, mature women chatting and laughing was supposed to be a delightful sight. But knowing what they had just done, Li Zhao couldn't bring himself to enjoy it. He hesitated. Should he tell the salon owner about Zhu Hao's despicable deeds right now and make them turn against him? Just then, Yao Xinrui's voice came from inside the car. What are you standing around for? Drive. Li Zhao snapped out of his thoughts and looked at his anxious sister-in-law in the car. He hesitated but then sighed, glancing at Su Wangqiu. He decided to take Yao Xinrui home first. He'd find another chance to expose Zhu Hao to his wife later. As the car drove away from the beauty salon, Yao Xinrui finally relaxed. The scenes from the office flashed in her mind, making her cheeks burn. Sis-in-law. Li Zhao's voice snapped her out of her thoughts. She frowned. What? Her tone was ice-cold. Li Zhao felt a sting in his chest but forced himself to ask, Sis-in-law, that woman just now. She's Zhu Hao's wife, right? So what if she is? Then. Just now, you two. Were you together? Li Zhao wanted to probe, to figure out how the two women ended up with Zhu Hao. But Yao Xinrui's reaction was immediate. Together? No way. I wasn't. Don't talk nonsense. Li Zhao. Why are you panicking? That reaction is way too suspicious. Yao Xinrui realized she had overreacted. But she wasn't worried at all. After all, even though Li Zhao was her husband's lackey, he still worked for Zhu Hao. Don't ask questions you shouldn't be asking. Li Zhao opened his mouth, then shut it. Even if he found out the truth, what could he do? Could he stop Zhu Hao? No. He was too weak. Frustration boiled inside him. His grip tightened on the steering wheel, veins bulging. Ding. Li Zhao's mental state is collapsing, emotion value plus 963. At Wangqiu's beauty salon after sending off her best friend. And now battle partner. Su Wangqiu returned to the office. Ouch, you're terrible. You had your eyes on my best friend all along and didn't even tell me. And to think I even helped set you two up. Zhu Hao lifted her chin. You know Yao Xinrui's personality. Do you really think a few words from you would have convinced her? I had to use some methods. Since you said you wanted her as a battle partner, I had to make it happen. Don't sweat the details. Su Wangqiu rolled her eyes. He gets what he wants and still acts innocent. Oh, so now it's my fault? You should be thrilled. Xinrui was still a virgin before you took her. She even told me. Her own husband had never touched her before. Zhu Hao smirked and pinched her soft cheek. That's something to celebrate. He winked. But you surprised me even more. Su Wangqiu's face flushed red. She knew exactly what he was referring to. After everything they had just done, what was there to be embarrassed about? Her shame had been trampled beyond recognition a long time ago. She smiled seductively. Ouch, were you satisfied with my performance just now? I even handed my best friend over to you. And joined in too. Of course I'm satisfied. Keep up the good work next time. Next time? Su Wangqiu froze. So Zhu Hao hadn't had enough today? Looks like next time, they'd need an entire night to properly strategize. Since you're so pleased, don't you think I deserve a little reward? She pouted, hinting at something. Zhu Hao had given gifts to all the other women. Except her. That didn't seem fair. A reward? Zhu Hao's teasing gaze swept over Su Wangqiu. She quickly waved her hands in panic. Ouch, don't misunderstand. I mean a normal reward. You gave gifts to Shiking and Hui. So that was what this was about. Zhu Hao smirked, and with a flick of his fingers, a ring appeared in his hand. It was as if he had performed a magic trick. A luxurious, exquisitely crafted ring gleamed in his palm. Su Wangqiu's eyes widened in surprise. Here, your gift. I've had it prepared for a while. She took the ring and felt its smooth texture between her fingers, a surge of joy rising in her heart. Then, she noticed the engraving on the gemstone. Upon closer inspection, she saw the two characters. Wangqiu. The delicate strokes carried a profound beauty, capturing the essence of late autumn's tranquility. Those two simple characters instantly elevated the ring. It became something uniquely hers. Su Wangqiu was deeply touched. He had engraved her name. It meant she held a place in his heart. Do you like it? I love it. Here, let me put it on for you. Zhu Hao took the ring from her and slid it onto her slender finger. Su Wangqiu stared at the dazzling ring, momentarily dazed. Their marriage had never involved any formal ceremony. Zhu Hao had always treated her as a mere tool. But now, this felt like completing the ritual. A wave of emotion surged through her. She wanted to cry. Ouch, thank you. You're so good to me. Overcome with emotion, she threw herself into his arms. Zhu Hao smirked. And how do you plan to repay me? His intense gaze made her shrink back. She leaned forward and gave him a soft kiss. That's all for now. We're heading back soon. I'll repay you properly tonight. The next day early in the morning, Li Zhao set out. First, he picked up his sister-in-law and dropped her off at her company. Then, he took leave from his boss, Chu Zioshan, and headed straight to Wanqiu Beauty Salon. He waited outside for 2 hours. And finally, he saw her. Su Wanqiu arrived in the car Zhu Hao had arranged for her, driven by a bodyguard. When she saw a man blocking her car, she frowned. After a moment, she recognized him. Wasn't this the driver from yesterday, the one who picked up Yao Zhenruai? What was he doing here? She stepped out of the car, and Li Zhao immediately walked up to her. Boss Su. He had looked up information on her last night. She was indeed Zhu Hao's wife. Su Wanqiu. But before he could say anything else. Ugh. Su Wanqiu suddenly gagged, covering her mouth as if she were about to throw up. Li Zhao's words got stuck in his throat. His mouth twitched. What the hell? Am I really that disgusting? Wait, no. She didn't look sick. Then this sudden nausea. Could it be? A wild thought struck him, and his eyes widened. You. Are you pregnant? Su Wanqiu blinked in confusion. Then her pupils shrank, and joy spread across her face. She had only recently shared a bed with Zhu Hao for the first time. She hadn't even thought about pregnancy symptoms. But then she remembered. On TV, they always said morning sickness was an early sign of pregnancy. And now, when she had woken up, she had felt unwell. She had struggled to eat breakfast, especially greasy food. Could she really be pregnant? She thought about how she and Zhu Hao had been indulging every single day, for hours at a time, leaving her utterly exhausted afterward. It made sense. Excitement bubbled inside her. Zhu Hao had 7 daughters. No, wait. Including the one who had been trafficked, 8 children. But none of them were hers. She suspected they weren't even Zhu Hao's. Which meant this would be their first biological child. How would Zhu Hao react when he found out? He should be happy, right? After all, one time after they had finished, she had tried to take the morning after pill, but Zhu Hao had stopped her. He had told her, if you get pregnant, just keep it. Her heart pounded with the urge to call him immediately. But she held back. She wasn't sure yet. If she told him and it turned out to be a false alarm, it would be embarrassing. She needed to get tested at a hospital first. Taking a deep breath to calm her racing emotions, she looked at Li Zhao. What do you want? Li Zhao's expression turned complicated. A stunning, mature woman like her. Pregnant. And the father was Zhu Hao. That scumbag already had 7 daughters and now was about to have another child with a goddess like Su Wanqiu? This world is unfair. But he pulled himself together. He had come here with a purpose. His voice turned serious. It's nothing major. I just wanted to talk to you. And tell you something about Zhu Hao. Su Wanqiu frowned. Whatever it is, say it here. I have nothing to hide. Li Zhao glanced around. The area was empty. Clenching his jaw, he said, my big brother is Chu Zhuang. The woman I drove yesterday. She's my sister-in-law. From what I can tell, you two are best friends. So? Su Wanqiu's face remained indifferent. Yesterday, when you and my sister-in-law walked out of the salon, you both looked blissful. I assume you were with Zhu Hao? Just thinking about those 2 breathtaking women with Zhu Hao made Li Zhao jealous to the point of drooling. What exactly are you trying to say? Su Wanqiu's voice turned colder. Had he figured it out? Had their relationship with Zhu Hao been that obvious? No. Even the security guards at the entrance hadn't noticed anything. The only reason Li Zhao suspected something was because he knew Zhu Hao too well. And he had seen his sister-in-law leaving hotels with him before. Otherwise, he might have just assumed it was the effects of a beauty treatment. Li Zhao took a deep breath and said, I don't know why you're willing to share a man with your best friend. But do you know how Zhu Hao got her? Su Wanqiu's eyes flickered. Of course she knew. Yao Zhenruai had told her everything. But she didn't understand why Li Zhao was bringing it up now. His face carried the mix of anger and grief. Like a man who had lost his goddess to another. Was he here to seek justice for Yao Zhenruai? She stayed silent, waiting for him to continue. Li Zhao clenched his fists. He threatened her. I don't know what he had on her, but he blackmailed and forced her. Chapter 116 Li Zhao exposed what Zhu Hao had done to Yao Zhenruai. His tone was filled with grief, hatred, and righteous indignation, as if he wanted to nail Zhu Hao to a cross. Finally, he concluded, Zhu Hao is still friends with Chu Zhuang, yet he went after his friend's wife and even threatened his sister-in-law. He is nothing but a scumbag. How could you push your best friend into the fire pit? Go on. Su Wanqiu watched him calmly, showing no surprise at all. What the hell? Li Zhao was dumbfounded. No way, how could she be this calm? He had imagined countless reactions Suwankyu might have upon hearing about Zhu Hao's vile deeds. But this... She was so eerily composed that it was unsettling. Was she serious? Zhu Hao was her husband. How could she have no reaction after learning that the man sleeping beside her was a scumbag? There was only one explanation. Suwankyu had already known about this. The fact that she had sided with her best friend made that clear. She had probably been threatened by Zhu Hao. But even if she had been threatened, shouldn't she at least show some reaction? Unwilling to accept such an anticlimactic response, Li Zhao pressed on, dissatisfied. Boss Su, aren't you even a little angry? Angry about what? Suwankyu looked at him in confusion. Li Zhao was instantly at a loss for words. Was he and Suwankyu even on the same wavelength? Just then, Suwankyu spoke again. You call others scumbags, but are you really any better? Judging by your expression, you have feelings for your sister-in-law, don't you? And yet, you're accusing someone else? Li Zhao was completely stunned. For a moment, he couldn't refute her words. Because Suwankyu was right. She continued speaking. The only reason you're here crying injustice is because the woman you like was taken from you. This is nothing more than powerless rage. You. Being exposed like that, Li Zhao flared up but admitted it. You're right. I do have feelings for my sister-in-law, but I intend to pursue her openly and honorably. I would never resort to threats and underhanded tricks like Zhu Hao. And he truly believed that. If he were the kind of person who used any means necessary, he could have taken advantage of his sister-in-law's missteps, manipulated company funds, and threatened her into submission long ago. But he didn't. Suwankyu chuckled coldly. If you're just lusting after her, just say it. No need to dress it up as something noble. It's disgusting. She admitted that Li Zhao had a point. Yes, Zhu Hao had been ruthless. But so what? Zhu Hao was ruthless to outsiders. To her and their daughter, he had always been good. She wasn't some self-sacrificing saint. As long as Zhu Hao treated her and their family well, that was all that mattered. If there's nothing else, I have to go to the hospital. Goodbye. She turned to get in her car. Suwankyu was eager to get to the hospital to check if she was pregnant. Touching her belly, a gentle smile appeared on her face, radiating a maternal glow. Li Zhao was left speechless. Damn. This woman was too stunning. That bastard Zhu Hao didn't deserve this. Wait. Seeing Suwankyu about to leave, Li Zhao quickly called out. I'm not done yet. Zhu Hao didn't just threaten his friend's wife. He's also seducing innocent young women. Suwankyu paused. She frowned slightly and looked at him with curiosity. She wondered what else Zhu Hao had been up to besides going after her best friend. The other day, when I was renting an apartment, I saw Zhu Hao having a date with a beautiful landlady. Then they went to a hotel together. Li Zhao was referring to Zhu Hao and Zhao Wanling. To avoid sounding like a stalker, he made it seem like he just happened to witness it while looking for a place to rent. Suwankyu frowned. So Zhu Hao really did have other women outside. A beautiful landlady? A thought flashed in her mind. She suddenly remembered her third daughter, Zhu Hongzwang, introducing her best friend. That friend was Zhao Wanling, a landlady. Recently, Zhao Wanling had been coming to their house often, asking Zhu Hao for advice on tea brewing. Recalling the subtle, affectionate way Zhao Wanling looked at Zhu Hao, Suwankyu's heart skipped a beat. She immediately asked, "What's that landlady's name?" Li Zhao wasn't sure why she cared about that detail, but he still answered, I think her name was Zhao. Zhao Wanling? Li Zhao sounded uncertain. As expected. Suwankyu sighed internally, her thoughts in turmoil. At first, she had planned to bring her best friend, Yao Xinruai, into her camp so they could support each other. If Yao Xinruai refused, her next option would have been Zhao Wanling. Since she clearly had feelings for Zhu Hao. The only reason she hadn't considered Zhao Wanling first was because she was her daughter's best friend. That made things feel a little strange. But in the end, Zhu Hao had still made a move on Zhao Wanling. If Zhu Hongzwang found out that her best friend was involved with her father. Shaking her head, Suwankyu pushed aside those thoughts. That wasn't her problem to deal with. Since Zhu Hao had already taken action, he should have thought of a way to handle their daughter's reaction too. Is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Li Zhao felt utterly defeated. Could she at least have some kind of reaction? Did she have to be this calm? Gritting his teeth, he continued. It's not just your best friend and a landlady. Zhu Hao even has his eyes on my sister. Are you really not going to do anything? Suwankyu looked at him suspiciously. His build was average, his face slightly handsome. Was his sister as plain-looking as him? Zhu Hao's standards shouldn't be that low. Is your sister pretty? Li Zhao nearly lost his mind. I just told you your husband is after my sister. And you're asking if she's pretty? What kind of thought process is this? What do you mean? If your sister looks as average as you, I'll advise Zhu Hao not to waste his time. No need to settle for less. I can help him find a woman on par with your sister-in-law. Seeing the hostility in his eyes, Su Wanqiu decided to mess with him a little. She wasn't even joking. If Zhu Hao really had that kind of intention, she could help him choose. There was no need for him to settle for ordinary women. After all these nights together, she was slowly being won over. Yesterday, Zhu Hao personally put a ring on her finger. It made her heart soar. She knew her place in his heart now. And if she really was pregnant, he'd need to be more restrained. What would he do then? She didn't mind finding a few women for him. What powerful man didn't have multiple women? A wife at home, mistresses outside. That was just the unspoken rule. Besides, Zhu Hao was too strong. Not to mention her alone, even two women together wouldn't last long with him. Li Zhao was completely dumbfounded by her response. Not only did she not blame her husband for fooling around outside, but she even wanted to help him build a harem? What kind of divine wife was this? Li Zhao was about to go crazy with jealousy. But then he realized. She was talking about his sister. His heart turned ice cold. Was his sister, Li Yunshu, beautiful? Of course. She was almost as stunning as Su Wanqiu herself. Li Zhao didn't dare answer Su Wanqiu's question anymore. If she really went and convinced his sister to be Zhu Hao's woman, it would be a disaster. Boss Su, are you being blackmailed? Does Zhu Hao have something on you? Otherwise, why would you support your husband messing around outside? Li Zhao racked his brain. How could such a breathtaking woman be this accommodating toward Zhu Hao? She wasn't a wife. She was practically a slave. You don't need to be afraid. I'm planning to deal with Zhu Hao. If we work together, we can take him down. Can you talk normally? You're the one being blackmailed. Your whole family is being blackmailed. Hao treats me very well. Su Wanqiu's expression turned cold. She really had been threatened by Zhu Hao before. Li Zhao stared at her intently, trying to find any sign of unnaturalness, any hint of resentment on her face. But there was none. Not even a trace. That meant Su Wanqiu hadn't been forced into anything. She had meant every word she said. Li Zhao's mind collapsed. He had come here full of confidence, ready to expose Zhu Hao's vile deeds to Su Wanqiu. He wanted to see Zhu Hao's downfall. But instead, he had been utterly crushed. Su Wanqiu, this divine wife, not only didn't blame her husband but was even helping him find women. How did such a perfect woman end up with a bastard like Zhu Hao? Ding. Li Zhao's mentality has collapsed. Emotional value plus 999, stop wasting my time. Get lost as far as you can. You think you can take on Zhu Hao? Disdain flickered in Su Wanqiu's eyes. Zhu Hao played everyone in the palm of his hand. A small fry like Li Zhao couldn't even make a splash. She could already see that this guy wouldn't have a good ending. Li Zhao clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Su Wanqiu's words had struck a nerve. With his current strength, trying to go against Zhu Hao really was nothing more than a pipe dream. Slowly, his killing intent faded. Then, his eyes landed on the woman standing beside Su Wanqiu. A cold, aloof presence. She was Su Wanqiu's driver. She had been sitting in the car the whole time, never interrupting their conversation. But the moment Li Zhao showed hostility, she instantly appeared by Su Wanqiu's side, ready to protect her. Mid-stage Ming Jin. Li Zhao's heart shook. Even Su Wanqiu's bodyguards were at the mid-stage of Ming Jin? How much power was still hidden behind Zhu Hao? Did he even stand a chance of taking him down? The appearance of the bodyguard doused him with a bucket of cold water, chilling him to the bone. Su Wanqiu got into her car and left for the hospital. Li Zhao stood frozen in place, unable to recover for a long time. Zhu Corporation. CEO's office. Li Yunshu, dressed in her work uniform, obediently arrived at the door. She raised her hand and knocked twice. Come in. A voice responded from inside. Li Yunshu stepped in and casually closed the door behind her. She walked up to the desk, standing still. Curiously, she looked at the man seated in the office chair. Zhu Hao. Uncle Zhu, you were looking for me? Zhu Hao paused his work, his eyes falling on Li Yunshu's slender figure. She had just graduated this year and had only been in the company for a few days. Yet, she was already developing the aura of a professional city woman. He could tell. Since entering the company, this young woman had been full of ambition and drive. She was brimming with hope for the future. If things continued like this, she would remain in a happy, hopeful state until she became one of his most capable subordinates. Unfortunately, today, Zhu Hao was going to cast a shadow over her bright future. Li Yunshu's goodwill was already high enough. Now, all he needed was the right opportunity to completely bring her into his grasp. and he had already planned everything out. But first, he needed to shake her up a little. Bringing his thoughts together, Zhu Hao smiled and said, "Yunshu, are you settling in well at the company?" Li Yunshu couldn't help but feel confused. Hadn't Uncle Zhu asked her this before? She really liked the company's atmosphere. Talented people everywhere. And she had even made a good friend. Still, she responded, "The company's atmosphere is great. I really like it. I've already gotten used to the work." Zhu Hao nodded, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. In the quiet office, the rhythmic tapping echoed. He looked at her, wearing a conflicted expression as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. At first, Li Yunshu was excited. Zhu Hao didn't come to the company often, and she was usually busy with work, so it wasn't easy to see him. When he called her over today, she had felt a surge of joy. Being around Zhu Hao always gave her a strange sense of security. Maybe it was because her best friend, Xiaking, constantly whispered things about him in her ear. She was starting to develop some unfamiliar emotions toward him. Seeing his hesitant expression, her confusion deepened, then turned into unease. "Uncle Zhu, is something wrong?" she asked timidly. "Yunshu, I wanted to ask. Have you ever considered changing companies?" Boom. Li Yunshu felt as if lightning had struck her, freezing her in place. She had only just entered the workforce, but she wasn't clueless. This clearly sounded like he was trying to fire her. Why? Had she done something wrong? Had she unknowingly angered Uncle Zhu? She had been doing well at the company. Zhu Hao had encouraged her, and she had worked hard in return. In just a short time, she had mastered her tasks and was full of hope for the future. But now, with one sentence, Zhu Hao had shattered everything. Her vision went dark, and she nearly fainted. When she snapped back to reality, tears were already welling up in her eyes. With a choked voice, she pleaded, "Uncle Zhu, why? Did I do something wrong? Please tell me, I'll change. Please don't make me leave, okay?" Sigh. Zhu Hao acted as if he couldn't bear to see a woman cry. He stood from his chair and walked over to her, reaching out to wipe away her tears. Feeling his usual warmth and concern, Li Yunshu lost control. Tears rolled down her face in big droplets. Ding. Li Yunshu is heartbroken. Emotional value plus 456, ding. Li Yunshu is feeling insecure. Emotional value plus 789, Zhu Hao sighed inwardly. It seemed like this little heroine really cared about him. She was crying over him. For a moment, he almost couldn't bear to go through with it. But to completely win her over, he had to be ruthless. "Yunshu, don't cry. When did I say I was kicking you out? Huh?" Li Yunshu looked up in confusion, her tear-streaked face pitiful beyond words. He really wanted to pinch her cheeks. And so he did. He gently squeezed her soft, collagen-filled cheeks. "Look at you, turning into a little crying kitten." "But Uncle Zhu just told me to change companies. Isn't that the same as firing me?" Li Yunshu sniffled. "I was just asking for your opinion. If you want to stay, of course I'd be happy." Hearing this, she stopped crying and asked hesitantly, "Then, why did you ask me to change companies?" Sigh. Zhu Hao let out a deep sigh. "It's your brother, Li Zhao, right? He came to me and told me to stay away from you. He warned me not to bother you anymore or he'd make things difficult for me." Zhu Hao played the innocent victim. After a slight pause, he continued, "So, I wanted to ask for your opinion. If you still want to stay at the company, even if he threatens me every day, I won't let you go. And don't blame him. He's just looking out for you. He probably thinks I have other intentions toward you." His tone was righteous, full of sincerity. The best lies were built on truth. Li Zhao had indeed come to warn him, even throwing out some threats. But Zhu Hao hadn't cared at all. In fact, he had turned the tables, forcing Li Zhao to cover for his secret meetings with his sister-in-law instead. The facts were real, but when Zhu Hao told the story, the meaning completely changed. And just like that, the little heroine's emotional defenses crumbled. Chapter 117 Li Zhao? Li Yunshu immediately pictured her incompetent younger brother. She recalled how he constantly slandered Zhu Hao, always assuming Zhu Hao had ulterior motives for being kind to them. It was like he had a paranoia complex, convinced someone was always out to get him. So, when she heard that he had done this, she wasn't surprised at all. She believed Zhu Hao's words without hesitation. Anger flared in her heart. What Li Zhao did or said wasn't her concern, but what right did he have to interfere in her life? He wanted Zhu Hao to stay away from her, even trying to get her fired? Did he have any idea how good Zhu Hao had been to her? Zhu Group was a Fortune 500 company. Countless graduates from top universities fought tooth and nail just to get a job there. And yet, she had been lucky enough not only to join the company but also to be personally valued by Zhu Hao. So many people envied her position. But Li Zhao wanted to kick her out? Li Yunshu was about to explode with rage. If Li Zhao were standing in front of her, she might have burned him to ashes with her glare alone. When she heard Zhu Hao mention being threatened, she gasped and quickly asked, "What? Uncle Zhu, he actually dared to threaten you?" "Yeah." Zhu Hao let out a bitter laugh. "I didn't expect someone so young to have such strength. My hand still hurts from shaking his." That was pure fabrication. Since Li Yunshu already believed him, there was no need for the truth. He could make up whatever he wanted. Li Yunshu didn't doubt him for a second. She had seen her brother fight off a group of thugs before, easily taking them down. He was naturally strong. Now, knowing that Zhu Hao had been threatened because of her, guilt surged in her heart. "Uncle Zhu, are you okay?" "I'm so sorry, this is all my fault." Her tears were about to fall again. "It's nothing." Zhu Hao flashed a reassuring smile and reached out to wipe her tears. "Don't blame yourself. It's no big deal." But the more he reassured her, the more guilty she felt. Thinking about what Li Zhao had done, then seeing how Zhu Hao still spoke up for him, telling her not to blame him, her frustration only grew stronger. Ding. Li Yunshu feels guilty. Emotional value plus 890. After expressing her concern, she finally left the office, glancing back at every step. Zhu Hao watched her retreating figure, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Then, he suddenly chuckled. "This is going to be interesting." Rai-ing. 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 Just as Zhu Hao was about to return to his desk and continue reviewing documents, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Su Wanqiu, the protagonist's stunning stepmother. He answered the call. On the other end, Su Wanqiu's voice was trembling with excitement. "How? I'm pregnant." Zhu Hao froze for a moment. Then, as the realization hit, a wave of excitement washed over him. In 2 lifetimes, this was his first child in the truest sense. His voice turned serious. "Where are you?" "I'm coming right now." "First hospital." 30 minutes earlier. Suspecting she might be pregnant, Su Wanqiu had rushed to the hospital. After completing the tests, she anxiously waited for the results. Finally, the doctor called her in. The pregnancy was confirmed. Overjoyed, Su Wanqiu nearly burst into tears. The moment her emotions settled, she couldn't wait to call Zhu Hao. And he did not disappoint her. The moment he heard the news, he immediately said he would come over. That was enough to prove how much this child meant to him. Not long after, Zhu Hao arrived at the hospital by car. The moment she saw him, Su Wanqiu wanted to rush into his arms. She was overwhelmed with excitement and desperately needed a warm embrace. But Zhu Hao stopped her. "Careful, the baby." Su Wanqiu suppressed her excitement and responded softly. She gently cradled her stomach, a radiant motherly glow appearing on her face. Zhu Hao took the test report from her hands. "Pregnancy confirmed without a doubt, let's go home." Zhu Hao wrapped his arm around Su Wanqiu's waist, ready to leave. "I was planning to go to the beauty salon," she reminded him. Zhu Hao dismissed the idea immediately. "Work and everything else can wait. Your priority now is to take care of your body and ensure the baby is born safely." Ding. Su Wanqiu was filled with happiness. Emotional value plus 678, ding. Su Wanqiu was in a joyful mood. Emotional value plus 876, ding. Watching the continuous increase in emotional values, Zhu Hao fell into deep thought. There were many ways to accumulate these values. Apparently, getting these women pregnant was a highly effective one. Images of several women flashed through his mind. His teacher, Wang Zuying. The campus belle, Zai Aking. The wealthy businesswoman, Zhao Wanling. The delicate beauty, Li Yunshu. The cold and aloof CEO, Lin Shuqing. His stunning sister-in-law, Yao Xinruai. And even his 7 breathtaking daughters. Ahem. When they arrived home, Zhu Shiqing and Zhu Hui, his twin daughters who had skipped school that day, ran up to greet them. "Dad. Mom Su? Didn't you just leave? Why are you back so soon? Did you forget something? You could have just asked us to bring it over." Zhu Hao chuckled. "Your mom Su is pregnant. She'll be staying home to rest and won't be going to work for now." "Huh?" The twins froze for a moment before their faces lit up with excitement. Their eyes locked onto Su Wanqiu's stomach. "Mom Su is having a baby? When did this happen? How far along are you? Is it a boy or a girl?" The two of them fired off questions non-stop. Su Wanqiu smiled, gently patting their heads. "It's still early. I just got the confirmation today, so we don't know yet. It has to be a little sister. She'll definitely be as beautiful as Mom Su in the future," Zhu Hui declared confidently. Zhu Shiqing shot her a sideways glance. "They can't even tell the gender yet. How do you know it's not a little brother? Are you saying Dad isn't handsome?" Of course not. Zhu Huai giggled. Dad is super handsome. But if it's a little sister, she won't steal too much of Dad's love from us. Zhu Shiking fell into deep thought. If it was a boy, Dad would likely pour all his love into the newborn. If it was a girl, she would still take some of his attention but not as much. Huai had a point. Before long, thanks to Zhu Huai's enthusiasm in spreading the news, their other sisters, Zhu Hongzwang and Zhu Fian, also found out about Su Wanqiu's pregnancy and rushed over to congratulate her. Mom Su, you need to take care of yourself. If you need anything, just ask us. And don't cook anymore. The kitchen gets smoky, and that's bad for you. Just tell us what you want to eat. Zhu Hongzwang carefully placed a hand on Su Wanqiu's belly as she spoke. Feeling the warmth of her daughter's concern, Su Wanqiu smiled. I'm not as delicate as you all make me out to be. Mom Su, trust us. The baby comes first. I'll find some prenatal care books for you later. Zhu Huai chimed in. Zhu Shiking added excitedly, I heard that music is good for babies in the womb. Since third sister is a big celebrity now, she should play piano and sing for Mom Su regularly. Other people listen to music on their phones and worry about radiation affecting the baby. But we have a superstar at home to sing in person. Hearing her younger sister's wild imagination, Zhu Hongzwang couldn't help but laugh. She was now a famous singer. If she held a concert, she could easily rake in tens of millions. And yet, they wanted her to personally perform lullabies for prenatal education? It was ridiculous. But since it was for Mom Su and Dad's baby, she didn't mind. Hee hee. Zhu Huai giggled. Speaking of singing, have you all forgotten? We've never heard Dad sing before. But his piano skills are way better than third sister's. He should play for Mom Su instead. That way, we all get to enjoy it too. The girls suddenly remembered Zhu Hao's performance at the concert hall. Every song he played had been an instant masterpiece. While the others showered Su Wanqiu with care and attention, Zhu Fian stood quietly on the side, unable to find an opening to speak. She still didn't feel a strong sense of belonging in this family. That was mostly because of Zhu Hao, not Su Wanqiu. She actually respected this beautiful stepmother, who had always been kind to them. But what could she do to help? Bringing tea and water? The younger sisters had already offered. Cooking? Third sister had volunteered for that. She couldn't even cook. After a brief hesitation, she finally spoke up. Since you all will be taking care of Mom Su, I'll take responsibility for the baby. Once she's born, I'll train her in martial arts. I'll make her a legendary fighter, leading thousands of subordinates. If anyone dares challenge her, she'll crush them. The sisters were already used to Zhu Fian's dramatic outbursts and ignored her completely. Zhu Huai scoffed. Fifth sister, how about mastering what Dad already taught you first before making big promises? Zhu Fian's breath caught in her throat. She glared angrily at her younger sister for exposing her shortcomings. Over the past few days, Zhu Hao had taught her a great deal. Combat techniques in all aspects. Even with her enhanced memory after taking the marrow cleansing pill, she hadn't fully mastered everything. She had been training desperately under Zhu Hao's guidance, and the results were astonishing. Her strength had improved by several levels. In her current state, she could easily defeat 10 of her past selves at the same level. But the more she trained with Zhu Hao, the more she realized how much of a fool she had been before. She recalled the times when Zhu Hao had caught her off guard, used unexpected tactics, and interfered with her rhythm to win their sparring matches. Back then, he had actually gone easy on her, making sure she didn't lose too miserably. Yet, she had been too proud to recognize it. She foolishly believed that Zhu Hao had only won by sheer luck. Again and again, she had challenged him, refusing to accept defeat. Every time she thought of those embarrassing moments, she wished she could dig a hole, jump in, and bury herself. Su Wanqiu watched her daughters bickering with amusement. How nice it was to have the family together like this. If only the other 3 daughters could come home as well. It probably wouldn't be long before they did. She thought back to how each of them used to be indifferent toward Zhu Hao. Yet, in the end, they all fell in line, didn't they? Now, even her 5th daughter seemed to be following the same path. That afternoon. Yunshu, don't overthink it. Didn't Uncle Zhu say he would respect your wishes? As long as you don't leave, he won't fire you. Xiaoqing had come to visit her new friend, noticing how absent-minded she seemed. When she asked what was wrong, Li Yunshu couldn't keep her thoughts to herself and ended up recounting what had happened in the CEO's office that morning. Xiaoqing reassured her repeatedly. Li Yunshu let out a bitter laugh. I know Uncle Zhu won't fire me. That's not what's bothering me. I just feel guilty for the trouble that guy, Li Zhao, caused him. Just thinking about her younger brother made her furious. She didn't even bother calling him her brother anymore and just used his name. At the mention of Li Zhao, Xiaoking's anger flared up as well. Yunshu, you really need to go home and set that brother of yours straight. Does he have paranoia or something? He sees everyone as a threat and actually thinks Uncle Zhu has bad intentions toward you? Do you even know who Uncle Zhu is? A billionaire managing tens of thousands of employees. He has a dignified and stunning wife, and your idiot brother thinks he would go after you? Seriously? Ridiculous. If that were the case, wouldn't he have done the same to me? Am I not just as attractive as you? Xiaoking scoffed, dripping with disdain. Though, deep inside, she had to patch up her own logic. Ridiculous. Yeah, right. Good thing Li Yunshu didn't know what had happened between her and Uncle Zhu. Otherwise, she would definitely start asking questions. Li Yunshu nodded in agreement. She also thought her useless brother was completely delusional. Xiaoking continued, you said your brother is unemployed? He's probably been hanging around those street punks too much and picked up their bad habits. And he actually dared to threaten Uncle Zhu? Even used a handshake as an excuse to hurt him? Does he even realize he committed a crime? Uncle Zhu must have let it slide for your sake. Otherwise, one phone call, and your brother would be in jail right now. While stirring up resentment between Li Zhao and his sister, Xiaoking made sure to slip in a few good words about Zhu Hao. She wasn't even pretending. She was genuinely furious. That idiot Li Zhao had dared to threaten Uncle Zhu. She wanted nothing more than to report him to the police and have him arrested. Li Yunshu felt even more guilty. She knew how highly Xiaoking regarded Uncle Zhu. Her friend constantly praised him. So hearing that someone had tried to hurt him, how could she not be angry? King. I'm sorry. Xiaoking patted her shoulder with a laugh. Haha, I'm not mad at you. And I doubt Uncle Zhu is either. He's only disappointed in your brother. The more guilty Li Yunshu felt, the more she resented Li Zhao. After work, Li Yunshu returned home. As soon as she got back, she started packing up her bedroom. She stuffed everything into a suitcase, zipped it shut, and prepared to leave. She had no intention of staying under the same roof as Li Zhao any longer. If she did, she might lose control and curse him out. She wasn't afraid of him. She just didn't want to make their parents worry. Moving out would give her some much-needed peace and quiet. Just as she was about to step out, her parents arrived home from work. On the way back, they had been beaming with pride, hearing neighbors praise their daughter for landing a job at a Fortune 500 company. Specifically, Zhu Hao's company. People kept saying how outstanding she was. Their smiles hadn't faded the entire trip. But the moment they walked in and saw Li Yunshu standing there with a packed suitcase, looking like she was about to leave for good, their smiles froze. Yunshu, where are you going? I want to move out for a few days. What? Weren't things fine before? Why the sudden decision to live outside? You're just a young girl. It's dangerous to be out on your own. If you want to know why, go ask your precious son. Li Yunshu spoke through gritted teeth, still fuming. Li father and Li mother's hearts sank. Their daughter looked completely serious. She was really planning to leave. Just what kind of trouble had that useless son of theirs caused this time? To make their well-behaved daughter this angry. In their eyes, Yunshu had always been the sensible, obedient child. If something like this happened, it could only mean their good-for-nothing son was at fault. Just as they were trying to persuade Li Yunshu to stay, Li Zhao stumbled into the house in a daze. The moment Li father saw him, he stormed over and slapped him on the spot. What the hell did you do? Your sister is so angry she wants to move out. Li Zhao was stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What did I even do? A triple dose of confusion hit him as he looked up, completely bewildered. He hadn't done anything. Or at least, he didn't think he had. Chapter 118 I didn't do anything, Li Zhao said, puzzled. Still denying it? Your sister already said it was you, and you're still playing tricks? Father Li picked up a feather duster and swung it at Li Zhao. Li Yunshu was their precious daughter, their pride and joy. She was not only beautiful and academically outstanding but had also secured a position in a prestigious company and earned the favor of the big boss. Her future prospects were limitless. Their daughter's success gave them a sense of pride and prestige among their peers. In contrast, their useless son wasted his days loafing around, showing no ambition. And now, he had angered their beloved daughter to the point that she wanted to move out. The elderly couple was furious. Father Li did not hold back, striking Li Zhao several times with a duster. Li Zhao frowned and finally noticed that his sister, Li Yunshu, had packed her luggage. She was clearly about to move out. He became worried. With her beauty, living alone outside could be dangerous. Wait. Did father just say she was moving out because of him? But he had no idea what he had done. Sis, are you moving out because of me? What did I even do? Father Li paused mid-action. Mother Li, who was holding the luggage, loosened her grip and turned curiously toward their daughter. They were just as confused. What exactly had their useless son done to make their precious daughter want to leave home? Hearing Li Zhao's somewhat aggrieved tone, Li Yunshu exploded with anger. Why do you care about my business? Who gave you the right to go to Uncle Zhu and get me fired? What? Father Li and Mother Li were shocked. Their daughter had finally secured a position in a top company and was being mentored by President Zhu. Her future was bright. They had also gained a lot of respect and admiration from their peers because of her success. And now, their good-for-nothing son had gone to Zhu Hao and gotten her fired? Was he out of his mind? Swish. Swish. Two sharp gazes locked onto Li Zhao. Zhao, is what Yunshu said true? Why would you do that? You ungrateful son. How did we end up with such a useless child like you? You can't achieve anything yourself, and now you're sabotaging your sister's career? Father Li and Mother Li finally understood why their daughter wanted to move out. She had secured a high-paying job with a promising future, personally chosen by Zhu Hao. And now, it had been ruined by Li Zhao. How could they not be furious? The elderly couple was heartbroken. What parent wouldn't want their children to be successful? Now, their daughter had worked her way up, only to be dragged down by their own son. Father Li's vision blurred with rage, and he had to lean against the wall to keep himself from collapsing. Mother Li trembled with anger, her eyes filled with pain. She regretted giving birth to this son. Li Zhao was stunned for a moment before he realized what had happened. He remembered the deal he had made with Zhu Hao. To cover for him and his sister-in-law. He had indeed gotten his sister fired afterward. So Zhu Hao had already taken action? But he hadn't even completed his side of the bargain yet. His sister-in-law had only fulfilled her part 3 times. There were still 2 more to go. Shaking his head, he quickly dismissed that dangerous thought. But if Zhu Hao wanted to fire her, fine. Why did he have to expose him? Facing his family's murderous glares, Li Zhao felt a little uneasy. But he had no sense of guilt. Getting his sister fired was a good thing. If she stayed at Zhu Hao's company, she'd never escape his clutches. Seeing how furious his parents were, Li Zhao grew concerned. Dad, Mom, don't be angry. It's not good for your health. So what if she got fired? That company isn't worth staying in anyway. I did this for her own good. If she stayed, she would definitely fall into that scumbag Zhu Hao's hands. I helped her escape from his clutches. It's not a big deal. She can follow me instead. When I build a $1 trillion empire, I'll buy out the Zhu Corporation and make her the CEO. In an attempt to console them, he shared his grand vision, his tone filled with confidence. He had countless ways to make money. The only thing he lacked was startup capital. Once he secured his first big break, his rise would be unstoppable. He spoke with sincerity. But Father Li, Mother Li, and Li Yunshu all looked at him as if he were a lunatic. Did he just call the Zhu Corporation a Fortune 500 company? A worthless company? He wanted to build a $1 trillion empire? And buy out the Zhu Corporation? Had the world gone mad? No. It wasn't the world that had gone mad. It was their useless son. Father Li and Mother Li exchanged glances. Their anger faded, replaced by deep concern. Had their son lost his mind? Li Yunshu originally didn't want to waste time on her good-for-nothing brother. But hearing him slander Uncle Zhu and belittle the Zhu Corporation made her furious. You? Build a $1 trillion empire? Have you even looked in the mirror? If you're sick in the head, go get treatment. Stop running around polluting other people's eyes. Li Yunshu had always been well-mannered and never insulted anyone. This was the harshest thing she had ever said. After scolding him, she felt much better. Noticing the concern in her parents' eyes, she grew even angrier. Were they going to forgive Li Zhao just because he might be mentally ill? Did that mean her suffering didn't matter? Wanna know what he did? She snapped. He got me fired by threatening Uncle Zhu. He told Uncle Zhu to stay away from me, claiming Uncle Zhu had those kinds of thoughts about me. He even tried to intimidate him during a handshake. Uncle Zhu's hand still hurts because of it. You do realize that what he did is illegal, right? If it weren't for Uncle Zhu showing mercy because of me, he'd already be in jail. Father Li and Mother Li's faces turned pale. They stared at Li Zhao in disbelief. If their son was mentally ill, they could forgive some of his delusions. After all, who would argue with a madman? But he had actually broken the law. He had threatened and assaulted someone. And not just anyone. Zhu Hao. Zhu Hao had not only helped their daughter but also greatly valued her. He had even been generous to their whole family. Their good-for-nothing son had already disrespected Zhu Hao by slandering him behind his back. But to go as far as threatening and physically harming him. They were fortunate that President Zhu was magnanimous and hadn't pressed charges. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The elderly couple couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Li Zhao, how did you become like this? President Zhu is our family's benefactor. How could you threaten and harm him? You little bastard. I should break your legs. We've spoiled you too much. Before, it was just hanging out with troublemakers, but now you've even started committing crimes. Tomorrow, you're coming with me to the hospital for a mental health checkup. You need proper treatment. Li's mother was heartbroken, while Li's father stomped his foot in fury, itching to discipline his son. After hearing Li Zhao admit it earlier, they had no doubts about what their daughter said. However, as Li Zhao listened to his sister talk about how he had warned Zhu Hao, he didn't think much of it at first. In his mind, it was all for her own good. But as she continued speaking, something felt off. The first part was true, but when did he ever shake hands with Zhu Hao? When did he ever try to intimidate him? Zhu Hao had a skilled bodyguard by his side. Even if Li Zhao wanted to take him down, he wouldn't stand a chance. His so-called threat had no effect at all. Instead, he had been the one threatened. Forced to cover for Zhu Hao and his sister-in-law's secret meetings. But listening to his sister now, he suddenly realized that he had somehow been painted as the villain, while Zhu Hao became the innocent victim. It wasn't that his sister was lying. That could only mean one thing. Zhu Hao had twisted the truth. Sis, did Zhu Hao tell you all of this? So what if he did? Li Yunshu glared at her brother coldly, her eyes full of disgust and resentment. That explains it. Zhu Hao is lying. Yes, I went to talk to him, but I never shook his hand or tried to intimidate him. Li Zhao hurriedly explained. Ha! Li Yunshu let out a mocking laugh, clearly not believing him. Are you saying Uncle Zhu falsely accused you? Do you even realize your own status compared to his? Their parents nodded in agreement. Exactly. Why would someone like Zhu Hao falsely accuse a small-time delinquent like him? Watching his family refuse to believe him, Li Zhao felt like spitting blood. Damn you, Zhu Hao. You mixed just enough truth into your lies, making it impossible for me to explain. Ding. Li Zhao clenches his teeth in rage, emotional value plus 852, ding. Li Zhao is burning with fury, emotional value plus 963, why aren't you arguing anymore? Have nothing left to say? Just living under the same roof as you disgusts me. I can't deal with you, but I can avoid you. Stay out of my life. Li Yunshu shot him a cold glance, lifted her suitcase, and headed for the door. Their mother quickly blocked her way. Yunshu, let's talk this out. No misunderstanding is too big to solve. Living alone is dangerous. No, you must stay home. She stubbornly refused to let her daughter leave. However, Li Yunshu was just as determined. Once she made up her mind, nothing could change it. Taking a deep breath, she reassured her mother, Mom, don't worry about me. I'm moving in with my best friend. It's completely safe. It turned out, Xiaking had moved out to make it easier to meet Zhu Hao. If she stayed at home, she'd have to find a way to get her father drunk before sneaking Zhu Hao in, which was inconvenient. She told her father that she was moving closer to the company to work harder and repay Zhu Hao's kindness. That afternoon, while comforting Li Yunshu, she suggested they move in together. Living under one roof would deepen their bond. And once they got even closer, it would be easier to persuade Yunshu to accept Zhu Hao. The idea excited Li Yunshu. Moving out meant she could escape her disgusting brother. She'd also be closer to the company, making work more convenient. She happily agreed. Their mother hesitated for a moment. She knew her daughter had made a close friend at work but still felt uneasy. Where exactly will you be staying? She asked. Right next to the company. It'll be much easier for work. Li Yunshu patiently explained. Both parents, along with Li Zhao, were stunned. Yunshu. Weren't you fired? Who said I was fired? Li Yunshu frowned in confusion. Li Zhao did try to get me fired, but Uncle Zhu said my future at the company was up to me. If I wanted to stay, no amount of threats from Li Zhao would change that. As she spoke, warmth spread through her heart. Uncle Zhu was so good to her. Her parents' eyes lit up, and they let out a sigh of relief. They had thought their daughter had already lost her position at Zhu Corporation. That had been devastating. Luckily, it was just a false alarm. Their daughter was still part of the company, still valued by President Zhu. Her future remained bright. But they had to keep their useless son under control. They couldn't let him cause more trouble for President Zhu. Meanwhile, Li Zhao was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Zhu Hao didn't actually fire his sister. He just asked if she wanted to leave. And when she chose to stay, he let her. What the? Li Zhao nearly lost his mind. Their agreement had been crystal clear. He covered for Zhu Hao's secret meetings with his sister-in-law, and in return, Zhu Hao would fire his sister. Now Zhu Hao had gone back on his word. Did that mean everything he had done was for nothing? He had stood by, helpless, as the woman he loved met up with Zhu Hao in hotels. He had lied to his own brother over the phone, covering up her betrayal. He had suffered unbearable humiliation. And in the end, Zhu Hao had simply flipped the table and broken his promise. Zhu Hao had even sworn on his honor. Li Zhao never should have believed that a man like Zhu Hao had any honor. His rage boiled over. His fists clenched so tightly that veins bulged on his arms. His whole body trembled with fury. He had never met anyone so shameless. Ding. Li Zhao is on the verge of madness, emotional value plus 998, ding. Li Zhao's mentality has completely collapsed, emotional value plus 999, Li Yunshu walked out the door. Li Yunshu never looked at Li Zhao again. Since their daughter still had her job and was moving in with her best friend, and given her strained relationship with her brother, Li's parents no longer insisted she stay. They agreed to let Li Yunshu move out. Li's parents helped her pack and insisted on driving her to her new place. When they arrived at Xiaoking's rented apartment, they saw a girl even slightly prettier than their daughter, warmly helping her carry luggage. Seeing how friendly and considerate she was, they felt relieved. Such a beautiful and kind girl would never harm their daughter. After helping Li Yunshu settle in, Xiaoking sighed dramatically. Yunshu, you're too much. Your parents seem really nice. Why all the secrecy? I even offered to drive to your place to pick you up, but you refused. It's not about my parents. It's my brother, Li Zhao. His brain isn't right. I was worried he'd get bad ideas if he saw a stunning beauty like you. That guy is disgusting just to look at. I wasn't about to subject you to that. Hearing the hatred in Li Yunshu's voice, Xiaoking nodded in satisfaction. Good. Anyone who dared harm Uncle Zhu deserved to be abandoned by everyone. Xiaoking's apartment was spacious. A 3-bedroom unit with a living room. She gave her best friend an empty room to stay in. That night, the two friends cooked dinner together. Xiaoking brought out 2 bottles of wine. Li Yunshu had never drunk alcohol before and wanted to refuse. But Xiaoking used the excuse of celebrating her move and their new living arrangement to shut her down. After a few drinks, Li Yunshu felt dizzy. Xiaoking, having had alcohol before, handled it much better and remained completely fine. Later that night, Xiaoking sneaked into her best friend's bedroom. Taking advantage of Yunshu's drunken state, she decided to strike while the iron was hot and continue planting the idea that Zhu Hao was the perfect partner. King. What are you saying? How do you know Uncle Zhu is that strong? Curled up under the blanket, Li Yunshu's face turned bright red. Her heart pounded wildly as she stared at her friend in disbelief. How did Xiaoking know about Uncle Zhu's strength? And what was that about him lasting until morning? She spoke as if it were the absolute truth. Could it be that? This best friend of hers? Of course I know. Xiaoking stopped before saying too much and smoothly changed the subject. When I gave Uncle Zhu a massage, I saw that he has an 8-pack. Now tell me. Doesn't that prove how strong he is? Chapter 119. After a late-night chat with her best friend, Li Yunshu's heart pounded wildly. She couldn't fall asleep no matter what. She glanced resentfully at her best friend, who was sleeping soundly. Xiaoking, seriously? Why would she say such ambiguous things in front of her, a single young woman? And she spoke so convincingly, making it feel real. She couldn't help but think of Uncle Zhu. The next morning, Li Yunshu, used to waking up early, checked the time and smacked her forehead. She had momentarily forgotten she wasn't at home. Back home, she had to wake up early because of the long commute. Now that she lived close to the company, she could afford to sleep in a little. She glanced to the side. Xiaoking was still fast asleep. Li Yunshu lay back down, but sleep wouldn't come. Frustrated, she got up to wash up. By the time she finished, it was almost time to leave. Noticing that Xiaoking was still asleep, she walked over to the bed and gave her a nudge. King, wake up. Time for work. Xiaoking groggily swatted her hand away, turned over, and mumbled, Uncle isn't coming anymore. I can't take it. Please, spare me. Li Yunshu's hand froze in midair. Her pupils dilated. She was completely stunned. Her mind buzzed. Oh my god, what did she just hear? Uncle? Which uncle? Who else could it be besides Uncle Zhu? What kind of dream was her best friend having? She knew Xiaoking admired Uncle Zhu a lot. Whenever she had the chance, she would go on about how amazing he was. Just last night, she was praising Uncle Zhu's strength. 8-pack ABS, lasting all night. So all of that was just fuel for her dreams? Li Yunshu assumed her best friend was simply dreaming and didn't think too much of it. After all, the age gap between them was too wide. Zhu Hao had a family and deeply loved his wife. She felt there was no way anything could happen between them. Still, it was shocking. They say you dream about what you think about during the day. If she dreamed about doing things with Uncle Zhu, That meant she had definitely thought about it while awake. Could her best friend really want something to happen with Uncle Zu? Lee Yunshu's expression shifted. How was she supposed to convince Xiaking to give up on this unrealistic idea? This one-sided crush was going nowhere. Interfering with Uncle Zu's family would only cause trouble. Just as Lee Yunshu was struggling with what to do, Xiaking let out a sleepy murmur. Her eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Yunshu? Why are you up so early? Xiaking yawned and stretched, then looked at Lee Yunshu, who stood by the bed with an unreadable expression. Confused, she asked, "What's wrong? Why are you zoning out?" Lee Yunshu snapped back to reality. She decided she needed to have a serious talk with her best friend. Uncle Zu had helped her a lot and treated her very well. She didn't want Xiaking's involvement to mess up his life. So, she sat down on the bed. "King, did you have a dream just now?" "A dream?" Xiaking blinked in confusion. "No, my sleep quality is great. I hardly ever dream." And that was true. Ever since taking the cleansing pill Zhu Hao gave her, she had never felt healthier. Her sleep was deep and restful. She never dreamed anymore. She woke up every morning feeling refreshed. But Lee Yunshu didn't believe her at all. She thought her best friend was just embarrassed to admit it. After all, it was that kind of dream. "Come on, you don't have to hide it from me. We're best friends. What's there to be embarrassed about? I promise I won't tell anyone or make fun of you." Xiaking looked even more confused. "What are you even talking about?" Lee Yunshu rolled her eyes. "Still denying it? I heard what you said in your sleep." "What did I say?" Xiaking was now genuinely curious. She didn't even have a dream. How could she have talked in her sleep? Seeing that her friend still wouldn't admit it, Lee Yunshu grew frustrated. Then, she had a realization. Most people forget their dreams as soon as they wake up. Maybe that's what happened to Xiaking. But still, something didn't add up. Based on what she said, the dream must have lasted a while. She even begged for mercy in the end. How could she have no memory of it at all? Her friend looked completely clueless, so she figured she should give her a reminder. "You said, Uncle." As soon as she said the first word, Lee Yunshu's face flushed red. She stammered, struggling to finish. "Go on. What did I say?" Xiaking urged her. Lee Yunshu clenched her teeth and forced herself to say it. "Uncle isn't coming anymore. I can't take it. Please, spare me." Xiaking froze. Then, her face turned red too. She hadn't been dreaming at all. She knew that wasn't sleep talk. It was just a habit. Every time she was with Zhu Hao, she would say that exact line. Seeing her blush, Lee Yunshu huffed. "Now you remember, huh?" Xiaking hesitated before replying, "Well, I still want to say. I really wasn't dreaming. I literally repeated your sleep talk word for word, and you're still denying it?" Lee Yunshu was exasperated. She waved her hand dismissively. Fine. I won't ask about the dream anymore. Just answer me honestly. Do you want something to happen with Uncle Zu?" "I don't. I didn't." "Stop making things up." Xiaking denied it 3 times in a row. "Oh, really? Then how do you explain that sleep talk?" Lee Yunshu sneered. Gradually, her tone softened, and she spoke earnestly. "King, I know you admire Uncle Zu. I do too. But feelings shouldn't change like this. The age gap between you and Uncle Zu is too big. People won't accept it. Besides, he has a family. If you force your way in, you'll disrupt his life." Xiaking listened intently. She blinked a few times after her friend finished speaking. Then, "I just won't let anyone know. And I won't disturb his life." Wouldn't that solve everything? Lee Yunshu was stunned. So, King wanted to keep her relationship with Uncle Zu a secret? Stay quietly by his side without interfering in his life? She stared blankly and muttered, "Then wouldn't you be a mistress, right?" Xiaking finished for her. She then spoke in a knowing tone, as if she had seen through everything. "Why do you care about what others think? Are other people's opinions really that important? If I can be with the person I like, I don't care at all." Lee Yunshu stared at her best friend, momentarily speechless. Xiaking had a point. Should someone give up on love just because of how others see it? Being with someone you don't like? Now that would be real torture. Lee Yunshu racked her brain, trying to find a counter-argument. Finally, she thought of one. This is just a one-sided crush. It won't lead anywhere. Uncle Zu loves his wife deeply. He would never agree to this. What if he does? Xiaking locked eyes with her. Impossible. Lee Yunshu trusted Zhu Hao's character completely. Alright. I was just messing with you. Of course, Uncle Zu wouldn't be with me. Xiaking was still planting the idea in her best friend's head. But seeing how anxious Li Yunshu was getting, she changed her tune. Even so, Li Yunshu remained skeptical. Xiaking got up, washed up, and got dressed. Then the two headed to work together. At the office, Li Yunshu settled into her own workspace, reviewed her tasks for the day, and got to work. She stayed busy until noon. Stretching her arms, she picked up her phone to take a short break. As soon as she unlocked it, a series of notifications popped up. Her class group chat had exploded. 99 plus messages. Curious, she tapped in to check. It turned out they were organizing a class reunion. Everyone was expected to attend. Most of her classmates had already agreed. Then, someone had mentioned her. At Li Yunshu, school beauty Li, everyone else has agreed to come. You're the only one left. 6 p.m., Westin Hotel entrance. See you there. Was Li Yunshu going? Of course not. She never got along with these classmates in college. For 4 years, she barely interacted with them. In fact, she was often bullied by Zhu Fangfei and her group. So why should she go? It'd be a total waste of time. She'd rather stay home and cook a nice meal with Xiaking. Just as she was about to decline, another message popped up. It was from Wu Lily, one of the girls from Zhu Fangfei's clique. She had been part of the group that used to bully her in school. The message was short: "Don't forget about the class reunion tonight." Li Yunshu quickly typed a reply. "Sorry, I have something going on at home. I won't be able to make it. You all have fun." Wu Lily responded almost instantly. Wow, school beauty Li is really acting high and mighty now. So, after graduation, you think you're too good for us? Li Yunshu had long since grown immune to this kind of passive-aggressive nonsense. She didn't care. She simply replied, "I really do have plans. Sorry." Then, another message came in with a ding. "I heard from Fangfei that you got into the Zoo group? No wonder you're acting all superior. But do you really think the Zoo group is that impressive? There are plenty of companies bigger than it. It's just an average, maybe even a failing company. What are you so proud of? Oh, or maybe you actually know Zoo group isn't that great, and that's why you're afraid to show up. Because you don't want us to laugh at you?" Ha ha ha. Li Yunshu's eyebrows twitched. She knew Wu Lily was trying to provoke her. Still, she couldn't help feeling angry. Sure, there were companies bigger than Zoo group, but the company culture was great. And most importantly, Uncle Zhu, the CEO, valued her highly. She wouldn't let anyone disrespect that. It was just a class reunion. What was there to be afraid of? Fine, I'll go. Who's scared of who? Meanwhile, in a secluded alley, a luxury Porsche rocked slightly before coming to a stop. Inside the car, a girl with a sweaty forehead picked up her phone. It was Wu Lily, who had just been mocking Li Yunshu in the chat. She sent a message. Attached was a screenshot of Li Yunshu agreeing to attend the reunion. Zhu Fangfei's lips curled into a smile as she showed it to the man beside her. "Dad, it's done." Zhu Hao patted her head. "Good job. Keep it up." Hearing the double meaning in his words, Zhu Fangfei shot him a flirtatious glance. 6 p.m., Westin Hotel. A group of fresh graduates gathered outside, their eyes still filled with the naivety and foolishness of youth. The class had 40 students. 38 had arrived. The two missing ones? Class beauty Zhu Fangfei and school beauty Li Yunshu. Yi Tao, the class president and organizer of the reunion, was busy greeting everyone. The private dining room had already been reserved. They were just waiting for everyone to arrive before heading in. Yi Tao came from a wealthy family, just like Zhu Fangfei. Calling him the organizer wasn't exactly accurate. This whole event was Zhu Fangfei's idea. She only said two things. "Yi Tao, organize a class reunion. I'll make sure Li Yunshu shows up." And Yi Tao jumped at the chance. After all, he had always been Li Yunshu's devoted admirer. Yi Tao wasn't just the class president, he had good grades and a decent face. He was active in school clubs, won scholarships, and was popular with many female classmates. Zhu Fangfei, the most outstanding girl in their class and even well known throughout the school, never interested him. Until Li Yunshu transferred in. Her stunning looks, perfect figure, and calm, elegant demeanor captivated him instantly. He saw her as a rare treasure. From then on, he became her loyal follower. But Li Yunshu only cared about her studies. She ignored all suitors and rejected every confession. Even after graduation, Yi Tao couldn't let go. So when Zhu Fangfei promised she could get Li Yunshu to attend, he immediately agreed to host the reunion. The classmates mingled, catching up on their post-graduation lives. "Where are you working now? How much are you making?" The conversation carried a hint of competitiveness. Inevitably, they began discussing the two missing classmates. What's taking them so long? Making the whole class wait for them. How shameless. A fashionable girl with a pretty face stepped forward to defend Zhu Fengfei. Fengfei told me she ran into something and might be late. But she'll definitely be here. It was Wu Lily. The same one who provoked Li Yunshu into coming. She glanced around, then sneered, Fengfei has a reason. But what about Li Yunshu? What's her excuse for being late? I guess being a school beauty means she has to make a grand entrance, huh? Her little group of friends chimed in. Exactly. She always acts so cold, like she's better than everyone else. She's so pretentious. She barely even looks at people when she talks to them. She was always just about studying, taking all the scholarships but never socializing. No personality at all. Honestly, I think she's just messed up in the head. During college, Li Yunshu had buried herself in studies to meet her parents' expectations, neglecting social connections. As a result, she never fit in. Despite her beauty, she wasn't well liked. Hearing her classmates gossip, more people joined in. Sorry, I'm late. A cool voice cut through the conversation. SHH. Everyone turned toward the entrance. Li Yunshu had arrived. Awkward silence filled the air. They had been so engrossed in badmouthing her that they didn't notice her arrival. One by one, they shut their mouths. Li Yunshu pressed her lips together. She had expected something like this. It was why she didn't want to come in the first place. And yet, the first thing she heard when she arrived was them talking behind her back. Not long after, a luxury Porsche rolled up, stopping in front of the group. Dressed stylishly, her makeup carefully applied, Zhu Fengfei stepped out. The real plan was about to begin. Chapter 120. As soon as Li Yunshu appeared, the classmates who had been gossiping about her felt awkward and quickly shut their mouths. However, a few girls who sided with Zhu Fengfei and deliberately targeted Li Yunshu showed no restraint. Everyone has been waiting for you. A simple "I'm late" is enough? At least Fengfei let us know beforehand. Look at her. Putting on that pitiful expression now, like she's the victim. So delicate and pitiful, truly heart-wrenching. No wonder so many guys fall for it. Ha. She's the campus belle. So arrogant. She wouldn't even look at them. Li Yunshu glanced at them, took a deep breath, and forced herself to stay calm. She reminded herself not to waste energy on these people. After all, only a small group was against her. Most of the class didn't hold any negative feelings toward her. As soon as they noticed her presence, all eyes turned to her, brightening with surprise. She had been working at Zhu Group for some time now. With her dedicated efforts, she had developed a polished, professional demeanor. Gone was the youthful naivety of a student. Now, she exuded a sophisticated charm. No wonder she's our class beauty. Still as stunning as ever. Every time I see her, she amazes me. Li Yunshu is perfect in every way, except she's a bit distant. She completely ignores any pursuers. I wonder what kind of guy could ever catch her eye. You're all too focused on her looks. Haven't you noticed how much her aura has changed? She doesn't quite fit in with us anymore. That must be the effect of working at a big company. I wonder what job she landed. As whispers filled the room, class monitor Yi Tao, who had just finished coordinating with the hotel staff, returned. The moment he spotted Li Yunshu, his eyes lit up, and he eagerly trotted over. Yunshu, long time no see. How have you been? She responded with a light nod, neither enthusiastic nor dismissive. Just as her classmates had suspected. She had no interest in any of her admirers. Since she wasn't romantically inclined toward them, she wouldn't lead them on. She wasn't like some women who toyed with people's feelings, keeping admirers around just for attention. Yi Tao, already expecting her indifferent attitude, wasn't discouraged. He continued with a smile, it's been a few months since graduation. Everyone has found jobs they like. What about you, Yunshu? Where are you working now? Zhu Group. She had no reason to hide it. Instead, she said it with pride. What? Zhu Group? Yi Tao and the classmates who overheard were all shocked. Zhu Group was a Fortune 500 company in their city. Many top-tier university graduates struggled to get in. Several of her classmates had applied but were rejected. Yet, Li Yunshu had secured a job there. In an instant, envy filled the room. Including from Wu Lily, who had previously mocked her in their online chat. Wu Lily had downplayed Zhu Group's reputation, claiming there were plenty of better companies. But that had only been a tactic to provoke Li Yunshu into attending the reunion. In reality, most of them came from ordinary families. Even those with slightly better backgrounds weren't anywhere near the level of billion-dollar corporations. For them, Zhu Group was already a towering giant. Wow! Zhu Group. Yunshu actually works under CEO Zhu? No wonder. Working at such a prestigious company. Of course, she's grown so much. TCH. So what? Getting into a big company doesn't excuse her from being late. Finding a good job doesn't mean you can look down on your classmates. What a bad attitude. Some praised and admired her, while others were bitter. Seeing their envious expressions, Lee Yunshu finally felt a little better. Though she had tried not to let their gossip bother her, it still hurt deep down. But the moment she mentioned Zhu Group, their attitudes changed completely. This was Uncle Zhu's influence. Just as Lee Yunshu was basking in her moment of triumph, the sound of tires screeching interrupted the scene. A Porsche pulled up in front of the students. Zhu Fengfei stepped out of the driver's seat. Before coming, she had meticulously styled herself to make a grand entrance. One that would completely overshadow Lee Yunshu and create an opportunity for her father, Zhu Hao. Zhu Fengfei came from a well-off family and knew how to present herself. She had always been close in beauty and figure to Lee Yunshu. But after taking the cleansing pill Zhu Hao gave her, which rid her body of impurities, her looks and charm had reached a whole new level. With light makeup and a fashionable outfit, she now radiated an even more captivating aura than Lee Yunshu. The moment she stepped out, the entire class was stunned. Zhu Fengfei smiled. I had something to take care of. Hope I'm not late? The clock struck exactly 6. She had arrived right on time. She had planned this perfectly. To appear just when Lee Yunshu was at the center of attention and completely overshadow her. Judging by everyone's reactions, she had succeeded. Her close friends immediately surrounded her, admiring her transformation. Fengfei, we haven't seen you in over a month. How did you get so stunning? You look like a whole new person. Look at that skin. It's so flawless, like it could drip water. And your face is just bursting with collagen. Even your hair is silkier. Fengfei, did you secretly get plastic surgery? Really? Where? Tell me, I want to go too. Nonsense. There's no plastic surgery that good. Fengfei's beauty is natural. Fengfei, what skincare products are you using? Spill your secrets. Not just a few of her close friends praised her. Her classmates were also in an uproar. Whoa? Is that really our class belle, Zhu Fengfei? How did she suddenly become so much more beautiful? She's just as stunning as Lee Yunshu now. What are you talking about? If you ask me, she's even prettier than Lee Yunshu. And she's way more approachable. Not as cold and distant. I bet if we re-ranked the class beauties, Zhu Fengfei would definitely surpass Lee Yunshu. The classmates who had been focused on Lee Yunshu all turned to look at Zhu Fengfei. They were already used to Lee Yunshu's beauty. But Zhu Fengfei's sudden transformation sparked their curiosity. Just like that, Lee Yunshu was no longer the center of attention. Lee Yunshu was a bit surprised by Zhu Fengfei's change, but that was all. She felt no jealousy or envy. She had always focused on herself and never wasted time comparing. Even Yi Tao, who had been following her around like a loyal puppy, couldn't help but be drawn to Zhu Fengfei. Damn, he felt it. The spark of attraction. That same feeling he had when he first saw Lee Yunshu surged again. Realizing this, Yi Tao had a sudden epiphany. He was just another shallow guy who liked pretty girls. Back then, he had ignored all the girls around him simply because they weren't attractive enough. Zhu Fengfei hadn't met his standards before either. Then Lee Yunshu had appeared, and he thought he had found true love. But now, looking at Zhu Fengfei, that same feeling returned. It was just attraction, nothing more. There was no hope for him with Lee Yunshu. Why not switch targets? Zhu Fengfei's family background was similar to his. Perfectly compatible. His mind was made up in an instant. He would give up on Lee Yunshu and start pursuing Zhu Fengfei instead. At this moment, surrounded by admiration and attention, Zhu Fengfei was in an excellent mood. Once, she had been the center of everyone's world. Then Lee Yunshu arrived and took everything from her. But now, she had finally reclaimed what was hers. And it was all thanks to her dear father, Zhu Hao. If Zhu Hao were here, she wouldn't hesitate to throw herself into his arms, no matter who was watching. She silently reminded herself. When she got back, she had to think of new ways to bring Zhu Hao pleasure. She had to repay him for rebuilding her. Suppressing her excitement, Zhu Fengfei greeted her close friends and nodded at her classmates. Yi Tao quickly snapped out of his daze, stepped forward, and led the way into the hotel. They went up to the 3rd floor, where a large private room had been reserved. Once everyone was present, Yi Tao called the waiter to serve the dishes. To show off in front of Lee Yunshu, he had ordered some expensive dishes, causing a stir among the classmates. They all expressed their gratitude. Yi Tao waved it off casually. Eat, drink, enjoy yourselves. Tonight's bill is on me. The group erupted in cheers and began feasting without holding back. By sheer coincidence. Or perhaps not. Lee Yunshu ended up at the same table as her old rival, Zhu Fengfei. The entire table was filled with girls. More accurately. Aside from Lee Yunshu, every girl there was one of Zhu Fengfei's close friends. A deliberate setup. Zhu Fengfei had arranged it specifically to mess with Li Yunshu's emotions. Since Zhu Hao had told her not to directly target Li Yunshu, she let her friends do the job instead. She didn't even need to say a word. Her friends would do it for her. Sure enough. As soon as they sat down, the snide remarks began. Now this is what you call grace. What it means to be warm and friendly. Even after becoming so stunning. Even surpassing the class belle. Fengfei still treats everyone equally. Yeah, unlike certain people who think they're special just because they're pretty, acting all aloof like they're above everyone else. This is true class. Some people just don't have it. Around the table. Aside from Zhu Fengfei and Li Yunshu. 6 of Zhu Fengfei's friends chimed in, one after another. Not a single curse word, yet every sentence was sharper than a knife. They were masters of subtle insults, experts in backhanded compliments. Li Yunshu pretended not to hear them. She picked up her chopsticks and silently ate, taking small bites. But no matter how much she ignored them, those buzzing mosquitoes kept droning in her ears. Hearing it over and over, it was impossible not to feel upset. And as that discomfort grew, negative emotions surged inside her. She thought back to yesterday. When Zhu Hao had threatened to fire her. All because of that useless brother of hers. Her biased parents. The more she thought about it, the worse she felt. It wasn't just these girls mocking her. It felt like the whole world was against her, whispering behind her back. A shadow loomed over her heart. Noticing the shift in her expression, Zhu Fengfei's lips curled into a smug smile. Yes, just like that. Break her composure. Push her to the edge. Then, at the perfect moment, her father, Zhu Hao, would arrive like a hero to save her. He would restore her confidence. And that night, he would teach her a lesson properly. After all, under Zhu Hao's constant influence, Zhu Fengfei no longer held any real grudge against Li Yunshu. The only reason she was targeting her now was to complete her father's mission. Of course, no class reunion would be complete without a few drinks. Girls who couldn't handle alcohol had fruit juice instead. Classmates toasted and clinked glasses, reminiscing about the past, sharing their anxieties about the future. Eventually, some guys gathered the courage to offer toasts to the girls. Some girls accepted. Others didn't bother entertaining them. Like Li Yunshu. She kept her head down and quietly ate her food. At this point, Zhu Fengfei's friends had already beaten her down emotionally. She was drowning in negative thoughts. She didn't drink alcohol, nor did she have fruit juice. When the boys came to toast her, she simply said, "Sorry, I don't drink." Her tone was polite. But politeness is relative. The difference became clear when they approached Zhu Fengfei. Even though Zhu Fengfei didn't clink glasses with them either, she simply lifted her drink, gestured slightly, and took a small sip. That was all. Yet, they acted as if they had been deeply honored, their excitement overflowing. Without comparison, there's no sense of loss. The more they praised Zhu Fengfei, the more they took subtle jabs at Li Yunshu. Seeing how approachable Zhu Fengfei was, Class President Yi Tao felt hopeful. He raised his glass and stepped forward. "Fengfei, long time no see. You're getting more and more beautiful." Zhu Fengfei responded with only a faint smile. Light and dismissive, almost mocking. But Yi Tao didn't notice. For 4 years in college, he had pursued Li Yunshu and faced nothing but rejection. Not once had he ever seen her smile at him. Now, Zhu Fengfei, whose beauty rivaled Li Yunshu's, was actually smiling at him. His heart pounded. For a moment, he imagined himself holding her in his arms, victorious. Flashing what he thought was a charming smile, he leaned in, hoping to be treated differently from the others. "Fengfei, I organized this class reunion just for you. How about a toast to show me some appreciation?" He expected her to smile and clink glasses with him. But he was wrong. Zhu Fengfei's voice came cool and indifferent. "Class president, you must be mistaken. Wasn't this reunion actually for Li Yunshu? When I asked you to organize it, you hesitated. But the moment you found out Li Yunshu would be attending, you agreed right away." Yi Tao froze. He hadn't expected Zhu Fengfei to expose him so openly. He had no way to save face. As murmurs spread through the room, awkward stares settled on him. So, there was another story behind this class reunion? No wonder we're having another one so soon. Now it makes sense. Our class president is truly devoted. Too bad. It's a one-sided love affair. Being a simp gets you nowhere. Honestly, switching targets was the logical move. Zhu Fengfei is definitely a better choice than chasing after a hopeless case like Li Yunshu. Since Yi Tao was footing the bill, the classmates kept their voices low, whispering among themselves. But Zhu Fengfei's close friends had no such restraint. They took the opportunity to mock Li Yunshu again. They claimed her title as class belle had always been overrated. The moment Zhu Fengfei appeared, she had stolen the spotlight. Even her most devoted admirer had changed sides. It was all just another excuse to shower Zhu Fengfei with praise while tearing Li Yunshu down. Zhu Fengfei's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. This was exactly what she wanted. As for embarrassing Yi Tao in the process, she felt no guilt whatsoever. At that moment, Li Yunshu put down her chopsticks. She kept her head down, half of her face hidden in shadow. It felt like everyone hated her, looked down on her, as if the whole world had abandoned her. Just as she was sinking into the abyss, Zhu Hao appeared. Like a beam of light, he pierced through the darkness and illuminated her world once again. Chapter 121 At the Zidong Grand Hotel. Zhu Hao arrived at the entrance by car. Since his obedient daughter, Zhu Fengfei, hadn't messaged him, he didn't get out. He leaned against the car window, resting his head on his hand, and for once, he took a moment to enjoy the night sky. Meanwhile, Li Zhao wandered the streets, lost in thought. His eyes were bloodshot, deep dark circles shadowed his face, and exhaustion weighed heavily on him. In just a few days, he had tasted the cruelty of this world. When he first arrived in this world, he believed he had an advantage. He knew everyone's fate. That knowledge made him feel superior, like he was above it all. But that sense of superiority had long since vanished. He had traveled through worlds and even awakened a cheat ability. He was supposed to be the chosen one, the main protagonist. Yet, where was his so-called destiny? All he felt was the overwhelming malice of this world. Zhu Hao had intercepted the landlady heroine before he could even act. His sister was threatened. To protect her, he had no choice but to hand over the woman he loved, watching helplessly as Zhu Hao led her into the hotel. His plan had been simple. Once Zhu Hao let his guard down after dealing with his sister, he would use that window to grow stronger. With his cheat ability and knowledge of the plot, his strength would skyrocket. Then, when the time was right, he would deal with Zhu Hao once and for all. But Zhu Hao didn't even give him the chance. Who would have thought that a billionaire CEO would be so shameless, breaking their agreement without hesitation? Not only did he refuse to fire Li Zhao's sister, but he also set him up, deepening the conflict within his family. His sister ended up running away from home. After she left last night, Li Zhao endured an entire evening of scolding from his parents. The next day, they insisted on taking him to the hospital, convinced he had a mental illness. Li Zhao was speechless and heartbroken. Their family had once been so happy. But Zhu Hao had turned them all against each other. Now, his own parents wouldn't even believe him. They genuinely thought he was insane. Left with no choice, he went along with their demand for a medical checkup. As expected, the results confirmed he was perfectly sane. That only made his parents angrier. So you're fine, yet you still slander Zhu Hao? You even went to his place to threaten him? He's our family's greatest benefactor. Fueled by their rage, they ganged up on him, giving him a solid beating. They warned him. If he dared to say another bad word about Zhu Hao, they would disown him. Then they ordered him to apologize. Li Zhao refused outright. Apologize to Zhu Hao? What a joke. Why should he? He did nothing wrong. He was the one being framed. If anything, Zhu Hao should be the one apologizing to him. No. Even if Zhu Hao did apologize, he would never forgive him. How dare he set his sights on his sister? That night, when he didn't see his sister, anxiety crept in. Was Zhu Hao forcing her to move out just to make his move? He voiced his concerns to his parents, but they remained unbothered. They had met their daughter's best friend before. She was even a bit prettier than their daughter. The two had a good relationship, so they were at ease. But Li Zhao couldn't shake the unease in his gut. He decided to visit this so-called best friend's apartment. When he saw Xiaking, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. She was stunning. His parents were right. She was slightly more beautiful than his sister. But not by much. He asked about his sister's whereabouts. The moment Xiaking heard he was Li Yunshu's brother, her expression darkened. Her attitude turned ice cold as she spat out one word. Get lost. Li Zhao was stunned. Wasn't she his sister's best friend? Why was she treating him like an enemy? It was their first time meeting. What he didn't know was that Xiaking was already being merciful by not outright insulting him. Anyone who dared to threaten Uncle Zhu was on a path to destruction. There was no way she would help him. Still dumbfounded, Li Zhao tried to ask why. But, bam. The door slammed in his face. Unwilling to give up, he knocked again. The next moment, an icy killing intent locked onto him. His body tensed. This person was just as strong as him. At the mid-stage of internal energy cultivation. He turned around. A cold and emotionless woman stood behind him, staring at him with piercing eyes. Her message was clear: if he dared to disturb the woman inside again, she would take him down immediately. Since they were at the same cultivation level, Li Zhao didn't fear the bodyguard. But fighting was unnecessary. With a gloomy expression, he turned and left. As he walked the streets alone, a question nagged at him. Who exactly was his sister's best friend? Why did she have a bodyguard? She was renting an apartment, so she didn't seem like a rich heiress. Yet something about that bodyguard felt familiar. Li Zhao's eyes narrowed. He finally remembered. The bodyguard's presence was similar to the one he had seen beside Su Wanqiu. And who was Su Wanqiu? Zhu Hao's legitimate wife. It made sense for her to have such protection. But what about his sister's best friend? Li Zhao's thoughts came to an abrupt stop. An unsettling idea took shape in his mind. Damn it. Could she be Zhu Hao's woman? Zhu Hao's influence was immense. If he could assign a late-stage internal energy master to protect his wife, he wouldn't hesitate to place a mid-stage bodyguard around his other women. The more Li Zhao thought about it, the more convinced he became. How else could he explain the similarity between the two bodyguards? His mind drifted to that beautiful best friend. She was slightly more attractive than his sister. She wasn't much older either. She was in the prime of her youth, yet she had fallen into the hands of that old fox, Zhu Hao. And then there was himself. What a bitter fate. He had seen Zhu Hao take the landlady to a hotel. He had watched him make a move on his own sister. It wasn't surprising that Zhu Hao would go after younger women. Wait. A more alarming thought hit him. If that best friend was Zhu Hao's woman, didn't that mean his sister was in danger living with her? Thinking that Zhu Hao would keep his hands off just because the two women were living together was laughable. Li Zhao wasn't that naive anymore. Zhu Hao had already made his wife and her best friend serve him together. What was stopping him from pulling the same trick again? His sister was in danger. Li Zhao's face darkened. He had to act fast. Before Zhu Hao made a move, he had to convince his sister to move back home. She needed to stay as far away from that best friend as possible. But in the vast city of Mundo, where could he even start looking for her? Back at Xiaking's apartment, he had glanced inside. His sister wasn't there. She must have gone out. But where? His unease grew stronger by the second. His mood plummeted. He even considered picking a fight with Xiaking's bodyguard, forcing her to reveal his sister's whereabouts. Just as he was about to make a decision. Li Zhao stopped in his tracks. His gaze locked onto a familiar car ahead. Zhu Hao's car. After seeing it multiple times when Zhu Hao picked up his sister-in-law, he had memorized it. He scanned the surroundings. Right next to the Zidong Grand Hotel. What was Zhu Hao doing here? Rage surged within him. Zhu Hao had framed and humiliated him these past few days. Now, seeing him in person, all his suppressed emotions exploded at once. But then, a gaze fell on him. Cold water doused his fury. He was forced to retract his killing intent. That gaze belonged to Zhu Hao's personal bodyguard. A master at the dark energy level. The overwhelming power difference crushed him. If only he had more time to grow stronger. Maybe not even that long. 1 year. In 1 year, he could break through to dark energy. Then he wouldn't have to endure this humiliation any longer. Ding. Li Zhao is burning with rage. Emotion value plus 654. Zhu Hao raised an eyebrow. He followed the source of that killing intent and spotted Li Zhao's exhausted, twisted expression. What a coincidence. Running into him here. Was this part of some small heroine's storyline? The protagonist was supposed to protect Li Yunshu. If this were just some minor villain, he would fail. But facing Zhu Hao? Did he really think he could protect her? Since they had crossed paths, it would be a waste not to exploit the situation. Casually, as if summoning a servant, Zhu Hao gestured for Li Zhao to come over. Li Zhao's face twitched. This bastard had already flipped his world upside down, and now he was treating him like a lackey? Did Zhu Hao really think he was that untouchable? Fine. Li Zhao had a lot to say anyway. Holding back his fury, he approached Zhu Hao and demanded. Why are you doing this? Zhu Hao tilted his head. Doing what? Li Zhao clenched his teeth and took a deep breath. You promised that if I covered for you and my sister-in-law, you'd fire my sister, didn't you? Now you're going back on your word? Have you forgotten the oath you made? Where's your integrity? Zhu Hao responded with an innocent look. How am I going back on my word? The deadline hasn't arrived yet, has it? My deal with your sister-in-law isn't finished. We still have 2 more times to go. You expect me to act prematurely? Li Zhao's twisted expression froze. That was technically true. Since their agreement hadn't been completed, Zhu Hao had no reason to fire his sister yet. Wait a second. How did he get led into this conversation? Did Zhu Hao look like someone who was planning to fire his sister? He had already tricked her into moving out. He was clearly setting up a double conquest. How could he have believed a single word? You know exactly what you're doing, Li Zhao pressed. Then tell me, why did you tell my sister that I threatened you? Were you trying to drive a wedge between me and my family? Zhu Hao kept his calm demeanor. She asked, so I just stated the facts. Just answer me. Did I threaten you or not? Didn't I just tell you to stay away from my sister? Zhu Hao smirked and played along. He even sighed, putting on a helpless act. Li Zhao clenched his teeth so hard they almost cracked. Then explained that handshake. We never shook hands, and I certainly never ambushed you. You were the one threatening me, making demands, yet now you're pretending to be the victim. Zhu Hao let out an "oh" and squinted, as if deep in thought. Did I say that? Huh. I don't remember. Maybe I misspoke. Li Zhao felt an overwhelming urge to kill him. This bastard. Even a fool could see he was deliberately sowing discord. And now he was playing dumb? How could someone be this shameless? Ding. Li Zhao is fuming with rage. Emotion value plus 966. Fine, fine. Let's just say you misspoke. Li Zhao let out a cold laugh. My sister moving out. Was that your idea? And don't pretend you don't know her best friend is your woman. I know exactly what you're planning. You've misunderstood me. I was just as surprised as you when your sister moved in with King. Zhu Hao refused to take the blame. He had only found out later that Li Yunshu was living with Xia King. But it was a pleasant surprise. At least the two best friends were already living together, which saved him the trouble of arranging it himself. Li Zhao's face darkened. Zhu Hao's words confirmed his worst fear. His sister's best friend really was his woman. He forced himself to stay calm, but his chest ached from the sheer frustration. Just as he was about to ask another question, Zhu Hao raised a hand to stop him. A notification sound chimed from Zhu Hao's phone. He glanced at the screen. It was a message from his beloved daughter, Zhu Fengfei. Only 2 letters. Okay. Zhu Hao chuckled. Bei Ling opened the car door for him. As he stepped out, he noticed Li Zhao glaring at him with pure hatred. Zhu Hao patted his shoulder and said casually, "You did a good job covering for me. Keep it up. My sister-in-law and I still have 2 more meetings left. I'm counting on you." Li Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Did he just hear that right? He seriously expected him to keep doing this? Could he be any more shameless? You never planned to let my sister go, did you? You tricked me into covering for you and my sister-in-law multiple times. Do you really take me for an idiot? Li Zhao's anger exploded. Zhu Hao had made it clear he wasn't someone who played fair. And now he wanted him to keep covering for him? Had he lost his mind? You're absolutely right. I was just playing you for a fool, Zhu Hao said, his gentlemanly facade fading into a mocking grin. You! Li Zhao's rage surged. Killing intent flared from his body, but Bei Ling quickly suppressed it. His enemy was standing right in front of him, yet he was powerless to do anything. He felt like he was going to explode. I was just messing with you earlier, Zhu Hao continued nonchalantly. But you guessed right. Your sister is so innocent and kind. How could I possibly let her go? You don't want to work for me? That's fine. As long as you don't mind something happening to your sister or your parents. He delivered the threat with a relaxed, almost casual tone. But it hit Li Zhao like a bolt of lightning. The moment he had dreaded had arrived. Zhu Hao was too powerful. The fact that he assigned bodyguards to every one of his women showed his level of influence. If he wanted to harm Li Zhao's family, it would be effortless. They were just ordinary people. They wouldn't stand a chance. The fate of your family is in your hands, Zhu Hao said with a smirk. Choose wisely. Then he patted Li Zhao's shoulder again and walked into the hotel. Li Zhao stood frozen in place. No way out. No other choice. He had transmigrated into this world. Technically, this family wasn't his real family. Their lives shouldn't concern him. But he couldn't ignore it. Maybe it was his predecessor's lingering emotions. Or maybe, deep down, he just couldn't turn his back on them. He had to protect them. Meanwhile, the hotel's receptionist respectfully greeted Zhu Hao and led him inside. After checking his reservation, she guided him toward a private room. But before they got far, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit with an imposing presence stepped in front of them. You can go, he told the receptionist. I will personally escort this esteemed guest. Why yes, Manager Zhao. The receptionist nodded hurriedly and returned to her post. But before leaving, she sneaked a glance at Zhu Hao. This charming older man clearly had an extraordinary aura. She hadn't expected him to be such an important figure. Important enough for the hotel's lobby manager to personally attend to him. After sending the receptionist away, the middle-aged manager gave Zhu Hao a flattering smile. Mr. Zhu, please, this way. When Zhu Hao made his reservation, Manager Zhao had already taken notice. He had been waiting for the chance to welcome him personally. As the manager escorted Zhu Hao upstairs, they just so happened to run into Zhu Fengfei. Seeing her father, she immediately looked guilty. Zhu Hao, playing the role perfectly, questioned her as any concerned father would. And so, Zhu Fengfei led him into a private room where a group of students was gathered. Chapter 122. With a sharp click, the private room door swung open. Zhu Fengfei had suddenly become stunningly beautiful, drawing the attention of the students, whether intentionally or not. She had just said she was going to the restroom, and now she was back. All eyes turned toward the doorway. To their surprise, Zhu Fengfei had indeed returned. But she wasn't alone. Two middle-aged men followed closely behind her. One of them was exceptionally handsome, exuding a natural charm. The kind of man who could be called a dashing gentleman. What was strange was that the usually proud Zhu Fengfei now appeared unusually obedient. Who were these two men? Why had she brought them to their gathering? As the organizer of the reunion, Yi Tao had no choice but to step forward and handle the unexpected situation. He recognized one of the middle-aged men. The hotel's lobby manager. It was the same person who had assisted him when he booked the private room. Quickly, he stepped up to greet him. Manager Zhao, is there something wrong? We're in the middle of a class reunion. If there's an issue, you can discuss it with me directly. However, Manager Zhao merely cast him a cold glance and then stood aside, silent. Zhu Hao, who had been perfectly fine moments ago, suddenly turned grim the moment he saw the young girl. He looked furious. Not wanting to provoke this man, Manager Zhao wisely kept his mouth shut and decided to wait and see how things unfolded. Yi Tao noticed the sharp change in his expression and grew puzzled. Who was this distinguished-looking gentleman? Before he could ask, Zhu Hao strode toward a table. At that moment, Li Yunshu sat with her head down, lost in self-doubt. She was so wrapped up in her emotions that she hadn't even noticed the commotion around her. Yunshu. The sudden sound of Zhu Hao's familiar voice startled her. She thought she had misheard. Looking up in confusion, she was stunned to see Uncle Zhu standing before her, smiling warmly. In an instant, a powerful sense of security enveloped her. His smile was especially soothing. Like a ray of light piercing through the darkness just as she was about to fall into the abyss, illuminating her entire world. She felt an overwhelming urge to cry. But with so many people watching, she forced down her emotions and greeted him. Uncle Zhu. Then, puzzled, she asked, Uncle Zhu, why are you here? I was dining nearby. When I came upstairs, I noticed that girl acting strangely. That's when I found out you were here. You don't look okay, did they bully you? Hearing the word bully, Li Yunshu pressed her lips together and shook her head. No. The sudden arrival of a handsome and unfamiliar middle-aged man. One who seemed to know their school's campus beauty. Instantly piqued the students' curiosity. Who was he? Can't he see we're in the middle of a meal? Doesn't he know it's rude to interrupt? He actually knows Li Yunshu. And she called him uncle? Is he a relative? He's so handsome and charismatic. He's exactly my type of mature man. Looks like he's here to back Li Yunshu up. Those girls at her table were mocking her earlier. I wonder if things are about to get ugly. You're overthinking it. They were just throwing shade with words, not actually fighting. At most, it was verbal teasing. Seeing the class reunion being disrupted, Yi Tao's expression darkened. He immediately prepared to step up and kick Zhu Hao out. Even if he was Li Yunshu's uncle, that didn't mean he could interrupt their gathering. Yi Tao had spent millions organizing this reunion. Not only had he failed to win over Li Yunshu, but he had also embarrassed himself while trying to pursue Zhu Fengfei. He was already fuming. Now that this man had barged in, Yi Tao saw the perfect target to unleash his frustration. But just as he took a few steps forward, a voice behind him made his entire body freeze. I advise you not to act recklessly. That's Zhu Hao, president of the Zhu group. You can't afford to offend him. Zhu Fengfei spoke up. Those close enough to hear her words were instantly stunned. What? He's actually Zhu Hao? The founder of the Zhu group? President Zhu? One student gaped in shock, blurting out the question. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire room fell into chaos. Holy crap? That's the self-made tycoon? I never thought I'd meet my idol here today. I've heard that President Zhu is a refined and kind person, but I never imagined he'd personally stand up for his employees. Li Yunshu must have just recently joined his company, right? President Zhu found out she was being bullied and came here himself to back her up. He's amazing. I swear, if I had such a thoughtful boss, I wouldn't even complain about a 996 schedule. I'd go straight to a 007 grind. I actually applied to Zhu Group before. I've seen President Zhu's photos, but in person, he looks way younger. No wonder I didn't recognize him. Now that they knew Zhu Hao's true identity, the students were starstruck. Some even hesitated, itching to go up and introduce themselves. Maybe, if they made a good impression, they could land a job at his company. Zhu Hao, however, ignored their chatter and kept his gaze fixed on Li Yunshu. You still say nothing happened? Look at you. Your little pearls are about to fall. His smile faded. Then, he turned toward Zhu Fangfei, who was standing at the door, and gestured for her to come over. Zhu Fangfei hesitated but eventually stepped forward cautiously. I warned you not to bully Yunshu, Zhu Hao said, his tone severe. Or you'd have to deal with me. Seems like you didn't take my words to heart. A powerful aura of authority swept through the room, making the young students, who had just stepped into society, too afraid to even breathe. Zhu Fangfei couldn't help but tremble. Not out of fear, but excitement. Her father looked unbelievably handsome when he was serious. She had the sudden urge to throw herself into his arms and seek comfort. But she suppressed the thought and instead put on a fearful expression. President Zhu, it wasn't me. I didn't even say a single word to Li Yunshu. She quickly explained. Then, without hesitation, she pointed at the 6 girls at the table, completely betraying them. It was them. They kept making snide remarks and saying horrible things. After selling out her so-called friends, she anxiously turned to Li Yunshu. Li Yunshu, say something. It was them making those sarcastic remarks. I didn't say anything. Zhu Hao turned to Li Yunshu, his gaze questioning. She nodded. Zhu Hao then shifted his sharp gaze toward the 6 girls. At that moment, they were completely stunned. They had followed Zhu Fangfei's lead, mocking and suppressing Li Yunshu. Only to be thrown under the bus the very next moment. Had they known offending Li Yunshu would bring down someone as powerful as Zhu Hao, they would never have taken Zhu Fangfei's 100,000 yuan to go against her. Zhu Hao's commanding gaze swept over them, making them tremble. They almost blurted out that Zhu Fangfei was the mastermind. But in the end, they held back. They had already offended Li Yunshu. If they exposed Zhu Fangfei now, they would have 2 enemies, and they'd never get that 100,000 yuan. They decided to endure a little longer. If Zhu Hao really pressed them, then they would expose Zhu Fangfei as a last resort. So, you're the ones who bullied Yunshu? She's kind and doesn't hold grudges, so you think you can just push her around? Tell me, why? If you don't give me a reason, I won't punish you. But I will have a talk with your parents. The 6 girls turned pale and started shaking. Zhu Hao's words had terrified them to the core. Although they had graduated from college, they had little social experience. Hearing that their actions might reach their parents made them panic. Some of them were already considering exposing Zhu Fangfei in hopes of lessening Zhu Hao's anger. Li Yunshu, being kind-hearted, was startled when she heard Zhu Hao mention involving their parents. To her, this wasn't even a big deal. Blowing it up like this wouldn't be good for anyone. Besides, she didn't want to trouble Uncle Zhu. He managed thousands of employees and was already incredibly busy. She couldn't let him waste his time on such a trivial matter. Her heart was filled with warmth. Uncle Zhu was doing all of this for her. He was even willing to disrupt his work just to stand up for her. But she didn't want to burden him. Uncle Zhu, forget it. I'm fine. Zhu Hao frowned. You really don't want to pursue this? They bullied you just now, and I heard they treated you the same way in school. That's practically campus bullying. It's okay. That's all in the past. Li Yunshu shook her head. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that Zhu Hao had talked about firing her yesterday, she wouldn't have even cared about what these classmates said. The real reason she was feeling down was the fear of losing her job. Seeing that such a powerful man was willing to seek justice for Li Yunshu, only for her to be so magnanimous and let it go, her classmates looked at her with newfound respect. I heard what those girls said earlier. It was awful. If it were me, I would have definitely asked President Zhu to teach them a lesson. That's why you can't compare to her. She repays evil with kindness. I never knew Li Yunshu was so kind-hearted. I admit I misjudged her. She wasn't distant because she was arrogant. She's just not great at socializing. We completely misunderstood her. I misunderstood her too. I let these girls' gossip influence my opinion of her. The students whispered among themselves, moved by Li Yunshu's kindness. Even the 6 girls looked surprised. They had been convinced they were doomed. Yet the one who spoke up for them was the very girl they had bullied throughout college. Zhu Hao glanced at them coldly. You heard her. Since Yunshu is willing to let it go, I won't speak to your parents. But if this happens again... The 6 girls let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, President Zhu. President Zhu is truly generous. President Zhu, we promise it won't happen again. Zhu Hao remained expressionless. The one you should be thanking isn't me. The 6 girls finally realized and immediately turned to Li Yunshu. Yunshu, I'm sorry. I was jealous of how pretty you were, so I talked badly about you. Please forgive me this once. I won't do it again. I'm sorry, Yunshu. I shouldn't have said those things about you before. Thank you for speaking up for us. If anyone bullies you in the future, I'll help you get back at them. As Li Yunshu listened to her former bullies apologize and thank her one after another, she felt dazed. The admiring gazes from the other students only added to her surreal feeling. If this had been in the past, she would never have imagined it. She had never had any grudges against these classmates and had always wanted to get along. Yet, in 4 years of college, nothing had changed. But now, after just one reunion dinner, everything was resolved. And all of it was because of Uncle Zhu standing before her. A wave of indescribable emotion surged in her heart. Yunshu, do you want to stay and continue the reunion? Zhu Hao asked. She shook her head. Even though her classmates had changed their attitude toward her, she still felt a lingering unease. She didn't want to stay in a place that had once pushed her to the brink of despair. Uncle Zhu, I'll go with you. As they stepped out of the private room, Zhu Hao asked, you barely ate just now. Want to grab something with me? Only then did she remember that Zhu Hao had originally come here for a meal. He had just happened to run into her. She wasn't really hungry. But she couldn't let Uncle Zhu go hungry. I'll join you, Uncle Zhu. Led by Manager Zhao, they entered an opulent private dining room. Meanwhile, long after Zhu Hao and Li Yunshu had left, murmurs spread through the reunion banquet. Some admired Li Yunshu's kindness and generosity. More people, however, marveled at how well Zhu Hao took care of his employees. Some even discussed working their way up in their current companies just to later jump ship to Zhu Corporation. Though the reunion wasn't over, the atmosphere had shifted. People continued drinking and chatting. The host, Yi Tao, turned to Zhu Fangfei and invited her. Fangfei, we're heading to karaoke later. There'll be all sorts of activities. Not interested. I have something else to do. You guys enjoy. Zhu Fangfei's face remained cold as she picked up her bag and strode out. She had arranged this whole gathering for one reason. To give her wonderful daddy Zhu Hao the opportunity to win over Li Yunshu. Now that the goal was accomplished, there was no reason for her to stay. Karaoke? That was nothing compared to going home and playing with Daddy Zhu in all sorts of ways. With her departure, 2 of the most beautiful women at the gathering were gone. Yi Tao was dumbfounded. This whole reunion had been Zhu Fangfei's idea. He had only agreed to host it because she mentioned that Li Yunshu would be attending. After spending millions, he gained nothing. And with both Li Yunshu and Zhu Fangfei gone, the gathering lost its spark. Once dinner ended, everyone dispersed. As they stepped out of the hotel, many were still discussing what had happened in the private room. Li Yunshu has caught President Zhu's attention. I have a strong feeling she's going to become someone we all look up to in the future. No kidding. I'm so jealous. If only I could gain President Zhu's favor too. A group of students chatted as they walked. Their words reached the ears of a man standing not far away. Li Zhao, his face filled with exhaustion and turmoil. His body jolted. He rushed forward and grabbed a classmate's arm. The student winced in pain and was about to lash out. But when he saw Li Zhao's bloodshot eyes and twisted expression, he backed down. What did you just say? What's her name? Li Zhao had vaguely heard the name Li Yunshu. But he wasn't sure. Li Yunshu. She's our classmate. We just had a reunion. Why? What's wrong? The student's voice trembled slightly. And that President Zhu she was with. What's his full name? A cold chill ran through Li Zhao's heart. The name was the same. And she was a school beauty. There was no doubt. It was his sister. He had overheard that his sister had been taken away by this President Zhu. A terrifying thought formed in his mind. His eyes darkened dangerously. President Zhu. He is Zhu Hao, the CEO of Zhu Corporation. Whoosh. Li Zhao immediately let go of the student's shoulder. And sprinted toward the hotel. At the same time, inside the luxurious private room, Zhu Hao was freely painting on the blank canvas that was Li Yunshu. Chapter 123 Li Zhao sprinted toward the hotel. No wonder he had been feeling so uneasy. This was the reason. Zhu Hao was going to make a move on his sister tonight. Damn it. When he saw Zhu Hao in the car earlier, he already felt something was off. If he had known his sister was inside attending a class reunion, he would have immediately figured out Zhu Hao's intentions. Now things had gotten complicated. He recalled what he had overheard from the students. His sister had been bullied by her classmates. Then Zhu Hao had stepped in to resolve the situation, restoring her dignity. It wasn't hard to imagine. She had been ostracized, and no one had believed her. Only Zhu Hao had stood up for her. How could she not be overwhelmed with gratitude? There was no doubt about it. Her classmates excluding her had to be staged. Otherwise, why would Zhu Hao just sit in his car instead of entering the hotel right away? He had been waiting for the perfect moment. Li Zhao vividly remembered. A message had come through. Only then did Zhu Hao step out of the car and head into the hotel. Everything was connected. Li Zhao clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it. Why hadn't he realized sooner? If he had known, he would have followed them. I hope my sister is okay. There's still time. Anxious and desperate, he kept running. But as he sprinted forward, his steps gradually slowed. His expression darkened as he stared at Bei Ling blocking his path. His heart sank lower and lower. Zhu Hao's personal bodyguard was here. That meant Zhu Hao had predicted he would try to rescue his sister. And had already arranged for someone to stop him. If Zhu Hao had been targeting someone else, even the heroine of a story, Li Zhao might have endured it, knowing Bei Ling was far stronger than him. But this time, the person Zhu Hao was after was his sister. No matter what, he had to break through. Move. His voice carried both fury and urgency. Bei Ling remained unmoved. Her face was expressionless, and her presence was as cold as ice. Li Zhao snapped. He unleashed his full strength at his current mid-stage Mangjin level and dashed to the side. He knew he wasn't Bei Ling's match. His plan was to reach the hotel entrance, where the presence of crowds would stop her from attacking him openly. A solid plan. But unfortunately, in the next instant, Bei Ling reappeared in front of him. She moved so fast she was nothing but a blur. With an effortless motion, she lifted her foot and struck his stomach. It felt like being hit by a speeding truck. Li Zhao's body was sent flying backward, crashing onto the ground. A wave of nausea rolled over him as he felt his internal organs shift. But he gritted his teeth and forced himself to get up. The thought of his beautiful, pure sister possibly submitting to Zhu Hao ignited a fire inside him. He had to stop it. As he slowly stood, that fire spread through his body. A surge of warmth coursed through him. The pain in his stomach dulled, his mind cleared, and his energy surged. He had broken through. Late-stage Mangjin. He had only recently reached the mid-stage. By all logic, even with his incredible talent, he should have needed time to stabilize his realm. But today, faced with the crisis of his sister being violated, he had ascended. Bei Ling raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She had never seen someone get beaten so hard that they actually powered up. But that was all it was. Surprise. Clenching his teeth, Li Zhao pushed himself to his absolute limit and charged for the hotel entrance once more. This time, he unleashed an even stronger burst of power. His speed surpassed his previous attempt. However, his return flight was even faster. Once again, Bei Ling kicked him effortlessly, sending him soaring through the air. To prevent him from making any more trouble, she left a trace of hidden force inside his body. PFFT. Li Zhao crashed to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The dark energy slithered through his body, eroding his organs. Even standing up was no longer an option. So much hate. The gap in strength was simply too vast. Even breaking through had been useless. Li Zhao looked toward the hotel ahead. He knew his sister was being toyed with by Zhu Hao at this very moment. The situation was dire. Yet, he was powerless. The pain in his heart was suffocating. Ding. Li Zhao is overwhelmed with grief. Emotion value plus 777, ding. Li Zhao is seething with rage. Emotion value plus 888, ding. Li Zhao's emotions explode. Emotion value plus 999, meanwhile. Inside the luxurious private suite Zhu Hao had booked. It was called luxurious for a reason. It had a bedroom, a bathroom, and even a balcony. Its layout resembled a presidential suite. After respectfully escorting Zhu Hao and Li Yunshu inside, Manager Zhao quickly ordered the waitstaff to serve the dishes. Uncle Zhu, thank you for helping me again. Li Yunshu's face was filled with gratitude, her tone sincere. Recalling what had just happened. That feeling of being abandoned by the whole world. It was unbearable. A lingering fear gripped her. Thankfully, at the critical moment, Zhu Hao appeared. Like a ray of light piercing through her dark world. He pulled her out of that spiral of self-doubt. Not only had he stood up for her, but he had also fought for justice. Punishing those classmates who had bullied her. In that moment, she felt like the luckiest girl in the world. With Zhu Hao by her side, she felt she had everything. And you actually have the nerve to say that. Zhu Hao's tone carried a hint of reproach. If you don't get along with those classmates, why did you even go to the reunion? You didn't even tell me when you were being bullied. Didn't I give you my number? If I hadn't coincidentally come here for dinner and run into the guilty-looking Zhu Fangfei, I wouldn't have even known how badly you were being treated. Li Yunshu wasn't the least bit upset by his scolding. Instead, her heart felt warm. She knew Zhu Hao was genuinely looking out for her. She simply smiled shyly without explaining herself. Just as Zhu Hao had been concerned about her, she had attended the reunion to protect the company's reputation, unwilling to let others slander it. This was something she understood internally. There was no need to voice it. As for informing Zhu Hao when she was bullied, She didn't want to trouble him over such trivial matters. Zhu Hao reached out and ruffled her hair. You're excellent in every way, but you always insist on handling difficulties alone. By then, the servers had finished setting the table. At Zhu Hao's instruction, they opened a bottle of red wine. Yunshu, you barely ate earlier. You can't skip dinner. Eat something. Even if it's just to keep me company. Zhu Hao coaxed her to eat. The delicate heroine was fragile. If she didn't eat, she wouldn't have the strength to handle him. The aroma of the food drifted into her nose. It was far superior to the dishes at the class reunion. With the unpleasantness from her classmates resolved and Zhu Hao's comforting presence, her mood brightened. Her stomach growled slightly. Li Yunshu nodded and picked up her chopsticks. At that moment, Zhu Hao picked up the wine bottle. Casually, he said, Yunshu, do you know how I deal with stress whenever I encounter troublesome matters? Li Yunshu was curious. A billionaire like Uncle Zhu. Could he even have worries? She shook her head. I don't know. Zhu Hao smiled faintly. Of course, I have a few drinks. After drinking, you'll feel completely relaxed, and all your troubles will disappear. Every time I run into something annoying, this is what I do. It works wonders. Let's try it together today. As he spoke, he poured a glass of wine for Li Yunshu and filled his own. Li Yunshu hesitated. She wanted to say that she had already moved on from the earlier incident. But seeing that Zhu Hao had already poured the wine, she swallowed her words. She had never drunk alcohol before. She had only broken that rule yesterday, sharing a couple of drinks with her close friend. She had always followed her parents' warning, girls shouldn't drink. And they should never drink with men. But this man was Uncle Zhu. It was different. Uncle Zhu treated her so well. How could he possibly hurt her? Come, Yunshu, let's have a toast. Zhu Hao raised his glass. If you run into trouble in the future, call me right away. Why do you think I gave you my number? It's exactly for situations like this. Stop carrying burdens alone. You have me behind you. All right, Uncle Zhu. I won't make that mistake again. Li Yunshu nodded emotionally. She, too, lifted her glass. Clink. The two glasses touched. After that, they ate while drinking, the time passing by. Li Yunshu had a small appetite. Since she had already eaten a little before, she quickly felt full. She also drank a few glasses of wine. But she wasn't drunk. She felt nothing and wanted to keep drinking with Zhu Hao. But he stopped her. She thought to herself. See? Uncle Zhu couldn't possibly be a bad person. If he had any bad intentions, he would have tried to get me drunk. My useless brother is just paranoid. Uncle Zhu, I'm full. Take your time eating. All right. Zhu Hao smiled. Red wine didn't hit right away. It had a delayed effect. With her low tolerance, once it kicked in, she'd enter a pleasantly tipsy state. And in that state, she'd be at her most alluring. Not completely unconscious. That would be boring. Not too shy and restrained, either. The perfect balance. Zhu Hao continued enjoying his meal. But as he reached for more food, he repeatedly stood up to take dishes from in front of Li Yunshu. As if he especially wanted those dishes. Li Yunshu sat quietly, watching him. Even the way he ate was charming and graceful. Elegance never faded. Seeing him frequently reaching for food near her, she hesitated. She thought about moving the dishes closer to him. But that seemed impolite. Then her gaze landed on the chopsticks. An idea formed in her mind. Why not serve him food instead? Uncle Zhu had helped her so much. If she didn't repay him in some way, she would feel guilty. She immediately spoke up. Uncle Zhu, let me serve you. She picked up her chopsticks and placed food into Zhu Hao's bowl. But since some dishes were far away, she had to stand up occasionally. Which was a bit inconvenient. She moved from across the table and sat beside Zhu Hao, focusing entirely on serving him food. Thank you, Zhu Hao said. Being able to do something for Uncle Zhu made Li Yunshu happy. If there's anything you like, just tell me, and I'll serve it for you, she offered. That sounds great. Saves me the trouble, Zhu Hao replied, clearly pleased. Li Yunshu beamed, unaware that everything was going exactly as Zhu Hao had planned. Whenever Zhu Hao mentioned a dish, she would pick it up and place it in his bowl. The meal continued, and as time went on, she gradually did more than just serve food. Later, when Zhu Hao drank wine, she even brought the glass to his lips. Under Zhu Hao's subtle guidance, the distance between them grew closer and closer until they were practically touching. By then, the effects of the red wine had kicked in, dulling Li Yunshu's awareness. She didn't react to how intimately close they had become. Finally, Zhu Hao finished his meal. Li Yunshu took a tissue and handed it to him. Their hands brushed against each other. She didn't think much of it. Her face, already flushed from the wine, looked even more alluring. Now that dinner was over, it was time to move on to more important matters. Zhu Hao reached out and wrapped an arm around her slender waist. Li Yunshu felt his touch and froze, a hint of shyness in her expression. She lifted her gaze to Zhu Hao. "Uncle Zhu, you..." Before she could finish her sentence, her words faltered. Her eyes widened in shock. The October air still held traces of summer's lingering warmth, making the night feel slightly sultry. The evening breeze carried a comforting heat. But for Li Zhao, it was chilling. The warmth in the air did nothing to thaw the coldness consuming him from within. That gut-wrenching pain had subsided slightly, enough for him to stand, but just barely. Charging in as he had done before was no longer an option. At this point, there was no point in trying. By now, Zhu Hao had probably explored every possible position with his sister. What use was it for him to barge in now? His heart felt dead. Lying on the ground, he stared blankly at the night sky. It was a beautiful night. A crescent moon hung high, surrounded by countless shimmering stars. Every so often, one of them twinkled, as if mocking his powerlessness. The protagonist had stopped fighting, but Zhu Hao was still fighting for love. The next day, around noon, Li Yunshu's eyelids fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. Something felt off. Her brows furrowed as a last night's events flashed through her mind. Zhu Hao had wrapped an arm around her waist. Then, she had lost her words, completely immersed, unable to pull away. Instinctively, she felt that something about it was wrong. But out of gratitude toward Uncle Zhu, and with the lingering emotions stirred by Xiaoking's constant talk about him, she hadn't resisted. One thing led to another, and in her hazy state, she had simply gone along with it. She had been fully conscious at the time and hadn't strongly objected. So, she didn't blame Zhu Hao for what had happened. Still, she felt lost. How had things escalated so quickly? Just yesterday morning, she had been earnestly advising her best friend, Xiaoking, not to have inappropriate thoughts about Uncle Zhu, all because of a slip of the tongue in her sleep. And yet, that same night, she had ended up in his arms. What was she supposed to make of this? If her best friend found out, how would she react? "Oh, Li Yunshu, acting all innocent and proper, telling me not to chase after Uncle Zhu, only to go behind my back and steal him for yourself?" Before she could get lost in her thoughts, a voice interrupted her. "Yunshu, you're awake?" Snapped out of her daze, she looked up. Zhu Hao was already awake, watching her. Overcome with embarrassment, she quickly grabbed the blanket, trying to shrink beneath it. She had no idea how to face the man she deeply respected. Zhu Hao, however, seemed amused. Most of the women he had been with would sleep in until the afternoon. But this little one had woken up at noon. Not because he hadn't done well. Who would have thought she would start crying? Not sobbing loudly. Just silent tears. How could he possibly continue after that? It made him feel like he was tormenting her. So, he had to stop. To be fair, he had never met a girl who cried like that before. It was unique, in its own way. Seeing her trying to bury herself under the covers to escape reality, Zhu Hao reached out and grabbed her. Chapter 124, calling him brother-in-law. Zhu Hao grabbed Li Yunshu's hand and spoke in a guilty tone. "Yunshu, I'm sorry. I drank too much last night, and you were right beside me. Here it comes." Marching forward with its devilish steps. The classic excuse of a scumbag. "It wasn't my fault, it was the alcohol." Ignoring the facts. "Does that mean you're not at fault? Would I have reached out to you if you hadn't been so close?" Li Yunshu had never intended to blame Zhu Hao. Hearing his remorseful tone, she suddenly recalled how she had unknowingly ended up beside him last night. And she hadn't resisted. For a moment, she even blamed herself. Remembering last night's scene, her face burned with embarrassment. She stammered, "It's okay, Uncle Zhu. Let's just consider it a misunderstanding." "No." Li Yunshu froze, completely bewildered. Zhu Hao spoke with firm conviction. "How can we just call it a misunderstanding? That would be unfair to you. I have to take responsibility. Today, I'll take you home and announce our relationship." Li Yunshu's mind went blank. She pictured a scene where Uncle Zhu held her hand and publicly declared they were together. She felt touched. But then, she snapped back to reality with a jolt. It was a beautiful fantasy, but unrealistic. If Uncle Zhu really did that, announcing a relationship with a mere employee, his reputation would be ruined. His family would be destroyed. And she would be labeled as someone who seduced her boss, facing endless scorn. Hadn't she just given her best friend the same advice yesterday morning? This was nothing but an accident. Uncle Zhu had always been kind to her. How could she let him destroy himself over this? She quickly spoke, panic evident in her voice. "No." Realizing she sounded too intense, she softened her tone. "Please don't announce it, Uncle Zhu. It would harm your reputation. Let's just treat it as an accident. Zhu Hao grabbed her hand tightly. I don't care about my reputation. Before he could finish, Li Yunshu interrupted him. I don't mind. As long as you don't send me away, I'm fine. Silly girl. Why would I send you away? Zhu Hao gently tapped her delicate nose. His gaze deepened with emotion. Yunshu, even if you don't want me to take responsibility, I can't just ignore this. After spending so many days with you, I've come to admire your kindness, sincerity, and innocence. You've entered my heart. I've already fallen for you. If someone does something wrong, they must take responsibility. I won't run away from this. I won't make it public if you don't want me to, but don't reject the way I want to make it up to you. Remember, this isn't about guilt or making amends. It's because I like you. And when you love someone, you give to them willingly. Zhu Hao's expression was sincere. Li Yunshu was stunned. She understood what he meant. Uncle Zhu felt guilty and wanted to compensate her. But to ensure she accepted it, he deliberately said he liked her. Yet, looking at his deep, affectionate gaze, she found herself dazed. Her heart pounded wildly. She suddenly recalled what her best friend had told her. If you love someone, why care about what others think? At that moment, Li Yunshu's emotions erupted. Blushing, she whispered, actually, Uncle Zhu. I like you too. Really, Yunshu? Zhu Hao excitedly grabbed her shoulders. Li Yunshu shyly nodded, her face turning as red as blood. Yunshu. Hearing her name, Li Yunshu looked up in confusion. And then, she was speechless. Ding. Li Yunshu feels uneasy. Emotion value plus 789, ding. Li Yunshu feels fear. Emotion value plus 987, Yunshu, why are you crying? Seeing her tears, Zhu Hao asked curiously. Li Yunshu stammered, I don't know. Alright. She was a crybaby. It seemed he shouldn't meet her alone next time. He'd just have hotel staff deliver their meals instead. After finishing their lunch, they finally left the hotel. Meanwhile, Li Zhao had been lying in an alley for an entire night and half the morning. Passers-by saw him sitting there. His clothes tattered, his face haggard, his hair messy. With bloodstains on him, he looked like a beggar who had not only failed to get food but had also been beaten. Compassion surged in people's hearts. One by one, they tossed some spare change in front of him. By noon, a small mountain of scattered coins had piled up. Nearby beggars were stunned. This guy was insane. In just one morning, he had earned more than they made in a month. A ragged old beggar approached him with admiration. Kid, how did you do it? Teach me a trick or two. We can all make money together. Don't worry, I won't let you teach me for free. From now on, I'll protect you on this street. He patted Li Zhao's shoulder, his eyes filled with envy as he gazed at the pile of money. Clearly, this kid was a professional. He wanted to learn a few skills. But Li Zhao sat there with blank eyes, his gaze lifeless, staring at the hotel entrance without blinking. Like someone who hadn't eaten for days, desperately yearning for a meal inside. So pitiful. Anyone passing by would feel compelled to give him some money. Now this was professional-level begging. Even though Li Zhao felt dead inside, he couldn't help but twitch at the old beggar's words. Teach you how to beg? Seriously? Can't you see I'm heartbroken? He wasn't staring at the hotel because he was hungry. He was waiting for a glimpse of his sister. But she hadn't come out. Any last hope he had was now shattered. His sister, Li Yunshu, had been completely taken by that scumbag Zhu Hao. Even if he tried to comfort himself by thinking she was just resting in the hotel, it didn't make sense. No decent person would stay inside that long in the morning. She still had to go to work. He didn't even need to guess. She was still asleep. Zhu Hao had definitely worn her out last night. The thought of his pure and beautiful sister being toyed with by Zhu Hao. Li Zhao seethed with rage. Just then, he saw two figures emerging from the hotel entrance. In an instant, he sprang to his feet. The old beggar beside him nearly pissed himself. A second ago, this kid looked like he had lost everything. Now, he was suddenly full of energy? Damn. This guy was a true master. The old beggar made up his mind. He had to become his apprentice. Little brother. No. Big brother, I haven't eaten in 3 days and nights. Big brother, please have mercy on me and teach me a few tricks. Li Zhao had no time to deal with him. He immediately ran toward the two figures ahead. One of them was his sister. The other? Who else but Zhu Hao? Seeing his sister walking slowly, her brows slightly furrowed, Li Zhao's heart shattered. It was her first time. How could Zhu Hao be so ruthless? Sure, his sister-in-law had gone through the same before. But at least she was in her 30s, mature enough to handle it. His sister had just graduated from college. Li Zhao wished he could tear Zhu Hao to pieces. But he couldn't. Because the moment he got close, Zhu Hao's bodyguard, Bei Ling had already stepped in front of him. A strong presence radiated from Bei Ling, warning him not to act recklessly. Li Zhao called out in anguish, "Sis." Li Yunshu frowned as she walked, her mind replaying the events from earlier. She had always been a well-behaved girl. It was only after she became close to her best friend, Xiaking, that she learned about certain things. Her friend often brought up these topics, educating her on matters she had never thought of before. But even then, her first instinct had been to think about the bedroom. After being with Zhu Hao, she was stunned. It was like stepping into a whole new world. She was lost in thought when a disheveled figure suddenly rushed toward her. Startled, she instinctively moved closer to Zhu Hao, grabbing his arm. When she heard the man call her sis, she looked at him with suspicion. After a few moments, she finally recognized him. Wasn't this her useless little brother? How did he end up looking like this? Thinking about how this useless brother had nearly gotten her fired by Uncle Zhu, Li Yunshu's expression darkened. Her frown deepened, and her tone turned icy. "What do you want?" Seeing his sister clinging to Zhu Hao, Li Zhao's heart ached. "Sis, I warned you a long time ago that he had bad intentions for you. Why did you?" He gritted his teeth, frustrated beyond words. He had told her so many times that Zhu Hao was after her. Yet she still gave herself to him so easily. Yes, gave herself away for free. Looking at her now, she didn't seem like she had been forced. If she had been threatened or coerced, he might have felt a little better. But he had already made Zhu Hao's intentions clear. She just refused to listen. That feeling of doing everything for someone's sake, only for them to completely ignore you, was unbearable. Ding. Li Zhao is heartbroken. Emotion value plus 741, ding. Li Zhao's mindset collapses. Emotion value plus 852, hearing his words, Li Yunshu's face flushed red. Had their relationship been exposed so quickly? Even though it was just her useless brother who found out, he was still family. Would he tell their parents? If Mom and Dad found out about her and Uncle Zhu, it would be a disaster. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to stay calm. "You misunderstood," she said. "Uncle Zhu and I were just discussing work at the hotel. It's not what you think." Li Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. His sister was clinging to Zhu Hao's arm, her cheeks flushed, eyes glistening. Her whole demeanor exuded a charm unique to women who had experienced love. Did she really think he was an idiot? Discussing work at the hotel? Yeah, sure. More like discussing work in bed. Li Yunshu, actually, the sofa works too. Li Zhao nearly coughed up blood from frustration. He steadied himself. The damage was already done. His sister had crossed the point of no return. Now, he could only look ahead. This time, he would just take it as being bitten by a dog. But he absolutely could not let his sister fall deeper. He knew exactly what Zhu Hao was after. His sister's best friend lived with her. Both of them were now Zhu Hao's women. If Zhu Hao sweet-talked them a little more, wouldn't he just have both of them in his bed? Li Zhao had considered giving up. His sister had already given herself to Zhu Hao. Maybe he should just let it be. But he knew exactly what kind of person Zhu Hao was. On the surface, he seemed gentle and refined. But behind closed doors, he was ruthless and cunning. And he had so many other women. A complete scumbag. Could his sister really have a good life with him? No. He had to pull her out of this pit of fire. "Sis. Before you say anything else, can you at least let go of his arm first?" Only then did Li Yunshu realize she was still holding on to Uncle Zhu. Feeling a little embarrassed, she quickly let go. Even she didn't believe the words coming out of her mouth. Since she couldn't avoid it, she had to face it head-on. As long as he didn't tell their parents, that was all that mattered. "Yes, it's exactly as you think. I'm with Uncle Zhu." After saying that, she shyly glanced at Zhu Hao. It didn't matter anyway. Her brother was a useless nobody. Even if he knew, it wouldn't change anything. After a brief pause, Li Yunshu continued, "It's not that Uncle Zhu made a move on me. Something unexpected happened between us, and besides, I like him too. We are truly in love." The more she spoke, the bolder she became. By the end, her embarrassment had completely faded, replaced by a radiant smile full of happiness. She made it clear. Zhu Hao hadn't forced her. She was with him willingly. Then, she revealed her real purpose. "So, if you still see me as your sister, don't tell Mom and Dad." Li Zhao's chest tightened violently. Something unexpected happened? That's why they got together? That had to be another one of Zhu Hao's schemes. Watching his sister, completely unaware of the truth, sold off and still counting money for her captor, Li Zhao felt a surge of rage. A mouthful of blood rose up his throat, but he forced it back down. Seeing the determination on her face, he knew that if he tried to use their parents to threaten her, she would definitely turn against him. Fine, I won't tell mom and dad. Li Zhao swallowed his pain and spoke. But then, he changed the subject. But you have to agree to one condition. Move back home. Mom and dad are really worried about you living alone outside. Breaking her away from Zhu Hao immediately was impossible. He had to take it step by step. Getting her back home was the first move. Separating her from that best friend. He couldn't let Zhu Hao's two-bird plan succeed. Li Yunshu frowned. She had moved out precisely because she didn't want to see Li Zhao. How could she possibly move back? Besides, she got along well with her best friend. Moving out after just one day and then suddenly moving back? That would offend people. She rejected him outright. No way. I live with my best friend. It's very safe. Tell mom and dad not to worry. Safe? Li Zhao was furious. Do you even know that your best friend? Cough, cough. Before he could finish saying is Zhu Hao's woman too, a few coughs interrupted him. He swallowed his words. His eyes burned with hatred as he glared at Zhu Hao. If looks could kill, Zhu Hao would have died 100 times over. Zhu Hao, however, only smiled at him. Yunshu is right. We are truly in love. I'm sure Zhao will understand us, won't you? His tone was gentle, but his eyes were full of warning. Li Zhao's eyelid twitched. Understand? Understand your damn face. Like he didn't know how Zhu Hao had tricked his sister into bed? True love, my ass. Listen to your sister. For now, let's not tell your parents about this. After saying that, Zhu Hao turned to Li Yunshu. Alright, Yunshu, let's go back. You don't have to work today. Just rest at home for the day. Li Yunshu's face turned bright red. She shot Zhu Hao a playful glare, as if saying, it's all your fault. Before leaving, Zhu Hao patted Li Zhao on the shoulder. Like it or not, I'm your brother-in-law now. Be good, okay? If you ever run into trouble, you can always come to me. As Zhu Hao and Li Yunshu walked away, her soft, bashful voice drifted back faintly. Brother-in-law. That's so embarrassing. Li Zhao could no longer hold it in. He spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest, his face twisted in agony. Pain. Unbearable pain. Chapter 125, Ding. Li Zhao's mindset shattered. Emotional value plus 1,000, Zhu Hao instructed Bei Ling to drive to Xiaoking's rented apartment. Uncle Zhu, I can go up by myself. You should get back to work, Li Yunshu quickly said, waving her hand. She wasn't that delicate. She could handle this little bit of pain. I'm not busy. You need to take care of your health. Be careful going upstairs, Zhu Hao said with a smile. I also want to take a look at where you and King are living. That last sentence was his real purpose. Whenever he met up with Xiaoking, it was usually in his office. He had been to her home a few times. Each time making sure to get her father drunk. It had been fun for him. But Xiaoking had always been a little restrained. So, she rented a place outside. He hadn't checked it out yet. Today was a good chance to scope it out. Li Yunshu, however, thought he was just using it as an excuse to escort her upstairs. She felt touched. Uncle Zhu is so thoughtful. As she reached the stairs and prepared to go up, she winced slightly. See? I told you not to push yourself. Zhu Hao sighed and put his arm around her waist, supporting her as they climbed the stairs. Li Yunshu instantly felt much more at ease. Nestled in Zhu Hao's arms, warmth filled her heart. When they reached the apartment door, Li Yunshu took out her keys and opened it. The place was spacious. A 3-bedroom apartment with plenty of room to maneuver. Zhu Hao smirked. King knows me well. She understood his strength and how he liked to switch up locations. So she had rented such a large place. He would have preferred her actual home. It had a special charm. But since she always felt too shy there, having a second location made up for it. As for King's family home, he could visit whenever he felt like it. After finishing his little inspection, Zhu Hao reminded Li Yunshu to get plenty of rest. Then, he left and returned home. At home, his twin daughters, Shiking and Hui, were at school. Zhu Hongzwang was in the study, practicing piano. In the courtyard, Zhu Fian was still diligently training in martial arts. Su Wanqiu had gone to work at the beauty salon. Her daughters had urged her to stay home and rest, but she insisted she wasn't that delicate. She had only just gotten pregnant. Since her work mainly involved sitting in an office, the girls relented but reminded her to take care of herself. To better protect his stepmother, Zhu Hao had also arranged for stronger bodyguards. Right now, there were only 2 daughters at home. No. There was someone else too. Uncle Zhu, you're finally back. I waited all morning and didn't see you. A bright figure ran over, her voice tinged with grievance. Zhao Wanling pouted. Zhu Hao chuckled. He had been a little unsatisfied after his time with Li Yunshu. And now, His daughter's best friend had delivered herself to his doorstep. A gift from thousands of miles away. How could he refuse? Wanling, what's the matter? Of course, it's because Zhao Wanling almost blurted out missed you. But she suddenly noticed Zhufian had stopped her training, watching them curiously. She quickly changed her words. Of course, it's because I want to learn tea art from you. Uncle Zhu, you promised to teach me. You didn't forget, did you? Hey, of course, I didn't. I'll teach you today. The two of them walked toward the villa. Zhufian withdrew her suspicious gaze. Something about Wanling felt a little off. Every so often, she would complain that Zhu Hao hadn't come home, and her tone always sounded strange. Could it be that Wanling? The thought startled her. She quickly dismissed it. No way, that's impossible. Wanling was best friends with her third sister. And the age gap between her and Zhu Hao was so huge. How could she possibly like him? Shaking off the thought, she focused back on the combat techniques Zhu Hao had taught her and resumed training. Training alone feels so dull. She didn't even know what she was doing wrong. If only she had a sparring partner. Unfortunately, no one in her family practiced martial arts. Not a single person could fight. As for Zhu Hao, that guy was a complete freak. She had already learned so much from him, yet she still couldn't see his limits. She had thought about asking him to train her more, but the conditions he set always made her hesitate. When Zhu Hao taught her hand-in-hand before, Zhu Huai had noticed her reluctance and immediately got angry. She said, Dad is teaching you, and you're still unwilling? Who are you pulling that long face for? Zhu Shiking also scolded her. Fifth sis, you can't be like this. How is this any different from being ungrateful? Don't make us look down on you. Her two younger sisters were defending Zhu Hao so fiercely that Zhufian nearly lost it. She snapped back. Oh? Now you're teaching me how to behave? Seeing her scolding his two obedient daughters, Zhu Hao stepped in. He said he wouldn't teach her anymore. Zhufian was stunned. She had been so focused on learning, right in the middle of a crucial breakthrough. She was obsessed with improving her strength. After all, she had been willing to call him dad just to get the marrow cleansing pill before. This time was no different. She was so close to getting stronger. And then, Zhu Hao suddenly stopped teaching her. It felt like ants were crawling all over her heart. Pure torture. If you weren't going to teach me, you should have just said so from the start. But stopping at the most critical moment? That was just cruel. Her two younger sisters, on the other hand, were deeply moved. They threw themselves into Zhu Hao's arms. Then, they mocked her again. That only made Zhufian even angrier. Finally, Zhu Huai made a proposal. Zhu Hao could continue teaching her, but as a disciple, she had to act like one. She had to respect her teacher and follow the rules. Zhu Hao agreed with his daughter's suggestion. Zhufian felt numb. So, after being bossed around by Zhu Hao all this time, now, even with hands-on teaching, she still had to follow his rules? What could she even say? For the sake of getting stronger. She endured it. And so, every time she trained with Zhu Hao, she had to serve tea and water like a proper disciple. Meanwhile, Zhu Hao and Zhao Wanling entered the house. Zhao Wanling sat on the couch, eagerly waiting for his hands-on guidance. Zhu Hao suggested, it's not very convenient here. Let's go to my study instead. The young heroine, Li Yunshu, couldn't hold back her tears. She had nowhere to vent her frustration. Zhao Wanling froze when she heard Zhu Hao's words. Her first reaction was that he just wanted to take her to the study for tea. But then she thought again. Wait. Before, when he invited her for tea, their relationship hadn't advanced yet. But now. Wouldn't that mean? This is crazy. Her best friend, Zhu Hongzwang, was at home. If she found out that she had stolen even a fraction of her father's love, would they even be able to stay friends? Zhu Hao hadn't looked for her in days, and she had been missing him. But she had only wanted to get closer to him. She hadn't planned on doing anything inappropriate at home. Her heart pounded wildly, her face instantly turning bright red. She glanced around nervously. Zhu Hongzwang was in the study, practicing piano. Zhufian was outside, training in the courtyard. Safe. She pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, then shamefully nodded. She picked up the tea set as a cover, then followed Zhu Hao upstairs to his study. To get there, they had to pass by his daughter's rooms. The study wasn't far from them. As they walked past one of the rooms, Zhao Wanling suddenly heard the piano music inside. Stop. Her heart nearly skipped a beat. Please don't come out right now. But as the saying goes, whatever you fear the most is what always happens. Before they had even walked far. Click. The study door opened from the inside. Zhu Hongzwang's surprised voice rang out. Dad. You're back? Zhao Wanling froze in place, her expression shifting through a mix of emotions. Nervousness, fear, and a hint of excitement hidden beneath it all. After all, Uncle Zhu was her best friend's father. And now, she was about to be with him. It felt like getting caught seducing someone red-handed. Just thinking about it made her dizzy with excitement. Luckily, she had her back turned to Zhu Hong's. Otherwise, with her best friend's sharp instincts, she would have definitely noticed something was off. Zhao Wanling was completely overwhelmed by the thrill, while Zhu Hao remained calm and simply smiled as he turned around. "Yeah, I finished work and saw you practicing the piano, so I didn't want to disturb you." "Disturb? Not at all. I still have so much to learn about piano. I was hoping to ask you for guidance, Dad." Zhu Hong's reassured him. Then, noticing Zhao Wanling standing beside him, she frowned slightly in confusion. "Dad, Wanling, what are you two?" Zhao Wanling tensed up. She turned stiffly, her heart pounding wildly, unsure how to respond. Before she could say anything, Zhu Hao spoke up. "I'm heading to the study for some work. I happened to run into Wanling, and she wanted to learn tea making from me, so I let her tag along." Zhao Wanling's expression relaxed instantly. She quickly echoed, "Yes, yes. I must master Uncle Zhu's tea-making skills." Zhu Hong's noticed a hint of unnaturalness on her best friend's face. She felt like something was off about her today. But she didn't dwell on it and simply smiled. "All right then, you two go ahead. Wanling, make sure to learn well. Dad's tea-making is top-notch. Later, you'll make tea for me. I need to test your skills." She encouraged her best friend. Zhao Wanling immediately promised to do her best, but her expression remained a little odd. She knew very well what learning tea-making from Uncle Zhu actually meant. Would there still be any normal taste left in the tea she made later? After saying goodbye to Zhu Hong's, the two headed toward Zhu Hao's study. As soon as they stepped inside, Zhao Wanling set down the tea set. Then, unable to hold back any longer, she threw herself into Zhu Hao's arms, trembling with excitement. That was way too close. Her best friend had almost found out. She desperately needed comfort. Ding. Zhao Wanling is overwhelmed with emotions. Emotion value plus 888. By the time Zhao Wanling finished her tea-making lesson and left the study, it was already late afternoon. Zhu Hao's twin daughters and the Zhu family's matriarch, Su Wanqiu, had all returned home. Zhao Wanling had also heard about Su Wanqiu's pregnancy. Every time she faced her, she couldn't help but feel guilty and uneasy. So, she just wanted to leave as soon as possible. But before she could slip away, Zhu Hong's stopped her. She insisted on tasting the tea to see how well her best friend had learned. Zhao Wanling had no choice but to make her a cup. After Zhu Hong's finished drinking, Zhu Shiking and Zhu Hui had already set the dinner table. At this point, leaving would seem odd. She always had dinner at the Zhu residence before heading home. If she suddenly left today, it would definitely raise suspicion. To avoid attracting attention, Zhao Wanling had no choice but to stay and eat with them. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but throughout dinner, she felt like Su Wanqiu kept glancing at her. A nervous feeling crept up in her heart. Did she notice something? She had specifically fixed herself up before leaving the study, even putting on makeup to hide the lingering redness on her face. There shouldn't be any way she could tell. Right? But after thinking about it carefully, Zhao Wanling realized the truth. Her disguise was good. Her best friend, Zhu Hong's and even Zhu Hao's daughters. They were all young and inexperienced, so of course, they wouldn't suspect anything. But Su Wanqiu? She spent every night with Zhu Hao. She was definitely not lacking in experience. How could she not notice such obvious signs? Realizing this, Zhao Wanling panicked. She's totally figured it out. It's over. She had actually done this with her husband. Right in her house. Her identity was still that of Zhu Hao's daughter's best friend. Would Su Wanqiu kill her for this? She recalled the online stories about mistresses being caught. Hair pulling, clothes being ripped off. Even public humiliation posted on the internet. The more Zhao Wanling thought about it, the more terrified she became. She sped up her eating, eager to leave as soon as possible. Su Wanqiu had indeed noticed. Zhao Wanling had covered it up well. If she hadn't already known about Zhao Wanling and Zhu Hao's relationship, it would have been difficult to tell just by looking. But the signs were all there. Relaxed brows, glistening, seductive eyes, and a soft, rosy glow on her skin. She was clearly satisfied. After dinner, Zhao Wanling seized the perfect moment to excuse herself. But before she could leave, Su Wanqiu's voice stopped her in her tracks. Her heart plummeted. A cold sweat broke out on her back. She hurriedly tried to explain, "Auntie Su, I have something urgent to take care of at home." "What's so urgent?" "I just want to say a few words to you." "It won't take long." Su Wanqiu's meaningful gaze sent shivers down Zhao Wanling's spine. She couldn't bring herself to refuse. In the end, it felt like walking to her own execution as she followed Suwankyu into the courtyard. Ding. Suwankyu was feeling uneasy. Emotion value plus 678, ding. Suwankyu was growing restless. Emotion value plus 876, Zhu Hao had been watching Zhao Wanling's worried expression the entire time. But he had no intention of stepping in. He was more than happy to keep farming emotion points. He had already conquered this stepmother. She wouldn't cause an uproar just because there were other women involved. Besides, Suwankyu had long known about Zhao Wanling and him. Let's not forget. The bodyguard Zhu Hao had stationed by her side wasn't just for protection, but also for surveillance. Any little movement would be reported back to him. The reason she found out? It was actually revealed to her by the protagonist, Li Zhao. Yet, when she first learned about it, she barely reacted. She had even considered helping him pick out more women for his harem. Zhu Hao was certain that Suwankyu wouldn't do anything to Zhao Wanling. So he had no reason to interfere in their conversation. In the courtyard, Suwankyu's very first words nearly scared Zhao Wanling to death. I know everything about you and Zhu Hao. You were quite satisfied just now, weren't you? Zhao Wanling's face turned pale. Her vision blurred, and she nearly collapsed on the spot. She really does know. What do I do? What do I do? Her mind went blank. She could only admit her mistake. I'm sorry, Auntie Sue. It's all my fault. Please don't blame Uncle Zhu. From now on, I won't have anything to do with him. If you don't trust me, I can't leave the country. I just hope you can forgive me this once. She forced herself to finish speaking, suppressing the sorrow and reluctance in her heart. Then, she lifted her face and looked at Suwankyu with pleading eyes. She loved Zhu Hao. She didn't want to leave him. But if earning Suwankyu's forgiveness required a temporary retreat, then she had no choice. First, she had to get through this crisis. Zhao Wanling waited anxiously. But Suwankyu's next words completely stunned her. Who said I blamed you? Suwankyu looked at her with an amused yet unreadable expression. I didn't call you over to scold you. I just wanted to put your mind at ease. From now on, you and your Uncle Zhu can carry on as you are. Don't hold back just because of me.